Welcome back to Only Talk Sports. We talk sports every single day, or at least we try to. I'm your host, Jeffrey. Subscribe to the channel if you like sports content. Hit that notification bell so you never miss our video. Week 6 of the college football season is basically in the books. We got a couple late games like Duke and California. Miami, Florida State is just wrapping up. Colorado, TCU as well. But we're essentially done. We've got through the Week 6 slate. And boy, oh boy, another week where we said not a lot of big games, right? Well, we saw upsets. Upset City. We've seen teams' playoff hopes just be dashed. And if they're not completely destroyed, it's very minuscule that they're going to be able to make the playoffs now. So we got a lot to talk about. Hot seats, upsets, crazy games. I can't wait to get into all of it and more. But appreciate everybody for being here already. We've got Jackson coming in here with a $5 super chat saying, let's get this party started. Let's get Only Talk Sports and Alabama voice of college football. Each to 10,000 subs as Jeffrey gives awesome takes. I appreciate that, Jackson. Absolutely. Like you always say, love making magic with you over on the Alabama channel, but appreciate it, Jackson. Definitely trying to get to 10,000 subs, 3,000, 5,000. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all the support. You guys are incredible. Without you guys, couldn't do it at all whatsoever. Appreciate it, Jackson, so much. And we got Godfather coming in with a $4.99 super sticker. Always appreciate it, Godfather. Appreciate you for being in the chat. And I definitely, cannot wait to get all these games. But I might open the phone lines if it's not too late. Get through all the games. Might open the phone lines so we can talk about these games a little bit later. But we'll see how it goes. But definitely appreciate it, Jackson and Godfather of the SEC. But so looking at these games, we just had Kansas and UCF wrap up. Kansas got the win. I did pick Kansas to beat UCF. I got that one right. Picked the Jayhawks. Then moving up next, Ohio State destroyed Minnesota. We got Hummus Hero, so I feel obligated to mention it. And I'm hopefully we see Stephen Cherry, Troy V, and all those guys. We love you to death. But yeah, I mean, what's there to say? Ohio State's doing what they're supposed to do, right? They are taking care of business against bad teams. And the thing is that's good because we've seen other teams can't do that. So you can't take that for granted. You cannot take that for granted. Ohio State getting the job done. Julian saying having a good day. Minnesota's not great, but great win for the Buckeyes. Nothing more to say there. Oklahoma beat Kent. A&M beat Mississippi State. Now, this game was actually close for a while. Game was actually close, but Texas A&M ended up pulling away in the second half. I mean, it's a good win. Good win for Texas A&M, but, I don't know how good Texas A&M still is. They haven't really played like an elite team yet, but to be fair, they're winning their games. Mike Elko definitely has upgraded them from the Jimbo Fisher era, but they got some tougher tests coming the rest of the season. We'll find out how good A&M is then. Penn State, UCLA. I know you guys have been waiting for Penn State, UCLA. All I know is that Indiana, Alabama, and a ton of other programs, Illinois even, a lot of programs were helped by this result. And I feel a little obligated to talk a little smack toward Penn State because I don't have a lot of Penn State fans in my chat. I usually don't. And even if I did, I'd still probably be talking smack because what happened, Penn State? What in the world happened to your team? Did Oregon break you? UCLA is bad. They were 0-4 coming into this game. Nico Iamaleava showing none of the skill set and talent that he displayed at Tennessee, despite being a flawed player and hadn't really broken all the way through to be an elite quarterback yet, living up to his 5-star high school expectations and the ton of NIL, money that he was getting at Tennessee. Hadn't lived up to it, but he was good at Tennessee. But he goes to UCLA, and it's a disaster. Deshaun Foster gets fired. Tino Sunstery gets fired. The UCLA staff is just overhauled, and they're bad. They might go 0-12. That's what people were saying, including myself, on social media. And UCLA could go 0-12. Well, you know what? They're not going 0-12 because they just knocked off the previously number 7 ranked Penn State Nittany Lions. And after this result, Penn State should drop out of the top 25. They're not going to. They're going to remain in the top 25. They're going to keep them at 19 or 20 because it's Penn State. What has Penn State done? What have they done? Hung with Oregon? Okay. Penn State, this is disastrous for James Franklin Because the one thing that James Franklin has always been able to tell, hey, we might not be beating Ohio State. We might sometimes lose to Michigan or some team like that, Oregon, but we don't lose to crap teams. We don't lose to teams like that. Yeah, you can count IU in the pandemic year, but even then Indiana was good with Penix. Penn State typically doesn't lose to bad teams. Well, this game completely devaluates that. I don't know. James Franklin's not going to get fired. I'm seeing the memes and the jokes, leaving him off the plane, the tarmac, like Lane Kiffin. Penn State fans are going crazy. They're losing their minds. They're losing their marbles. And I understand it. I get it. You're mad. You don't like, being bad. You don't want to be a mediocre mid-program. I understand that. I understand Penn State prides themselves on being an elite program. They want to be good. They want to be toward the top of college football. But, I mean, my thing is still they're in so much better shape. They're in so much better shape than most college football programs, even with this garbage result. We'll see how Penn State does the rest of the season. I do know that a lot of people are saying Penn State shouldn't have given up Bo Pribula, and they kept Aller. Drew Aller, definitely has not lived up to expectations in any way, shape, or form. But they gave up 42 points. So it's not Aller. He wasn't great in this game, but it's not like Drew Aller's the reason Penn State necessarily lost. Penn State's defense sucked. A lot of people talked about, Tom Allen's gone. Penn State's defense is going to be improved. Well, Jim Knowles ain't getting it done because that was trash. Like, I don't even know what to say. I am blown away that this game occurred. I understand that Penn State, you're traveling across the country. People make that excuse. Washington traveled to Maryland and won. Ohio State went to Washington and won. You can make trips and win. Indiana beat UCLA on the road last year, 42-13. UCLA's lost to New Mexico. UCLA sucks. Like, they are horrible. And Nico Iamaleava just ate them up. 2 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. Possibly has invigorated his career. I don't know about UCLA's season. I mean, they're still probably going to finish below 500, most likely. But I cannot believe this game happened. I got to get to these 2 super chats from Kay the Diesel Freak. Appreciate you for being here, Caden. He says, Jeffrey, Ohio State is beating up teams. And soon they're about to beat the heck out of Alabama. Well, you're going to have to wait till 2027 for that unless Alabama and Ohio State meet in the playoffs, which could happen. But we'll see. We'll see. Alabama's starting to play great again, Caden. And, I think Alabama and Ohio State would be a heck of a game. But, I mean, I do agree with you on Ohio State beating up teams, especially today. I mean, they destroyed Minnesota, but it's not a shock. I mean, that's what Ohio State does. They're not Penn State. They're not Penn State, folks. Ohio State is not Penn State. They're better than Penn State. Definitely today kind of shows you that. We got another $5 super chat from Katie. Said, this is why I told you around you'll find out why Ohio State's defense is dangerous and likes to beat the heck out of everyone. Well, I mean, that's what a defense is supposed to do. But, I mean, when you got a ton of talent, Ohio State does, and they got good coaches overall, I mean, it's just that's what you're supposed to do. Penn State was supposed to win today. And I was wrong. Up to this point, I picked Kansas. I picked Ohio State, A&M. I picked Penn State. I think everybody picked Penn State. Did anybody pick UCLA? Actually, if anybody picked UCLA to win, I would love to hear it. And I would honestly love to actually have an honest recount of that. Not somebody saying, hey, I picked UCLA when you didn't. Because I see a lot of that online where people say, oh, I picked this team. And you didn't actually pick this team, but you're saying that you picked this team to get clout. Have an actual proof of record that you picked them. You don't have to bet on the game to have proof. Literally, you made a YouTube video that says a week ago, and you picked UCLA. Or you did some type of ESPN, like one of those like pick 'em things where you picked UCLA, and I picked them. I would love to have proof of that because I'm just going to love when I see some comments online of people saying I picked UCLA. And it's like, no, you didn't. Unless you're a UCLA fan and you just said it because, dude, no one thought that UCLA was going to win. I thought Penn State, coming off that Oregon loss, was going to just beat the holy heck out of UCLA. I thought they'd win 45-0 or something. I mean, I had no idea this was going to happen. So that's another game I got wrong, Hummus. I ended up going with Iowa State. I went with Iowa State. I think Jackson might have picked Cincinnati. He probably did. I went with Iowa State. I thought they'd get it done. And you know what? They actually almost came back, but, Iowa State, all those teams in the Big 12, man. That's why I don't know if anybody was paying attention tonight, but there was a graphic on one network that was showing that the ACC and the Big 12 have had the most one-score games in the last 2 years. And I'm like, I wonder why. It's because all the teams are mid. All the teams are average. That's why they're all close. In the SEC and the Big 10, you've got Ohio State leveling the crap out of Minnesota and Washington. In the SEC, you've got Bama and Georgia beating the crap out of most teams. Texas not right now because Texas. But you know what I'm saying? Like, most of these games are not close, like the top versus the bottom. Some of them are. But in the ACC and the Big 12, all the teams are mid, basically, so all the games are close. So that's why you have the most one-score games. It's not a shock. Like, some people are like, oh, my gosh, it's because the league is so competitive. No, it's because all the teams are average. Not all of them. Like, again, Miami, and they look good, maybe. I don't know. I think they're holding on. I haven't called that game completely yet. Yeah, Miami did officially win. Okay. Florida State made it interesting. They scored 19 in the fourth, but they still lost. An L is an L. Miami still covered, so great for Miami. But Miami might be good, maybe. But, like, other than that, I don't know, man. The ACC is just not that great. And Tech, to Hummus's point, and I've said this a lot on social media, it's making people mad. It's making people loathe my statements, and that's fine. But I keep saying that the only reason Texas Tech is winning is because of NIL. And I hear everybody tell me, well, Jeffrey, Indiana's winning because of NIL, and Vandy's winning. The difference between that and this, Indiana got Cignetti. All right? And Cignetti had a proven track record of winning prior to being in Indiana. A high level of winning. And Indiana's roster is a bunch of 2-stars and 3-stars still. They got like 2 4-stars, 2 or 3 4-stars, and that's it. Fernando Mendoza literally was a 2-star quarterback. His only Power 4 offer was Cal. Okay, so IU, let's not act like IU's this insane mega okay, they've got better NIL than they used to. Yes, and that is contributing to the success, and that is a big reason Cignetti went there. But let's not act like IU's reeling in these 5-stars. Texas Tech is reeling in these 5-stars away from Ohio State. They've done it several times now. They just landed another 5-star recruit, Jalen Brewster, who had Ohio State and Oklahoma and Indiana in his finals. So that is the difference, my friend. Plus, Joey McGuire has been at Texas Tech for a couple seasons now, and up to this point, hadn't done nothing at all. It's not like he just instantly went there and things just flipped. Cignetti went to IU and things instantly flipped. Texas Tech has not done that. That is why Texas Tech feels wrong. Plus, it's not just Texas Tech football. Look at Texas Tech basketball and look at Texas Tech softball and their other sports. They're all racking in the money. Texas Tech softball, like, you think of basketball and football as the ones being affected by NIL, even women's basketball and softball and volleyball. These sports are starting to get infiltrated a bit by the NIL. Not to the same extent, but they are. I don't follow those sports as closely. I don't. But I saw on social media that Texas Tech softball got a couple of really highly rated softball players. And that's probably because of the NIL. There's a difference. So get to Cade's super chat real quick. Appreciate the $5 super chat, Cade. He says, Jeffrey, sometimes your predictions are as dumb as Jackson Johnson picking Alabama to beat Vanderbilt and South Carolina last year. Well, we're wrong sometimes. We are all wrong sometimes. Absolutely. But we do try our best. And we appreciate it, Cade. We appreciate your feedback saying that we're terrible at making picks. And sometimes we are. Sometimes I'm awful at making picks. NFL is really hard. I get them wrong all the time, but do appreciate it, Caden. Yeah, got that wrong last year, but we picked Bama this year, and they delivered. So definitely excited on that. But appreciate the $5 super chat, Caden. Appreciate the contributions, and definitely might open up the lines later. If you'd like to call in, fantastic. If, probably about 15 minutes or so if I can get through the games. But my last point on Tech, though, it's just how Texas Tech is winning now that I think is rubbing people the wrong way. For me, it kind of rubs the wrong way. I'm not hating on Texas Tech because I've had some people tell me, well, you just hate Texas Tech. I've got no reason to hate Texas Tech. I don't hate most teams at all. Even Ohio State, people are like, oh my gosh, Jeffrey hates Ohio State. Okay. Ohio State always wins. They always get the best players. It can be frustrating sometimes, okay? And sometimes the fans online are evil as heck, but that's okay. I know that there are great Ohio State fans like Hummus here, like Troy V, like Stephen Cherry. And then there are terrible ones, just like there are bad Bama fans and Michigan fans. But Ohio State and Bama, Michigan, a lot of these programs, we got big contingencies of bad fans, so it can be a pain to interact with online. But it's no big deal. With Texas Tech, I've got no reason to not like Texas Tech. It's just the fact that Texas Tech, the way that they're winning, when they were not winning prior, and with McGuire they were not winning prior. But now that all this is it's setting in now, the NIL is setting in, and they're using it, and they're getting these great players, and now that they're suddenly a top 10 team, and it's like, oh, they're great now, and the culture. I've had Texas Tech people tell me the culture, and it's like you're trying to gaslight me into thinking something that's just not true. It's not the culture. Because if it was the culture, then why was Texas Tech not winning at this high of a level before? Even under Mike Leach, they did not win at that high of a level. And Mike Leach was a darn good coach. You're winning because you're in a conference that sucks, and you're the only program that's in a position right now to land high-quality players to close to the level of the Big Ten and the SEC. Because Baylor ain't doing it. Iowa State's not doing it. Utah's not doing it. None of them are. Oklahoma State's cooked. That's why Gundy's gone. So Texas Tech, it's a unique situation that they're having the success. It feels very artificial. In a college football world that is becoming artificial with all the changes that have been made for the negative. There are certain positives to be had from it, but there are a lot of negative. But the way Texas Tech is winning has rubbed people the wrong way. I don't hate Texas Tech. I've got nothing against Texas Tech, but I see why people are frustrated with the rise of Texas Tech when it really just doesn't feel like they've earned anything at all. At least with Indiana, it feels like, hey, they made a darn good hire, and he turns it around, and he's still winning with MAC players in the Sun Belt, whereas Texas Tech's bringing in 5 stars now. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Can't compare Tech to IU. Yeah, they're both using NIL, but Tech is just on a whole other level for a program that prior had not done anything. And Indiana hadn't either, but again, it's different circumstance. No hate to Tech, but that's just, to me, the way I feel. We got another $5 super chat for Kane the Diesel Freak. Miami is a better team than Alabama because they know how to play physical defense, and Alabama would lose to Miami in the third quarter of 55 points. Well, I can guarantee you that that's false. Appreciate the super chat, but that's false because Alabama gave up 14 to Vandy. Miami gave up 22 to Florida State. And I understand that as a crappy argument. I'm just saying, for the sake of the baseline, it's kind of like Texas. I saw people saying, oh, Texas would beat Indiana by 70. Well, you just lost to Florida. Okay? So, I mean, the logic is broken. Indiana, the same team that beat Illinois by 53, barely beat Iowa. Teams fluctuate. That's why we use the phrase 9 out of 10 times or 5 out of 10 times. That kind of stuff, because I believe Alabama would beat Miami more than 5 out of 10 times. But there's a chance that if Alabama and Miami played this year, Miami would win. Neutral site. But I think Alabama would beat Miami more than 5 out of 10 times. I would say 6 or 7 out of 10 times Alabama would win. But again, that can be debated. That's, just because I say it does not mean it's fact. It can be debated. I don't know. But it is an interesting argument, though. I don't think Miami's necessarily better than Alabama. But Miami is clearly vastly improved from where they used to be. I mean, Cristobal's gotten them there mostly, probably again, because of NIL. Because I don't think Cristobal's an elite coach. I think he makes a lot of terrible decisions in games. He's had a track record of making terrible decisions in games. But, I mean, again, when you got so much talent, sometimes it's enough for you to win. But what it's not enough for is Texas, because Texas, yet again, blowing it. Losing to Florida. And I know people would be like, well, Tom Petty, I won't back down. It's a swamp. It's a tough place to play. Yes, all those things are true. All those things are true. But Texas, if you're legitimately a top 10 team, they were ranked number 1 The AP preseason top 10 is looking kind of crummy right now with Clemson and Penn State and Texas and Notre Dame and all these teams just falling out. Not looking all that good. Texas with the number 1 ranked team. I love how Cade and Miami doesn't. Miami doesn't have around that kid, blah, blah, blah. They don't know all that stuff. Miami literally is now your new team, obviously, because Georgia's faded. They're gone, right? Georgia's done. Now it's Miami. I love it. Cade has went from Ohio State, Georgia to Ohio State, Miami in the blink of an eye. I just love how that's the case. Somehow that's the case, but we've seen Caden completely transform from an Ohio State, Georgia guy to an Ohio State, Miami guy. Until Miami loses, it'll be somebody else. But you know what? Again, we appreciate the contributions, Caden, and Alabama Voice of College Football. Appreciate it here at Only Talk Sports. Always love the trolling and just you're hilarious, Caden. I appreciate it. Appreciate it a lot. But yeah, again, to Texas though, I mean, all the talent in the world. We heard, Texas's defense is going to travel. Well, it didn't. And Arch Manning, which I've seen some people online say, well, Arch Manning is not to blame for this loss. I literally said that Ty Simpson was not to blame for Alabama's loss against Florida State, and that is correct because he was not bad in that game. Made a couple errors. Arch Manning threw 2 picks. Arch Manning was not very good in the game. Arch Manning was hyped up because of his name. I've got nothing against Arch. I'm sure the guy is a really nice guy. I'm sure he's a really nice guy to hang out with. He seems like a nice guy. I don't know him. But the thing is that Arch Manning has proven nothing. He's proven nothing, and he got hyped up because of his name. So it's just really frustrating. You know what? We'll make Caden happy. We'll just go ahead and drop the line. I usually like to wait to the end of the show, but Cade's been firing off in the chat. Appreciate the contribution. We'll go ahead and just open up the line. There's a lot to get to, but we'll just go and open up the line. Now, Sports Talk with Austin saying, who's crazy now? Pick forward to win over Texas. I told you Billy Napier saved his job again. Well, Billy Napier saved his job for this week. Good pick, Austin. He saved his job for this week, but it doesn't mean it's for the entire season. But we got our first call tonight. Caden the Diesel Freak. What is on your mind tonight, Caden?
Well, it's no surprise Ohio State showed up and shut the thing up. Let's make that perfectly clear.
They did. Minnesota's not even close to Ohio State's level. Just blew them out.
And I said it last week, and I said it again this week yet. And everybody was saying Minnesota's a good team, blah, 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 blah. Well, judging by the way they were moving their lips, all I could hear was crap. Seriously. I really don't give a about it. And as far as Miami's concerned, the only reason I'm rooting for Miami is because I got buddies that are Miami fans. And 2, Miami's just a good team. They proved it once. They proved it again. They already went through, Florida, Florida State, USF, and Notre Dame. So, and Chris Ball's doing something right. So I got to give the boys credit.
Man, how do you feel about Carson Beck as a quarterback in Georgia versus Miami?
I feel like Miami, he's got more security on offense, but he's got a lot more talent too. Ball's giving him the tools to actually be the quarterback that, Georgia didn't provide him to be. But also that roster. Miami's got roster. So, and they got the depth.
How do you feel about Penn State losing to UCLA? I mean, I know as an Ohio State fan, you think Penn State sucks. But, I mean, even still, you got to be shocked by this because
I'm not shocked. I'm not.
Of course not. Not, but, I mean, they were favored by 25. They don't typically lose to 0-14.
Jeffrey.
It's a shock. But
Penn State is just a piece of just like Louisville. And I really don't give a I seriously don't. I seriously don't give a about any one of them. I don't give a
State is better than Louisville most of the time, but,
I don't give a about Austin or Louisville. I tell Austin if he's got a problem, he can tell me otherwise, or he can shut the up. That's the bottom line. I told Coach Mook to shut the up. I told Coach Mook he's got a problem with me. He can say it in my face. Otherwise, he can shut the up. Until Bama plays someone legit like Ohio State, I don't want to hear it.
I think beating Georgia's legitimate. I mean, that's all we heard. Beat Georgia.
Jeffrey,
that is a legitimate win.
I'm talking about somebody of the caliber of Ohio State. I'm not talking about somebody from the SEC who can't play football. And you heard me right. But I know Austin don't got the to come on here, and he don't got the to come on here because he's eating Twinkies. I know that Twinkie eating douchebag is eating Twinkies right now. What, you got a problem with me insulting your buddy Austin? Well, you got a problem
I just
saying
think
it's
hilarious, man. I mean, just some of the crap that comes out of your mouth is just funny to me. I don't know.
The only crap I'm hearing is your mouth spewing up in here.
I mean, I don't think I've said anything crap today. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I have. Some people on Twitter get mad, but everybody on Twitter gets mad. I mean, it's like anytime you say anything on Twitter, people are going to get mad.
Hold on, Jeffrey.
I've just gotten used to that. People are going to get mad no matter what you say. So it's no big deal. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, everybody has an opinion, and whether you agree with it or not, it really doesn't matter.
Well, and the you spew on Twitter about my Buckeyes, yeah, you should recall about that.
I don't think I've said anything about Ohio State on Twitter. Let me clarify. Let me look. Let me scroll down.
Yeah, because I remember you and talking to a bunch of Indiana fans on Twitter about Ohio State, and I was like, who does this guy think he is? Like, who the is this guy think he is? This guy got Death Wish or
Ohio State today? So you're in the clear.
I thought it was you or somebody from one of your fan groups on Twitter or something. Because I see a bunch of them going off.
Hey, we hashtag IU football, man. I mean, you got to get the word out. You know, some people still don't know Indiana.
IU football. Until Indiana beats Ohio State, wins the Big Ten title, and wins the national championship, keep your mouth shut.
I mean, if they never do that, I don't care. I just think it's cool that a crappy program that never wins anything is actually in the top 10 and has game day coming to them. I think that's pretty cool. You know, it's not bad.
Indiana is the bottom of the barrel. They should be at the bottom of the barrel.
UCLA was at the bottom of the barrel until they won today. So now we got, I mean, it could, UNC sucks.
Jeffrey. UCLA is the bottom of the barrel. They just got one lucky win over Penn State just because after they got whooped by Oregon in a whiteout.
I mean, it was an overtime loss, but still, I mean, you know.
I'm over here watching the Buckeyes kick the living out of Minnesota and Washington.
But wait, you're watching it again?
No, I watched the games when we beat
I thought you're watching it right now as we speak. Okay.
Seriously, Jeffrey. See,
There's some people that watch their team all day. Like, even like during the days of the week, they just go back and watch their team's film all week to break it down so they can better understand their team's nuances, insides and out. You know, like there are people that do that. There's nothing wrong with that if you really love your team, but some people don't have time to do that all day. But you know.
Well, and I was just saying this. Ohio State's just handling business. They're handling business like they should. If you got a problem with it, say it otherwise or shut the up.
I don't have any problem with it. I just think it's cool that Alabama's doing what y'all are doing. We're beating everybody down pretty good right now. You know, Florida State.
And speaking of where the hell is Austin? Where the hell is he?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he's still listening to you right now, but he probably just doesn't really want to respond. I mean, maybe he does want to respond. I can't speak for him, but you know, he's.
Well, I know that Twinkie douchebag eating varmint don't got the kahunas to respond. I know he don't.
Well, I mean, God's and the harmonica on you, so you know it's all good.
His harmonica sounds like a piece of.
I mean, I think it was better than a little bit better, at least, than the opera singing that you gave us. I mean, I'm not saying your opera was as bad as UCLA, but it definitely wasn't at the Ohio State level of opera.
Jeffrey, you just don't have class. You just don't have class.
Hey, classic rock is class, and literally that music comes from orchestral arrangements. So it's like it spawned from it, and then after that it died because now we just all have crap music now. But again, what do I know? The Billboard Hot 100 is a joke, but people listen to us. That's up to them. There's no orchestral arrangements anymore, man. It's all over.
And Godfather's nothing much more than a retired home wrecker of a joke of a moron who can't even play the harmonica right. Who needs to
I will
shut
reiterate,
the up.
Caden, we will all be as old as Godfather one day, and we will probably be made fun of just like you are doing right now. So I mean, that's just the way I look at it. It's just kind of hard to make fun of older people being in a retirement home or struggling to move or stuff like that, which I think Godfather is none of those things. But it's really hard to do that when literally we're going to be old one day. It's going to happen. I'm past it. You know what I'm saying?
And you're over here defending him, yet I'm the one over here calling him out like I should be. And, Hummus is right. Twitter is a toxic cesspool.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It's crap. But, I mean...
hold on, Jeffrey. Hold on. It's mostly a toxic cesspool because of you, Jackson Johnson, Austin, and all your other fans.
I can
yapping all a bunch over there.
That there are people on Twitter that are a lot more toxic that make it a bigger cesspool than me and Jackson and the wonderful community in the chat right now. I can guarantee you that if you scroll Twitter long enough, which I try not to, but if you do, you will find way worse crap.
Way worse crap? You want to talk about way worse crap? I had to listen to a bunch of people call me out for not doing certain things. And I'm like, I do the things that I do because it's my decision. And as far as anybody else is concerned, if I have something to say about you or Jackson Johnson or, your buddy Will and D on Twitter, I will say it. And if I got a problem,
been summoned?
Oh, good gravy.
Jackson had the kahunas, as you say. So here he is. The big away.
What's on your mind, Caden?
You're hearing what I'm speaking, Jackson Johnson. You didn't catch it up, or you're a moron.
Well, I was eating some leftover birthday cake and having some ice cream, and I just came in here and I heard my name, so that's all I heard. So what's on your mind, man?
You're hearing what's on my mind, Jackson. If you actually have a brain and some brain cells and actually listening, I'm talking. What do you think I'm on here for?
Right now, that is a fact. Yes, you indeed are. I agree.
And I told your buddy Will Austin he has no because I know he's a Twinkie eating douchebag who don't have the to respond to me. And I've said it before and I said it again.
Oh Lord. Oh man.
Did you pick Texas or Florida, Caden?
I literally avoided that game. It was a dumpster fire.
Yeah, it was for Texas. I mean, for Florida, Billy Napier, he's clinging on to life right now as the coach. He's scraping by, man. He's trying to climb the proverbial wall. I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know. It was definitely a dumpster fire for Texas, but just wanted to see if you got that game right or not. Do you make picks? Do you pick games, or you just talk crap about teams?
Well, I obviously watched my Buckeyes kick the living out of Minnesota for one.
Oh Lord, that's funny.
I
mean, I know you watched that. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't have expected.
Working on equipment today, besides watching my Buckeyes kick the living out of Minnesota. I mean, what do you think I else do?
I mean, I wouldn't have
dang sure don't
done anything else. I mean, maybe sniff some diesel or something like that. But I mean, other than that, I mean, you're obviously watching Ohio State, Minnesota. I mean, there's why would you be doing anything else? Why would you? I mean, I don't blame you. It's your favorite team. I mean, if Ohio State sucked as bad as Penn State, you wouldn't like them. But since they don't, then you like them. So good job. Got Godfather on the line, so harmonica away, Godfather.
What that?
Jeffrey, what the hell is your problem with Diesel?
Oh man, like Kate, our version of Jim from Tuscaloosa.
Jeffrey, what the hell is your problem with Diesel?
Problem with Diesel? I don't drive a Prius, Caden. So
Play it again,
I don't have
Godfather.
any issues with Diesel necessarily.
Jeffrey, I'm only going to tell you this once. Shut the hell up.
Damn.
Okay, I'm just saying. If people drive a Prius, it's cool. I'm just what I'm saying is though, so I don't have any problem with Diesel. I'm just saying if you sniff too much of it, though.
Jeffrey, do you want me to repeat myself?
Oh God.
I can't breathe.
I'm sorry, wait. I'm sorry, Godfather. The Diesel's addictive, man. It can go from screen to screen.
I'm done got choked up.
I feel like JP Cubish right now, man. Like, I gotta stop this. You know who JP Cubish is, Caden? You know who that guy is?
I have literally no idea who the hell that is.
Well,
He's
you're
the,
not
he's
cultured,
the
that's why.
bulldog, the rich bulldog who died laughing at Daffy's stuff.
We real ones know.
What?
Maybe you should sometimes do something else besides watching Ohio State reruns blowing out teams. Maybe you should actually watch something else. You probably would know a reference or two.
You can't watch Ohio. You can't watch Ohio State. He's got Cricket Wireless.
Godfather, shut the hell up.
Damn, what he did to you, man?
You wait, I tell Mark Rogers on you. You just wait.
Go ahead, Godfather.
You just wait.
Go
You
complain.
in trouble. You in trouble now. You just wait.
Yeah,
I dare you, Godfather.
What are your thoughts on Mark Rogers? The wonderful owner and creator of the Voice of College Football. I want to hear your thoughts on Mark Rogers. He's an Ohio State fan, so you should like Mark because you guys like the same team. But what are your thoughts on Mark Rogers?
I do got some negatives about him. He's nothing but a moronic, egotistical son of a.
Okay, I mean, I don't see how most people would feel that way, but I mean, with you, it's not surprising at all. I mean, all I know is you like Ian McDermott, and you like some other guy from Miami, and you like down in Panama that couldn't handle you or something. That's about all I know.
And Joe
Other than
Clapp.
that, I don't think you like anybody. But I mean, that's okay. You don't have to like people in this world. I don't think, but it kind of helps to.
Oh man.
And Godfather is nothing but the biggest moron on this channel. Jackson Johnson, well, an idiot. And you, Jeffrey Johnson, are nothing but a Prius driving son of a.
Dude, I don't drive a Prius. That's
Well,
the thing.
his last
drive
name's
a
not
Prius.
Johnson.
No, it's not Joel Clatt. Listen, quit talking and listen.
And I'm listening to three morons.
Let's just
Jesus
add to the
Christ.
party. I mean, that's the thing. I know I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this because this is not good for YouTube, right? To have a billion people on here, but I think it's amazing. We got Sean Gardner on here. Let's add to the madness. Let's
And he's clean shaven tonight.
Wow,
Yeah.
no beard, no beard.
Fell right off, man. What can I do? Get into that. How's it going, everyone?
What's up,
doing
man?
great. Hey,
Hey, Jackson, I never thought I would ever say this in my life, but congratulations on that big win over Vanderbilt today.
Oh,
I know.
thanks.
Thank you, Sean. It was a big win for us, wasn't it?
It really was. No, absolutely.
Sean,
Yeah.
Oh no.
You're forgetting somebody.
Oh no.
Really? Who? I'm forgetting who.
You're talking about the diesel freak. What do you mean?
The diesel freak. What am I saying? Caden's not a Bama fan, I don't think.
No, he's an Ohio State fan.
That's right.
Yeah, he thinks a win over Minnesota is more impressive than beating Vanderbilt.
He's a pain in my ass.
Well, if we're judging performances, I would say Ohio State's performance was a little bit more
I
impressive.
mean, okay, fair, but I'm just saying that the caliber of team was better. I do believe. I think Vandy's better.
Yes.
Oh, Will gets,
Will
good news. Will gets to keep his 500 for another week.
500?
Yeah, Will bet with Caden the Diesel Freak that if Notre Dame missed the playoffs, that he would get $500 to Caden. So me and Jason are rooting for Notre Dame to win out and make the playoffs for our buddy Will.
Yeah. I mean, they obviously have to win out.
Even then, they might not make it, but chaos is happening.
Oh, I'm not so sure, but I'm also I have a hard time. I think those last spots in the playoffs are going to be. It's probably going to be a lower standard than it was last year. Those last few. I mean, no one got in with 3 losses as an at-large last year. I don't believe.
No, nobody did.
So, and Notre Dame's just not going to have like any quality of win unless USC really steps up, which could happen for sure, but they just don't have much on their schedule at all the rest of the way.
Yeah, they need like Boise State to win out and USC to be like 10-2, all that to occur. So much chaos is happening though. I mean, when you got Texas with 2 losses and you got Penn State already with 2 losses, you're really starting to eliminate teams already. Georgia's got a loss, Bama's got a loss. If they lose, all these teams losing helps Notre Dame.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Like I think the barrier to entry is just going to be a little bit lower this year than it was.
Jeffrey, were you able to touch on Penn State earlier tonight, or did I miss that part?
Yes, I did touch on Penn State. I haven't even gotten past the Texas Tech game. I literally had to talk about Bama because, Caden demanded to come on. So, you know what? Just open the floodgates. So, I didn't even get to it. But Penn State, my thoughts on that, again, is that just embarrassment. What the heck was that? Just complete and flat-out embarrassment. And they should be eliminated from the playoffs for this. I'm sorry, but they should.
No, don't be sorry, man. You got nothing to be sorry about. They should just be dragged the hell out of the top 25 for losing to a team that has not led at any point throughout the 2025 season. And another reason I'd like to punish Penn State is for not playing. Another reason I'd like to punish Penn State is for not playing Pitt on an annual basis. I mean, don't want me punishing Penn State? Then
maybe they wouldn't beat them right now. Pitt's looking a little better.
I mean, let's just face it. I mean, if Penn State doesn't win out, including beating Ohio State in Columbus, which that seems almost impossible right now. Mm-hmm. So let's just be frank about that.
If Penn State won out, they would get in because they have wins over Ohio State and Indiana. I'm just saying they shouldn't because that loss was just completely embarrassing.
Well, I mean, UCLA could finish the year 1-11 very easily.
Notre Dame losing to Northern Illinois is not as embarrassing.
If Penn State beats Ohio State, I'll drink Chick-fil-A honey mustard sauce out of a sauce cup.
And that won't happen, Jackson Johnson. So keep your honey mustard sauce in the fridge.
That's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, it's so funny when people make those statements. A bunch of Illinois fans say, "Oh, I'll do this if we lose to Indiana," and then Indiana kills them. And guess what? They don't say anything. They don't actually follow through with what they said they were going to do. It's like, come on, don't say it if you're not going to do it.
But Jackson, hold on just a second.
Hey, Sean, hold that thought. Jackson, Jeffrey, do you know how bad Alabama fans, Indiana fans, and Illinois fans are?
How bad?
When I
So I've
say
got some.
bad, I mean really bad. Annoying, stupid, retarded, and dumb.
Can
And
we say that
oh
about
my
certain
God.
corners of the Ohio State, fan base as well? I mean, can't we say that about all fan bases?
And I'm calling out your fan base because it's seriously the most retarded.
Oh Lord.
Hey, Sean, do you think that Alabama, Indiana, and Illinois fans in particular have the worst fan bases on the planet?
None of those are anywhere close. I would go. They would not be in my top 20. Any of those fan bases.
I appreciate it.
But on top of Jackson's promise that he will drink honey mustard sauce out of the cup from Chick-fil-A.
Out of a sauce cup.
Out of the
Out of a
sauce
sauce cup I've got at my house.
Okay, nice. I've got this nice little 2-ounce canister from a local pizzeria of honey mustard sauce. If Penn State beats Ohio State, I will come right here on this channel, and for every $10 of super chat we get from this, I will drink a cup out of this.
Well, it's like I started a trend, gents.
Yeah,
Yes,
you started
yes.
a trend. You started a trend, Jackson. What are you gonna do, Caden?
Or actually, maybe I might even go like for every $1, I'll drink a cup out of this. If they lose, get on that super chat, and I will die from honey mustard poisoning. And if that happens, if that happens because Ohio State loses to Penn State this year, I'll be okay with that. That's part of being a fan. That's the business.
Yeah. I can't do that with IU because I don't trust IU enough to, even though I think it's amazing to beat like Oregon or Penn State. So
There we go.
I can't do that.
Before we continue with the next topic, if you would like to hear some political takes in the political world or some takes on the Ohio State Buckeyes, check out what Sean Garner has to say on Sean Gar 2023-2181 and on Sean Garner Blue Sky Social at Blue Sky. And check out Jeffrey at Only Talk Sports, where he talks sports every single day, or at least he tries to, all right here on Only Talk Sports and on Alabama at the Voice College Football.
You know, the hummus is right about one side that's true about me.
And catch me at Walmart.
There you go. Check out the Godfather HC at Walmart.
Jackson, Jeffrey, hummus is right about one thing about me. That's actually true.
Oh, man.
This?
Aww.
Yep.
Uggs. No.
It's actually true.
I mean, that's sad. I mean, not literally. If you don't, it's sad.
Sign off of this. It's sad. It's a sad.
Well, let's see. I've got a couple minutes. So, how'd you feel about Texas Tech and Iowa State Cincy, gents?
Oh, let's talk about the Iowa games. Man,
I picked Iowa State and they lost. So, Cincinnati, good win for them.
And this has turned from me roasting Jackson and Johnson and Jeffrey to now a cesspool of three morons minus some with actual brain cells, which Sean Garner has some brain cells, give him credit.
The only reason you're saying that, Kate, is because he's an Ohio State fan. And not for any other reason. If he was literally a fan of any other team, he'd be saying the four morons.
Oh, Lord.
Jeffrey, I'm speaking, so shut the hell up. And I'm only going to say that twice.
I forgot.
Oh, man.
And this is just a disgrace. A disgrace. Sean, catch me on another day. But as far as these three morons, yeah, this has gone from someone needs to get me back to tank because of how much these guys are really proving to me that they're morons. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Well, how did we prove to you that we're morons tonight? In what way?
You just proved it, Jeffrey. You just proved it.
I just proved it by repeating what you said to you, asking a question, and that proves it.
I don't see how you don't follow us, Jeffrey. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right?
Every time on Twitter,
Yeah, but I'm a moron, though.
Instagram, you know how many times I hear Jeffrey in the Indiana and Alabama group chats with Jackson Johnson. It's boring. And oh my God, Jackson, you and the Godfather on Twitter, Jesus Christ, your fan base.
Godfather
Jesus
doesn't
Christ.
use Twitter, I don't think. I mean,
What is Twitter?
exactly.
I think it's a
Godfather, quit acting
I don't
like you don't know Twitter.
But yeah.
This
Well,
is
gentlemen, I'll get off here. I just want to say,
Steven says this to you, Jackson.
Is it a version of my face?
oh, about the U. Well, I will say I've been too hard on the U, but it's like,
Did you pick Florida State?
Yeah, they beat up on Florida State.
Oh, I'm saying you picked Florida State though, right, Jackson?
Yep.
Yeah, I went with the U. I did. I went with the U.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who else you owe an apology to is Scott Satterfield right now.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've talked my fair share of crap about Satterfield too, but not as much as Jackson. He's roasted that guy.
Oh, I mean, it's like the way Cincy finished that season last year.
It's Sorsby.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my God. Oh my freaking God.
Oh, man, come on, Kate. Come on.
I'll be seeing y'all, gents.
You have a great night, Jackson.
Yeah, have an awesome show, Jeffrey. See y'all later.
And I think about it, Sorsby.
Yeah, get lost, Jackson. Get lost.
I'll be on the side listening in, Sean.
Take care, Godfather.
Be good.
You have a great night, Godfather. Appreciate it.
Be safe. Good night, guys.
Yeah, get lost, Godfather. Get lost.
So I keep thinking, God, if Sorsby doesn't throw that like airmail, that bonehead interception at the end of the Nebraska game, we could be talking about like an undefeated top 20 UC program right now.
And honestly, again, that's why I don't like week 1 games, because the week 1 results are not indicative of a team's actual caliber of play. You're not as good as you're going to end up being. Like Nebraska, they're okay. I mean, they've won every game except the Michigan game. They've been okay, but I guess Cincinnati's look better. If they play now, maybe they would win. You know, Alabama beat Florida State now. It's tough when Cincinnati loses that game, because since then they've looked good, to their credit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on, Austin. If you have a problem with me, come in here. Otherwise, shut the up. I don't need to be hearing your Twinkie eating mouth. You Twinkie eating.
Austin says, Jeffrey, you do know you have the power to get rid of Caden. I do know that I have the power. I appreciate that, Austin. I do. I mean, literally right now I have like the mouse X'd over Caden, but I'm not going to do it yet because we're having too much fun. So proceed.
Austin, get your fat carcass in here and tell me otherwise.
Hey, maybe he will.
Hear.
I don't know. Maybe he will. We'll see. I think he's might be doing a show soon, so you probably go over and roast him over there if you want on his show.
He proves to me why.
Because you'll just say the same stuff you said over here. I don't think it really worked, but my opinion.
He proves to me what you and Jackson Johnson either have or don't have. But I'm not going to explain that anyways. I'm done arguing with your kind of group of idiots.
I've made Caden run out of gas. His diesel's out.
No, it's just you, Jackson Johnson, and Austin improve me. You're nothing but a bunch of idiots, just like Godfather. And true, you're nothing but a bunch of morons who have no class, who have no dignity, and yet you absolutely root for the worst teams in college football, and your fan bases suck. Your fan bases suck.
I root for Indiana because they suck. I root for Alabama because that's the team I've liked since birth, and
because they suck.
They're just fine. We're doing just fine right now. Pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what? And I'm not going to apologize for dropping more F-bombs because I literally don't give a about it.
Well,
So-
you said you're not going to apologize for dropping an F-bomb, and then you literally censored yourself right afterwards.
He censors himself the whole time, which mad respect. I mean, it really helps the YouTube algorithms. Thank you, Kate.
Yeah.
It's working out.
Well, Godfather, Austin, Jackson Johnson, and Only Talk Sports.
Appreciate all the Caden. Appreciate it.
Sean, catch me on another day, buddy. But Jackson Johnson, Jeffrey, and Austin have proven to me again they're a bunch of morons. So you know what?
Can't wait to prove to you that we're morons next week. It should be fun.
Well, you know what, Jeffrey? You can go to hell and yourself.
Thanks. I appreciate it. We'll see you next week. How you doing tonight, Sean? For real.
Well, Caden just out of here. So
I thing is, I love when he comes on because I just think it's funny. I don't take anything seriously. It's just you have to have fun with it. So.
If we're not having fun with this, what's the point? I mean, we can sit down here and break down formations and run pass frequencies all night long. Who cares?
I agree. I mean, talking smack, having fun, that's what it's all about, you know. I like that when Mark Rogers is just roasting people at the Voice of College Football and stuff like that. It is great. Like that type stuff is what I'm watching, you know. So yeah, it's amazing.
So Jeffrey, this. I think. I mean, this was just probably the most interesting weekend of the season, and I wasn't necessarily expecting it, but like that's usually when the most interesting weekends come. It's just like, okay, Penn State's playing who? Oh, UCLA. Who cares? Texas has to go to Florida. Might be kind of interesting, but we know Texas is going to win, right? You know, and then I mean, just everything gets turned on its head this week. And I was on the live stream and I asked with Juck on Bucks, one of the I asked the question: is anybody good in college football this season? And there's probably only two teams that really have a legitimate claim saying, yeah, we're good. And that's Oregon and Ohio State. Like the two teams that just don't have like obvious holes in their resume right now. They look to actually be building and progressing. I don't know, like
Ohio State, it's Oregon, and then Miami is like there if you want to say it, but we're still waiting for their inevitable collapse. But to this point, they've not done it. So, but I agree, it's Ohio State and Oregon. I mean, it is. The SEC just doesn't have that it team right now. Georgia's not it. Texas is not it. Bama may be if we're getting it together. We'll see. But no one in the SEC. I mean, Ole Miss, A&M, Oklahoma, those teams are highly ranked, but we'll see. You know, they'll lose eventually. You know, that's just the way that it is.
Yeah, I've never seen the SEC this clumped. I don't think it's been a long time since I've seen the top of the SEC this vulnerable this week and the bottom like this strong. Like nobody's bad in that conference at all, I don't think. I don't think there's a single.
You even got teams like Missouri that no one's talking about. Like Missouri's way down the line, and they got a big game against Bama next week. And if they win, they propel up the rankings. So like you've got Vandy until they just lost. But like the conference just has a lot of teams that are very solid, and then you got like a couple garbage teams. Even like Mississippi State's improved. They kind of fallen off a little bit, but. Like the Big Ten, the advantage the Big Ten has, and it's what everybody keeps saying, is that the Big Ten, we would have thrown Penn State in there, but now they're collapsing. But you have your top. You've got your Ohio State, you got your Penn State, and again until now, but it was supposed to be. And then you've got like Indiana and Michigan and Illinois-ish, USC maybe, and then it just tanks after that. Like, all the teams below that are significantly worse. Like, Iowa on a good day maybe, or Nebraska or something like that. But, like, the teams down at the bottom aren't good. UCLA until today was trash. Purdue's not very good.
They're still
Not
probably
very good. But then like the SEC, they don't have that. Like you got Kentucky, but I mean, it's just a lot more condensed of teams just kind of together. I think you've got your clear top talented teams, but then all these teams are just kind of like together. The Big Ten has the advantage because if the teams keep winning, like Oregon and Ohio State and Indiana, if Penn State hadn't done what they did today, then you're maximizing the amount of teams that can get in.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be as beat up because they didn't play as hard of a schedule, theoretically. So that helps. I mean, we always said Clemson won the 2 titles under Dabo because they didn't play anybody all year and they got it done while the other teams were beat up. I don't know how true that is, but I think there's some validity to it. The Big Ten has their top and then the bottom, whereas the SEC is clumped to your point.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out through the season. You know, if teams actually separate themselves, or if there is just going to be kind of this Big 12-ish mess where a week away from the championship game, we have no idea who's going to be in it. So, and then that we'll see how that affects the construction of the playoff field as well, because I mean, if you're going 9-3 in a league that doesn't have like great team, or that just has a lot of parity, it's going to be hard to get in.
Mm-hmm.
They might be left this year with only like 3 teams getting in, which I think they had last year, right? Was it 3 teams that they had? They had Georgia,
Tennessee, Texas.
That was it, right? Yeah. Yeah. That was it. Yeah.
You had the cluster of Bama, South Carolina, Ole Miss that were all like right there and had a
they were like 3 of the next 4 out or something like that.
Yeah, it was them and then like Miami, which they took their way away, losing to Georgia Tech. So no, I mean, the thing is like some of these teams in the SEC, like Texas, on paper, their talent, what they just did today should not have happened. Like, yeah, Florida's an all right team; they've got good players, but they should not have lost. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like what is up with that? Like Arch Manning underperforming was kind of expected, but the rest of the team just has not delivered either. The Texas's defense was going to travel, and that's how they were going to win. Well, they allowed Lagway to look good again. Lagway hasn't done anything, and then today he looked like his old self. I mean, that's not a good indictment on Texas, a team that supposedly has great defensive players. They talked about it on game day. Didn't deliver today. I mean, does that mean Texas is a bad team? No, I don't think they're bad because the talent's too good for them to be bad, but they don't look good. Whereas then you got teams like Ole Miss that aren't as talented, but so far have completely outpaced expectations and have looked really good. But then you start to peel it back, and it's like, well, Chambliss is still a bit unproven. Is he going to be able to keep it up? LSU's disappointed again, which they always do, and I don't know why people ever believe in them because they always disappoint. And that Clemson win and the Florida win have aged like milk, so they're not actually that good. But again, you start going down the list. It's like you've got a bunch of talented teams like LSU and Georgia and Texas and even Bama to an extent that have underperformed. And then you got teams like Ole Miss and Oklahoma that have overperformed expectations. Oklahoma's probably going to fall because of Mateer being out. But the conference is just messed up. The teams that are supposed to be good are not winning, and the teams that are supposed to be worse are. So water's going to meet its level. Something's going to give. And it might end up being that they all have 3 losses at the end of the day, and it could completely screw up. Somebody's going to make it out, and have only 1 or 2 losses. They're not all going to have 3 losses, but to your point, if that happens, they can only get 3 teams, or maybe even 2. I highly doubt that. But it's just interesting because the SEC is so good, but they don't have a clear above the rest. The 2 or 3 teams above the rest, and then get that 4th team in. It's just going to be kind of a mixed mash of teams, and they're all beating each other up.
Yep. And I mean, it'll make we're still kind of in the beginning of the season. I know we're almost halfway through it now, which is crazy because college football is just, I mean, it comes and goes way too fast. But, conference play just got started. We really don't have. I mean, a lot of these teams, half their schedule has been against nobody so far. So
I'm not starting with the propaganda, Steven. The SEC is good teams. They're just not good enough to. There's none good enough to really separate from each other right now. That's the problem. If they had three teams like the Big Ten was supposed to have in Ohio State, Oregon, and Penn State, again, it might actually be Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana. Cool.
Good.
But, again, you got your three teams and then everyone else. The SEC don't have that. It's not that the teams are necessarily awful. They just don't have three that are separating themselves. Trust me, I give my fair share of crap toward the SEC, and I live more in SEC country than Big Ten country toward the propaganda. But that's a fact. The SEC just got a bunch of teams that are basically the same right now, but way better than the Big 12. Big 12, they're all the same, except maybe Tech because of the money, but we'll see. But still, it's just when it comes to the SEC, the top 8 or 9 teams can all beat each other on every given week. Probably the top 12 teams. Because, where's Florida? Like 12, 14th? Yeah, they beat Texas. And I understand Arch. The thing with Arch is that I said from the beginning he was only hyped up because of his name. It's clear. Manning. But he still showcased a lot of ability in high school despite being flawed. But all of the flaws are just being exposed even further in college. And it's looking worse because he was supposed to be good because of his name. If he was just a regular dude, regular like 4-star quarterback, and he just sucked, he would get benched, forgotten about, whatever. But it's because he's Manning. That's why every time you look at the bottom of the screen on the TV, it's like, oh my gosh, Florida beat Arch Manning in Texas. They don't talk about how Lagway beat Texas. No, it's Florida knocked off Arch Manning in Texas because it's got to be about Arch Manning because it's all about Arch Manning. It's not all about Arch Manning, but it's about Manning because it's Manning. That's it. That's why they do. I don't make the rules. They're the ones that do it.
And when he comes out in the draft and like these publications will all mock him, like in the first round, second round, there will be all this. It'll be like a Shadur all over again. Like he's gonna get drafted in the 5th, 6th round, and people are like, what happened? Like, did he not interview well? It's like, no, he's just not great. I mean, it just. And
that Shadur stuff was insane. I mean, the thing is, people were like mad that Shadur did not get drafted high. Some people were like really mad that Shadur did not get drafted high and thought there was foul play and stuff. And I'm just like, no, Shadur was flawed as an athlete, as a player. And the problem is that he also performed all that good in interviews and stuff that deterred people, and it just tanked his stock. He's a small guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of flaws to his quarterback profile. He's a good player, but if he had gotten drafted in the first round, it would have just been wrong. There's been quarterbacks in the past, like Anthony Richardson getting drafted high, that were wrong, but Anthony Richardson was a big dude that could run, and they were like, all right, let's do that. Shadur's not a big dude. He's smaller, and Shadur did not need to get drafted that high. He was drafted and people got mad about it.
Like, and when you bring as much baggage as Shadur brings, like he's just so much. It's just so much attention. There's so much noise going to be around him. If you make him the face of your franchise, I mean, you're bringing a lot of distraction to an organization. I mean, it just is good. That is what it is. And I mean, like, does his talent overweigh that? I think a lot of teams said no. Like every team said no. It's just. Like, he's not that good, that he's worth everything else that comes with him. And, I mean, unfortunately, like, he and his father and all their shenanigans that they did while at Colorado, which I wasn't necessarily opposed to, but they come with their consequences. Like, you make yourself into this larger than life figure, this larger than life presence. You have all this hype around you, and I mean, coaches that coach football aren't going to want to be a part of that all the time. Like, you want to be locked in, be focused, and not deal with all the distractions all the time.
To have the distractions, like, you need to be a really good and valuable player for that to work. I mean, it's like Dennis Rodman. He was so valuable to the Bulls of what he brought at the time in the NBA that he played in. was very, very successful in contributing to those teams for the Bulls, that they put up with crap. They didn't like his crap. And honestly, a lot of his crap hurt the team more than it helped it. But, the issue is, Steven, with the confidence in his son is that he took it too far. He took it too far. It became more than just coaching him. It became where it's like, okay, I have to go on social media and talk crap to random people about my son, saying my son is better than your son because that. It got to be too much. It got wet. And again, Shedeur performed like crap in his interviews. I mean, if you see, he didn't even show up to some of them. It was really. When I say that he's not big, I'm saying because he's not a runner, the hits that he's going to take in the league, he's not the biggest guy in the world. Aaron Rodgers could escape that because he ran and he knew how to not get obliterated like Cam Newton, who forcefully destroyed his career. Again, Shedeur is a very flawed player. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was Deion's kid, it'd be the same thing. He probably wouldn't have got drafted. Again, I think he got drafted just fine. But back to Arch, when you talk about Texas fans, what do we hear? Oh, Arch needs to play over Ewers. There's a reason that Quinn Ewers played. There's a reason why he continued to play. I think Sark made the right move. Arch wasn't ready last year. He's basically not ready this year, but he really wasn't ready last year. Texas's best shot to do anything last year was with Quinn Ewers. He was flawed, and that's why he got drafted where he did. But still, I mean, a lot of people just completely blow stuff out of proportion. Again, Arch was not ready. He has to play now because they put all his chips in his bag. But until he delivers, they're just going to keep rolling around with a not very great quarterback right now until he either figures it out or they eventually have to let him go. Because that's essentially what we're getting at in college football these days is you get let go. You're getting paid a lot of money. It's like the NBA or NFL. If you're not doing good, you're going to get let go and you're going to go somewhere else. Like, the whole Nico effect, that's going to happen all the time. These days. If Arch doesn't deliver for Texas, they'll let him go.
Yeah, without question. They don't have any choice right now. Their quarterback depth chart is basically non-existent. They have to roll with him. I mean, it's not like he's playing so bad that he should be benched anyway, but he just is not performing to any sort of expectations. A preseason number one team in the country, and I mean, they lose the opening game to Ohio State at Ohio State. Okay, understandable. He played badly in that game.
Had one throw that was good at the end when the game was basically over. Other than that, garbage. Yeah.
Yep. And then you play like three just complete piles of crap. And you're underwhelming.
They need to play good in those games.
No, you're completely underwhelming in those games. And then you show up, at Florida, and you pretty much get handled. I mean, they were never ahead in this game. They were clearly outplayed, and not all that's on Arch at all. I mean, the defense was disappointing today for them for sure, but I mean, yeah, and I mean, like I think a lot of people, unfortunately, are probably like very happy about this because there's certainly a large segment of the fan base that just doesn't like having any personalities just forced upon them like this, especially if it's nepotistic like it is with Arch. Like, oh yeah, we have told you for 3 years that this guy's the greatest thing you'll ever see in quarterbacking. Now, I mean, we haven't showed him to you at all, but trust us, he's going to be amazing. He's going to be great. And people are like, yeah, haha. Now we see the game you were playing here. Like you're just trying to sell a product, and I think a lot of people are, a lot of fans are disillusioned by gimmick, by trash.
The issue is, Sean, is the fact that we live in an age now that everything gets hyped, stuff like this, and stuff gets trashed. You look at, like, in the past, in college sports, and yeah, there were coaches that got fired. They got fired all the time. But you would see some ridiculously long stints for certain coaches just stinking. Really bad for like a decade at some schools. Like, yeah, they're not the Ohio States and stuff, but they just kept okay.
Paterno at Penn State, like legitimately from like 99, after 99, they had like a good season here and there and a lot of pretty bad ones too. I mean,
but you wouldn't see like what Dabo's going through right now, where it's like, oh my God, if we don't care that you won 2 national titles, you're cooked. Like, we want you gone. You're, not everyone's doing that, but there is a substantial part of the fan base is already doing that. And again, it's wild. It's completely different than it used to be because we live in this age that we live in where everything is immediate. It's what you've done last. People remember the last thing that you've done. And then when things, stack up, like, okay, you did this good thing like 3 years ago, but now you got 3 years of crap like Dundee. It doesn't matter that in 2022 you were good. You're gone. It doesn't matter that you've given 20 years of good football. You're gone. If Kirk Ferentz had 3 straight years of under 500, he'd be gone, but he's still there because he keeps going 8-4, literally. So it's different now. And with players, it needs to go back, and it will never go back, but it needs to go back to where all the guys are treated equally until they enter college. And then once they enter college and you either play really good or play really bad, then people start making judgments about them. But that's not going to happen because people are making judgments about players when they're in middle school, elementary school now. Yep. It's just completely different. I mean, I was watching the other night. I don't usually watch high school football, but me and Will were watching a high school football game among 2 of the best. It was a California team and I think like a Maryland team or whatever. And people in the chat were just going, oh my gosh, this guy's the next dude. And I'm just like, you're talking about 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds and stuff. Like, you don't know if they're going to pan. You're just saying that based off high school crap. Like,
I mean,
we don't know if they're going to be good. If they go to college and they ball out, then let's start hyping them up. But you're hyping up guys that don't deserve it yet. They haven't done a darn thing at a high level.
Well, sometimes you like really can see it, or like sometimes, you see Jeremiah Smith in high school. It's like, okay, that guy's just
that's
different.
Rare though.
Yeah, and like even Bryce Underwood, it's like, that's you get the hype. I mean. And they have those recruit, but but there's just so much promotion that's so hyperbolic around all this and yeah, it's especially bad when your last name is Manning. So I mean, like I feel somewhat bad for Arch. I guess I shouldn't. I mean, I would love to probably live his life. It's probably more interesting than 99% of ours.
I feel what you're saying, Sean. I understand. Like, I feel bad for him too. I even said on my YouTube channel, although I talked a lot of trash about him, I even said that I felt a little bad for Bronny James and the fact that so many people are talking about this guy like he's going to beat LeBron 2.0, and he's not. He's not ever going to live up to it. He's not physically capable. With the God-given abilities that he was given, even though his dad is LeBron. The genetics just did not fall down where he's 2.0 LeBron. It just didn't happen. He's just not it. He's okay. He's way better than me as a basketball player, but he's not that. And people need to stop with that crap. But they're, oh my gosh, LeBron's son is going to get it. No, it's sad. It is sad. It really is sad. It's pathetic. It should stop, but it's not. I get frustrated because these players, they might like the hype a little bit, but when it falls flat, they don't like it. I don't know how Bronny feels, but Bronny can't feel all that good. Arch Manning right now is probably like, oh, crap, maybe all that time people said how great I was. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I need to figure it out, or maybe I'm just not good at all. We'll find out. Arch is capable of eventually, whether he ever ends up being good or not. But this stuff hurts. It does, because you have people telling you all this time how good you are. You don't have to be like Diego Pavia where you're nothing. Nobody thinks anything of you, and then you rise up. You fight hard. You work. That's why people thought Stetson Bennett was cool. And it was cool. Walk on to fame. Sucks as an NFL player, but walk on to fame. Great story. That's cool. Where you have to earn it working hard. But when you're Arch and it's just already there where people are like, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best. What have you done? You haven't done anything. And then you don't deliver. And then people are talking so much crap about Arch. It's not Arch's fault that he was hyped. It's not. It's not Bronny's fault he was hyped. And that's when I feel bad. Even though, again, I agree with you. Love to live their life. He's like, hey, they're doing better than all. But, again, it's not their fault.
Yeah. But, the wonderful thing about sports is you can't coast off of ties and reputations forever. You eventually have to go out and prove it. And there aren't a lot of arenas in life where you can actually say that. Like if your dad was the mayor, you definitely have a good shot at being mayor, and even if you suck, maybe people don't even recognize it. If your dad runs a Fortune 500 company, yeah, you're probably going to become the CEO of that Fortune 500 company.
And literally nobody knows who you are probably outside. Hey, I don't like that CEO because I'm not getting paid enough. But other than that, I don't know the guy. It's like what you're saying.
But I mean, like, if you in sports, if you don't have the goods, it's going to show up. It just, it's.
Well, I think sad, Sean, is that another thing I've noticed too, like DJU. Oh my God. I understand some of you had the father and all that kind of stuff, but like people trashed him hard. Like he was getting flamed like so bad. It was bad. Like, oh my God. Like I if you're DJU, do not read the internet about you because it was that bad for a long time, 2 years straight. People judge players by their skill and not their character anymore. And I understand people about, well, that never was the case. Maybe not, but it maybe was a bit more than it is currently because, I mean, I see people that talk about, like, LeBron. Like, you'll have people talk about LeBron like he's literally God or something on the internet. And I'm just like, you don't know LeBron at all. Like, you can meet him in real life and think he's the worst person on the planet, but you're saying all these things about LeBron because he's, like, the greatest player of all time, Michael Jordan. But, he's that good. LeBron and Michael Jordan, they're both elite, amazing. You don't know him, though. You're talking about these people like you know them and your homies and your brothers and all this kind of crap. You don't know these people. But then you talk crap about DJ. You say he's a crap human, dirt bag and all this kind of crap, and you don't even know the guy. You're just saying it because he sucks as a player. Does that mean he's a bad person? No, you don't know. And that's what irritates me. People talk so much crap about these players personally. It gets on a personal level, and you don't even know them. And I know people are like, well, now they're making a ton of money. Take the money out of it. Before they weren't, and people were already doing it, but now that they're making money, they really are, and I get that. They're getting paid to perform. But again, it's like, I feel like it goes too far at times where it's like you got to separate the skill from the personal stuff. I don't personally attack. That's why when I say player sucks, but I don't know him personally, I'm not talking about him personally. He might be the nicest guy on the planet, but as a football player, he's trash. That's two different things to me. I think it's two majorly different things.
And I legitimately think like 97, 98% of people can separate those things. They can watch they can watch, like people can watch Kyle McCord play quarterback at Ohio State and realize he ain't that great. And then say, but I never have the impulse to think like this is an indictment on him as a human being. But even though, especially when you have a sport that's as widely fought, there are as many people out there. That 2% of nutcases, that's still a pretty large group of people, right? That's still a group of people that, and they tend to sort of have more of an outweighted voice on social media, and their voice gets heard maybe a little bit more, or you hear about what they're saying, like just these like genuine sociopaths right here. Like, if you can't perform for me, then you're a worthless human being.
Literally, there are certain players that, like, outside of sports, like, they suck, but outside of sports, they're like 4.4 GPA, model student, goes out there and does community service for people and donates to charities and all this kind of crap. And it's amazing, like, what they're doing. But then on the field, they're like fourth string player walk on that don't even play because he sucks. But no one talks about that guy because he's not affecting the performance of the team. He's okay. But it's like, oh, the starting quarterback has a 4.0 GPA and does all these great things and blah, 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 blah. But, oh, he cost us the game. He's a crummy person. It's crazy. And you're right. It is a small fraction, but it's just so loud. Steven's laughing. I know. It's such a stupid thing to talk about right now. But I do think it is relevant. It matters because I just see people all day just like you'll see people say like, oh my gosh, I hope this guy breaks his leg. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, are you kidding? Like what is wrong with you, man? You're not out there playing. Like these people that are saying this, I don't play. So when I'm trashing people, I don't play. That's why I try not to be too brutal because I recognize that my skill as a football player sucks. So all these people are infinitely better than me, but compared to X, Y, and Z, this guy sucks. But again, personally, probably a great dude. Don't know him. Not going to talk about that. And I try not to be too brutal. But yeah, some people are just brutal. I understand it's the internet, people, especially like people that, like have 2 followers and no face on there and it's an anonymous account. They're just going to say crap because they can. I get that. It's like whatever. But it's still bad because people read it and then it influences people to act the same way where they'll start saying stupid crap. It's just like, come on, man. These people are human beings too. You can't do like talk about their skill. They're not good, but don't attack them personally unless they give you a reason to.
Yeah. And like I said, I feel like I'm fortunate in that I'm either like able to like filter out like when I see just baseless attacks on athletes, but I feel like when I'm out on social media, most people are fairly reasonable about this stuff. Most people absolutely understand like DJU is probably a decent human being, and but I mean like when they do crappy things, they also deserve to be criticized for that as well. But yeah, so let's try to get back on topic for football today. What was the most interesting result that you observed today, Jeffrey?
I mean the cop outs, Penn State.
Yeah, that's
that was just incredibly insane. But I mean, other than that,
yeah.
I mean, you had the 2 big ones. You've got Texas losing, you've got Penn State losing. Like among the rest, it's like I expected Clemson to destroy UNC because UNC is god awful. Like they're legitimately bad. It's sad. Belichick is not delivered at all in any way, and Jordan Hudson and him just need to, unfortunately, it's not working out. I hate it, Bill. Like Belichick should have retired after Brady. I'm serious. Like his legacy would have been so much better if he had retired after Brady. But
he could have made $7 million a year just sitting in a TV studio.
Yeah.
And
I mean, like barely saying a word. Like it's so funny on these sports shows now where they have like 6 people on there, and like you could just sit there and make millions and barely talk because there's so many people on there. It just cracks me out. Like literally, they're bloating these things out. You got so many people on there that for like the 3 hours you're on there, you're talking for like 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like it's unreal. It's like watching game day. Desmond Howard's just like, roll Tide, I'm done. And then McAfee goes for like 5 minutes. it's hilarious. I don't know. But, I mean, again, that beside the point. It's like you're right about Belichick. The thing is, his legacy's gone. I don't think anybody's ever going to take him legitimately as a great coach anymore because they're like, they got too much fuel to use against it. Like, without Brady, too.
See, I don't know. I have a feeling. I mean, most of these people that are remembered as great coaches, their downfall, like the rough patches in their careers, they never really get remembered for. Like, does anyone really remember Phil Jackson running the Knicks at all? Is that part of his legacy? Really?
That's
is that a big part of it? You know, Does anybody think about Bill Walsh going back to Stanford after after leaving the Niners? You know,
That's really
not-
fair.
yeah.
I just
So,
feel like
I mean-
the longer that this goes on for Bill, the worse it gets, though. Like Belichick, if he tries to stay at Carolina for like 3-4 years, and it just, I mean, he's like 8-34 or something, man. Like it's just not, it's not gonna be good. Like you don't want, like I would leave right now. Like Carolina was in better hands with Mac Brown. They were like the team was not good, but this is really bad. They are horrible.
Yeah, and there's no reason to believe that he has any sort of great understanding of how to navigate NIL or how to master recruiting. Like, I don't know. I thought it was sad because I think North Carolina is just a program with immense potential.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're probably the number one target for They should be the number one target for Big Ten expansion if they ever do it again. Not that I want that to happen. I definitely don't. But, you know, if you were to bring, I mean, it's, you know, a growing state, an incredible academic institution with tons and tons of great athletic programs, lots of money. It's kind of sad to see how badly the university has fumbled because they have so many advantage. Just
like North Carolina is a good state for recruiting. It's a massive.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Indiana. Like North Carolina and Indiana are very similar universities. They're different in a lot of ways, but they are very similar universities. They have both massive alumni bases. They got a lot of big donors, and they're good in a lot of sports. Carolina's even better than Indiana in a lot of sports, but Indiana has their share of sports. Carolina's massive. Like, there's no reason that they should be bad at football. There really isn't.
No. I mean, I just feel like that. I feel like the school is kind of a sleeping giant, and they're on the cusp every now and then. I think, they've got a coach now who finally gets it. They'll have Butch Davis for a while, and then for some reason that will go haywire. And Larry Fedora looked like he had the program going in a great direction for a little bit, and then
the Trubisky years were good until they weren't. I mean, they were good. That one season, they were highly ranked for a bit. It just didn't last, and then they got rid. I hated when he got fired. I know why he got fired. Like, he needed to get fired, but I'm just saying, like, it sucked because he did good. Like, he legitimately did good, but it just. And, you know, Mac Brown, the 2.0 was, you know, I like Mac Brown. I like Mac Brown. He's just a cool dude. You know, I don't know him personally, but just from what we see, he just looks like a really cool dude, man. And he tried, but he's old, and they never had a defense that was above a D. Like, the defense was legitimately crap. Like, you had Sam Howell, you had Drake May. There's just no reason on planet Earth why you cannot beat these crappy ACC teams, but they couldn't stop anybody. Their defense was a joke. Now under Belichick, the defense is even worse, which is hilarious considering Bill Belichick's defense. And I know they don't have a great defense, but like, you would think some knowledge would be spending in there, being like, "Hey, you know, let's figure this out." The defense is bad. Like, it's legitimately horrible. If you saw the first play of the game, Antonio Williams, the wide receiver for Clemson, throws an easy touchdown pass. 75 yards, first play of the game. It's like you got a wide receiver throwing on you. Like, ball lofting a little bit. The defense just looking at it. Okay, it's a touchdown. I don't know. Their defense, I mean, literally me and you, Sean, would have a shot maybe to do better than that because that's how bad it was. They didn't try. It's just pathetic. It really is. The defense is really, really bad. I would like to see a Carolina team have a good defense because they haven't had one in forever. You suck at defense. You just can't win if you suck at defense, especially now that their offense isn't even good anymore.
Yeah, it's a rough situation there, but I don't know. Is Clemson? Do they have any hope to turn it around? I know there are a couple losses deep in the in conference play already, right? So
yeah, they have I believe the 2 ACC losses. I think they both count. Because I know the ACC has some non-conference conference games, which is weird, but I think they were both conference. So if they went out, they could somehow maybe backdoor their way because the ACC's, crazy with both. I mean, Florida State's choking theirs away. Louisville, Virginia, all these teams are going to have tons of losses. So they're not dead, but I wouldn't count on it because they don't look good. I mean, them beating Carolina like this means zilch because, again, Carolina's that bad. I mean, UCF beat Carolina almost more impressively than Clemson did. So TCU did win by more than Clemson did. And that was in week 1. So I don't know. I don't even really know what you want to take from that, but I just don't think Clemson's that good. I mean, Tom Allen is not working out at DC. Riley's not working out at OC. Klubnik looks just kind of dead. I mean, he played good today, but against air because that's what Carolina's defense is. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I mean, if anybody can do it, it's Dabo to win out the rest of the way and maybe find a way. I mean, they're not dead, but they look dead. And like I said, this game to me doesn't mean zilch. So we'll see what they do the rest of the way. I forgot their schedule. I don't know who they play. I can look real.
Just real quick, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but they kind of feel like
they play Florida State. Florida State and Louisville. Those are the 2 best teams they got in South Carolina. That's it.
Okay, so yeah, that's a tough road hill. I mean, if they win all 3 of those games, then I'll be interested. So they really do actually have to earn their way back. They can't just sort of fall back into contention. But yeah, it's a peculiar program, and yeah, that game. Yeah, Carolina's just a mess, and I really, God, I wonder if that Belichick. This is exactly sort of a similar situation we were talking about with Arch Manning. It received so much goddamn attention. There was so much buzz around this program for no good reason whatsoever.
I didn't give it any buzz. When he got hired, I was just like, I don't think this is going to work. I mean, for one thing, you get rid of Mac Brown, who's old, to hire.
He was on 60 Minutes.
Yeah.
He was on 60. The North Carolina.
I didn't watch that either. I saw the clips online, but I didn't watch that either. I don't hype other than Belichick.
Yeah. The 85th best team in college football had a feature segment on 60 Minutes.
That's what all this is, though, Sean. Is like Dur and Dion got all the hype, and then it's like Manning got all the hype, Belichick got all the hype. It's about stuff they know people are going to talk about. They knew that it would garner interest and attention, so that's why they did a 60 Minutes interview with him. They're not going to do one with Cignetti because it's like, screw Cignetti. He sucks, and only about 100 people care. It's like with Belichick, the entire football world knows him, Of course, it's to get attention. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was dumb. I never liked the hire. You can go back and watch my video when he got hired. I was not super high on it. I said there's a shot it works, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm like I just in the whole
Indiana's Karen, Steven.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're definitely Kansas cared for about 10 seconds. It looked like they were good, but might be good. But
yeah, absolutely. I mean, do you think Indiana will pay Cignetti even more to keep?
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if I agree with that. Like, I don't think Cignetti's motivated by the same exact things that all these other coaches are. I mean, he's in his 60s. It took him forever to get where he's at.
It's a unicorn situation.
Yeah. I think it's going to take a lot to pull him away from Indiana. It's not going to take as much. It's the inverse, I think, of what Steven is saying here. I think it's going to take a monumental, like just an offer you can't refuse. to pull Cincinnati away from Indiana than more than like, oh my God, Indiana. I don't think he's going to go to the AD every single off season and beg for new contracts. Say, hey, you know what? I'm getting calls from the NFL. I'm getting calls from I'm getting calls from whatever the top 2 or 3 programs are. They all want me. Pay up. I really don't think that's going to be Cignetti's approach here. I think he's wired a little bit differently than a lot of these other coaches, and I think he's happy. He's obviously older than most coaches in that situation. I could definitely see him staying in Indiana for a good decade and then just retiring.
See, my thing is, Sean, is I'm seeing a lot of people talk about Texas Tech and the NIL, and they're getting 5 stars. They just landed another one today. And it's like, there's a difference between Texas Tech and Indiana. Yeah, they are both using NIL. Yes, Indiana is benefiting from the NIL era. Yes, without NIL, they would have never got Cignetti in the first place. Because he literally said, I took this job because they told me that they were actually going to commit to football for the first time ever. And he took the job, and they've gotten some pretty solid but yet still underrated players because Fernando Mendoza was a 2-star quarterback that no one wanted except Cal. And they got a bunch of dudes from the MAC and the Sun Belt and a couple of 4 stars. It's like 2 or 3. But they're not doing what Texas Tech is doing where they're bringing in a bunch of 5 stars. So there's a difference. Plus, Cignetti, like you said, it's a unicorn situation. An older guy who's given no opportunities by any major school to ever coach before. Indiana gave him a shot. He's 64, almost 65 years old. Indiana has their NIL. Yes, they have to a high range, but they're still not bringing in the type of players that Texas Tech is somehow suddenly reeling in out of nowhere. That McGuire, the Texas Tech coach, the first couple years he was at Tech, didn't do squat. Cignetti won year 1. McGuire did not, but now they are because it's kicking in. The oil money, the 5-star. There's a difference. Between
they still haven't done much. I mean, we're expecting Texas Tech to become this. They haven't. I mean, they've beaten a couple Big 12 schools so far. They haven't.
I agree with that. They haven't done anything yet. But what I'm saying is that the rise of Tech, where people are starting to talk about them, it's not the same as Indiana's rise. It's not a 1-to-1 comparison. It's 2 totally different things. And the fact people are lumping them together is a little irritating to me because what Indiana did to me will always still be more special than what they're doing. Indiana was trash, became good out of the blue. The Penix stuff, that was just lightning in a bottle for like a year. It was different. They actually, with 2 stars and 3 stars and a new coaching staff, just completely rose to the playoff. Whereas Texas Tech, it's expected that they were going to be better this year because of the NIL and the guys that they got. Indiana was still expected to go 4-8. And then they went 11-2. And then this year people were like, oh, they're going to go 7-5, 6-6. And they're still doing better with star dudes. But Tech is bringing in tons of great players with a coaching staff that hadn't done squat before, literally not deserving. I'm seeing Texas Tech fans talk about culture all of a sudden. Where's the culture at Tech? It's the money. You're bringing in a lot of players with money. That's great. IU did too, but you're doing it even more so. But now we're supposed to believe that they're suddenly going to be great, and they might be because they actually do look pretty good. It's not the same, though. It's frustrating because if anybody compares these 2 programs and their rises, that's bogus. It's not the same. It's not the same. What IU did was infinitely more impressive and still is to me.
Yep, and I think people feel like there's a higher ceiling on what Tech can do, but
there is a higher ceiling because they're spending more.
Yeah,
and every program. I mean, even the softball's killing it. What they're investing is an ungodly amount of money, and for the conference that they're in, that's going to pay off because none of those other Big 12 schools are doing it. If the SEC tries to poach them for this, like, hey, look at Tech, they're investing, let's bring them in. They're going to fade. They'll fade. But because they're in a conference alone of nothing, they Utah, Baylor, Iowa State, none of these programs are investing anywhere. Oklahoma State fired Gundy because they need to be with Oregon State and Washington State right now with how bad they are. It's like Texas Tech can own the league because they're doing what no one else in the conference is doing, and that's not impressive.
And they can get by in that league with a lot of structural flaws because they can just sort of overwhelm that league with talent. Like they can build a roster that maybe the talent gap is so wide that they don't have to like actually build the program in the same way that a Big Ten or an SEC program has to, because they're not playing elite competition on a week in, week out basis. And in fact, in the Big 12, you're just basically never playing elite competition. You can.
That's why every game's competitive. That's why Iowa State Cincinnati's competitive, and Kansas UCF is competitive, and TCU Colorado is competitive, because all the teams are competitive because they're mid. They're all the same. They're average teams, few good players, but they don't stand out in any way.
Yeah, if you have A+ talent, you can go have a C- D+ game and you'll probably be fine.
Mm-hmm.
If you do that in the SEC, you're gonna have some trouble. You're gonna
That's
have,
why
like,
it was so impressive that Indiana beat Iowa, because Indiana did not play good in that game, and they actually still won. So Indiana did something they've never done before: played like crap and won on the road at a Big Ten environment that's legitimate in Kinnick Stadium. Like, they've never done that. Not under Allen, not under Mallory. Barely. I mean, Mallory. I don't the '80s stuff. We'll forget Mallory because that's a different time. Not under Wilson. None of that crap. They didn't do that. Under Signetti, they just did it. Because, like you said, when you have Indiana doesn't have an elite talent level, but when you've got good enough players, which Indiana's like the cusp line of that, you can play bad and win. That's why Alabama under Saban, there were tons of games we played like crap, but we still dominated because we were just that much better. That's just how it's just the way it is. You're absolutely right.
Oh yeah. Like I would watch a lot of games. You look at the stat line: Alabama, like 15 penalties for 125 yards. They won 49-10. Like, like that's the way. And that's what Texas Tech maybe can be, and but it's going to be hard to like ever. I think it's going to be hard to ever get to the top of the mountain or ever be like a nationally elite program. I mean, so I don't know if Joey McGuire is the guy that can get them there, but he'll probably do well enough that he'll probably keep his job. And this is kind of how I feel like the future with Michigan and Sharon Moore is. Like, I don't think Sharon Moore is an elite coach.
No.
But I feel like there's so many resources at Michigan. He'll do well enough for long enough that it would just be really hard to get rid of him. And it's going to be hard to ever justify firing him. And he'll be there in like 10 years and they're winning like 9-10 games a year every single year, but they're never really competitive at the high level. That's what I kind of view Michigan's future probably as. Especially now that they've got this Larry Ellison, who became literally the richest person in the world, bankrolling their program. I mean, it's hard.
If Sharon Moore was at Indiana, what were you saying? Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, especially like, I mean, with the amount of money Michigan has in their NIL program right now, you could like F everything up. And you'll probably still be a top 15 program. Like, you could do everything, just you could make every mistake imaginable, and you'll still survive, right?
Absolutely. I mean, like I was saying, like if Sharon Moore was at Indiana, I just don't think he'd be winning anything. I mean, again, it's hard to judge coaches when they are coaching teams that are that elite. That's why people give Franklin and Sark's going to start getting it now. Yep. You know, they get all this crap because your roster's good. No excuses, none. Zilch excuses for why you're doing this. Why are you doing this? Why? You've got the best roster, or at least top 5 to 7 in the land, and you're losing to these teams. Why are you doing this? Last year, Texas lost to Georgia twice when they were the better team. And screwed around with some really rough teams. Did not look all that good, but they were winning. And it's like, well, they won. It's really frustrating because I think what Signetti's doing is just unreal. They might get shellacked next week. because the talent gap is still wide. It is. But I think what Cignetti's doing at Indiana is ridiculous. It should not be happening. I don't even know if Nick Saban would be doing what Cignetti's doing with this roster. Indiana's got good players, but they're not great, man. Like some of Texas Tech players that I'm seeing, like they were showing them on game day. They were talking about Tech, and they kept talking about the bags they were throwing at them. It's cool that we're doing that now. SMU, like Stephen Cherry, got the death penalties for doing what they're doing. So yeah, it's great that it's cool. But I'm seeing Texas Tech guys that they've added, and they're big, like they're long, and they're looking like Bama players. And I look at IU, and I'm like, what Cignetti's doing is impressive, folks. Stop hating on him. I don't care what he says. I really don't. It's impressive because he shouldn't be doing it. Even with the upgrades IU's made, it should not be happening. Joey McGuire at Tech, the previous 3 years, has gone 8-5, 7-6, and 8-5. He's okay. But now Tech's better now. Why is he better? Why didn't he do that from the start like Cignetti did? Because he's not elite. It's because he's getting more support. And I don't hate Tech, because I've had Tech fans trashing me today online because I've said what I'm saying to you now. They're like, you hate Tech. I don't hate Tech. But the way you're building your program is not the right way. You're getting away with it because of the era we're in right now, and that's okay. But in the long run, is that really going to pay off for you? The fact that you don't have an elite coach, but you're getting all these great players, and you're in a crappy league, and you're winning all these games, good for you. Do you feel good beating the crap out of Houston because your team that you bought is 5 times better than them? Is that okay? I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Like if I was a Texas Tech fan, I don't know. I wouldn't feel the way I feel about IU. I'd be excited. Oh my God, we're winning, but it just feels a little wrong. You know what I'm saying? It just feels wrong. I don't know. I could be completely delusional. I just think the way Texas Tech is doing this thing doesn't feel right. Like these other programs that have built. Like I think what Vandy and Kansas and IU, despite using NIL like Tech has, just feels a little more honest and cool versus what they're doing. It doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to put down anybody else's approach to really appreciate how your program is doing it. And I mean, like, and let's just keep this real. Like, Tech has done nothing yet. They've won a couple of games against a couple of Big 12 teams. I mean, there's just a lot of buzz around them. There's a lot of hype, a lot of anticipation, and it may come to pass, it may not. And we're still in the new era of the NFL. This is just a nascent age that we're in, and we really don't know. I mean, this NIL thing, it's a complete guesswork right now. How to really exercise this, how to really do this right. Nobody has any idea. I mean, nobody has any idea what the effect is of just throwing around a lot of bags. Whether that can really build a championship team. My guess is that it won't. My guess is we're going to become a lot more sophisticated and nuanced in our understanding of how to actually build a real program in the next few years. But I don't know what else to say about that, but
I mean, like I said, again, my last thoughts on Tech is that I'm happy for them so far. Again, I got no issues with their fans. I've talked to Texas Tech fans. Some of them understand what I'm saying, and they're not flaming me. But others don't care because they're just excited that their team has always sucked as winning, kind of like Indiana. I thought it was great that they're winning, and they never win. I get it. But we'll just see how it works. We'll see if it works. Again, as long as they're in the Big 12 and they're spending this money, they're going to win games. They have to win games. They don't, because I'm looking at their team. Houston was undefeated and they floored them. So they're above everyone else right now in the league. We'll see if it holds. But yeah, I mean, I agree with Steven too. Honestly, doesn't want an Natty. I honestly, it was so funny watching Michigan. I didn't even know this was a thing because I don't watch a lot of Michigan when they're not playing anybody. Did you see where they're Mr. Brightside and all that kind of crap they were singing between the third and the fourth quarter? I'm laughing my butt off because if you know what that song's about, that's funny. People were talking about the cheating thing again. I was just like, okay, we know what Mr. Brightside's about. they're singing it. It's just like, do they have any self-awareness here? Like, pick a different song. Care.
Even without the
Funny, man.
even without the text of the lyric, the message in the lyrics, that song is just such a lame pump up song, isn't it? Like,
I Won't Back Down with Florida better. I think that's just infinitely cooler.
Well, Tom
loses one,
well, it's also cooler because Tom Petty is from Gainesville.
Yes, absolutely. It has that like close to home mentality. Like he's from. I agree. It's still just an infinitely better song to me.
And I'm like, the Killers are from Las Vegas.
Yeah, I think doing that at UNLV.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure there are a few decent musical artists from Michigan that would absolutely. You could have any White Stripe song or any MC5. But I don't know. Like there's a million artists from Michigan that you could choose from, man. We have to go with a freaking band from Vegas.
I just didn't understand it. Like I know it's a popular song, especially among the millennials or whatever. But
that was
because it's like an early 2000s song. Like I've got older, like cousins and stuff that they love that era of music. I mean, I'm way younger than them, and I listen to 70s and early 80s music. So again, what do I have to say? But it's just like, to me, that song just does not fit for a hype up song between the third and the fourth quarter of a football game. And it literally, the song is about what you were accused of the last 3 years. It's like, okay, I don't understand this. It's just no self-awareness at all. Like, they're just saying, Mr. Brightside. I'm like, what are you doing right now? Why are you doing this? I did not know this thing. I knew you had Jump Around. I knew you had I Won't Back Down. I know you got Enter Sandman. But why are you doing this? Like, Michigan, what is up with this? Who PR'd this? Like, I don't know. I'm just cracking up. It's fun.
Yeah, it's just.
Plus, you've got all the college students my age, singing along all the lyrics while I was watching on the TV, and I'm just like, all the people I know at my age only listen to modern music. I'm like the only guy. I'm the weird guy, boomer guy that listens to 70s classic rock. So the people I know are listening to new music. I didn't know that young people knew music from before 2010. Maybe we do. Maybe there are more people that listen to 2000s, 90s, 80s, 70s music. I don't know.
That song came out. I'm trying to think. That was probably like in 05. 04. I was about to say that was. That was.
I was born when that song came out, basically.
So I mean, basically, none of the kids at the school were even alive. With hardly any. And they might have been like 0 years old when that song came out. Which is makes me depressed because it makes me feel like I'm getting old because I definitely remember that.
Literally for me, I feel old because all the songs that I like listening to are getting even older. So it's the same effect.
but all your songs, all the music you listen to is so old now. It's just ageless. Like AC/DC songs, Led Zeppelin, like they're just kind of like they're fossils now, right? Like they're never going to get older, right? They're just, it's like okay, now it's just a classic now. So
I do not listen to Air Supply, Steven. I do not listen to Air Supply. As soft as I can go is like early Chicago. Okay, and that's pushing it. Like early, like 25-6-4. Like okay, like whatever. Like REO Speedwagon, Roll with the Chain.
What's his name?
That's like the lightest I can go. I like heavier than that.
You like the early Phil Collins when he broke away from Genesis? Are you into that at all?
I mean, some of it's all right. Like I feel like, I mean, he had the In the Air Tonight. That was a big song. I mean, that's a big song. Landed Confusion on the Invisible Touch album is a great song. Like whether you agree with the song,
that's a Genesis song though, right?
I know it's a Genesis song, but that's Phil Collins Genesis. Because there's a difference between Peter Gabriel and Phil Collins Genesis. Two completely different things.
Yeah. Oh, totally different.
But they're not. It's not Phil Collins prog is not Peter Gabriel. It's two different things. But Landed Confusion is a banger song though. Like that's just great. I don't know. I mean, it depends. Like Styx is good, or especially like before Kilroy and all that. Paradise Theater is okay, but like earlier Pieces of Eight, Grand Illusion, that stuff is better. I know most people in the chat. I mean, you guys probably. But most people in the chat do not know what I'm talking about right now, but it's okay. It's okay.
So, what's your favorite NBA YoungBoy song, Jeffrey?
I got no answer. I got nothing. How about you?
I don't really have one either. Fuck NBA.
What do you like again? I forgot what you like.
I have real wide ranging taste in most of the music I listen to. Most people don't know, but I'm a big indie rock kind of guy, and I love like indie rock and hip hop. Like that's basically my stuff. Like,
All right.
I'm a huge Kendrick fan. I'm a huge Tupac guy. I love my favorite band of all time is Modest Mouse. Beach House, shoegaze stuff, old school slow dive. I mean, I can name a million bands. I listen to so much music. It's
I knew a couple of what you said, but not most of that. I mean, I know Tupac and stuff, and Kendrick Lamar. I mean, I know that, but yeah, I mean, indie stuff. I mean, when I think of like bands no one probably remembers, it'd be like Nazareth. Like maybe people remember like Love.
Yeah, that's going way back.
But I mean, like some of their other stuff's good. Hair of the Dog is just got one of the funniest songs ever because it's not anything about Hair of the Dog. It's just the album name, and it's now you're messing with. It's just like why is that a thing? But that's a hilarious song to me. I don't know.
So Hummus dropping the Shins. The Shins are quality as well. So,
yeah, Steely Dan's not bad. I mean, they're fine. I mean, I like a lot of old stuff. It's just
I listen to so much Steely Dan. That is literally when I was like, my mom played Steely Dan in the car all the time. I mean, I was like literally. It was. I heard every song they probably ever dropped, before the year 2000, because I just heard it in the car. So damn much.
Grandmother like Conway Twitty, so I've been abused because that's a little bit too old and slow and just not. I'm not saying he's bad. It's just that's just not what I prefer to listen to. So it's like, but she was like, "This is when music peaked," and I'm like, "Okay, you like what you like."
Awesome.
Iron Maiden's good. Iron Maiden good.
Yeah, I had a little like Stephen Cher's not wrong. I definitely do listen to Willie Nelson. I loved him for a stretch. I've phased out for about 10 years. I haven't really gone back, but yes, he's got great tracks on there.
You like Springsteen, Mellencamp?
Oh yeah.
Like Americana.
Mellencamp, I'm like I like Mellencamp's fine. I don't really have an opinion on him. He never really moved me. I love a lot of the Springsteen stuff. I loved Tom Petty.
Out of all of those, like I like Tom Petty the best. I think like the vast like array of like genres he kind of dabbled in while kind of always sounding the same blows me away. I mean, like early stuff, Breakdown, Refugee, American Girl's great, but then you get later on and it's just like you get kind of that trippy stuff there, like the late 80s. It's good. Like I like Tom Petty's music. I think it's really good. Like you don't have to like that style to think he's still like a good artist. I think what he did was really influential. He kind of was a genre of his own, honestly.
Oh, for sure. And I always love frontmen who are so good. They're so musically talented. You forget they're actually terrible singers. like I'm thinking about
There's
like
only a
Neil.
couple songs where his voice works, but yes, most songs it just.
It's like it's like literally I listen to like any cover. If I listen to any cover version, I'm like, oh my god, this song could have been a lot better if somebody could sing saying it. You know? Same with Neil Young. Like, oh my god, I've listened to hundreds of hours of Neil Young in my life, and yeah, I can't. I mean, like he does legitimately just suck ass as a singer, but he's such a like I don't know. They just do such great work with the melodies and the lyrics and setting an atmosphere and mood that it doesn't bother you at all. So
how did you feel about like these two guys? They were like front men of like early 80s, 70s, late 70s, kind of like poppy rock artists. Eddie Money and Billy Squier. How do you feel about those two?
well, Eddie might. I mean, I thought both of them were entertaining. They're good performers. Yeah. Neither of them were kind of what I was talking about. Though, like they weren't bad singers.
I know they weren't. They're artists that today are clowned on because they were just, especially Squire, because he had his like infamous music video that destroyed his career or whatever. But it's like people today look at those and they're like, oh, they're like the early sellouts of like just music to appeal to as many people as kind of like what Def Leppard became, kind of deal. Like listen to early and it's heavy, it's great, but then like later on they just kind of morphed into this trying to appeal to 80 genres, of like pop and some rock and some maybe like throw whatever country is slightly. It's kind of like these generic songs that some of them are good, like Take Me Home Tonight, Eddie Money, whatever you like. That's not exactly type music I like. That's more of a female song, but that's still a banger though. Like it just is in its own way of being a pop kind of sloppy song that's not good, but it's good still ish.
Like so you're talking about both those artists. Like they both to me were like kind of frivolous artists. Like I can enjoy their music. Like if it comes on the radio, or if it came on, if I was forced to listen to it, I wouldn't be like in pain or anything. I could tap my toe to it, and like, oh yeah, if I'm at a wedding or something and that song comes on, I can groove to it, I can dance to it, but I'm not like, but it's just a sugar high. Like it just leaves me as soon as it's over. You know what I mean?
When I think of pop though, that's the type of stuff that I prefer listening to than the stuff now, like the Taylor Swift, Rihanna, all the pop stuff we have now. I would rather listen to that where it's like you've got some type of chord being played on a guitar. You've got some type of rock chord with just the sloppy pop lyrics overlaid with some dubbing that they were trying to do in the 80s. And it's just, it kind of works. It kind of works, but pop now is trash. Like pop then was at least some, like Bryan Adams' Summer of 69. Like that's just the pop song. It has a riff, and then it just goes. And it's just a bunch of lyrics to make you feel good. And that's it. It's like, it's something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like that type music was infinitely better, even though it was the same problematic stuff we have now where it's all like sellout music to appeal to everybody. It's still better than what we have now.
Well, I don't know. Like, I do like some of the pop artists that are out now. I think they make more interesting music than Eddie Money or Billy Squier. Like, I
still prefer those old guys, though. I don't know, but that's just me.
Listen, I think almost all the good pop artists now are female. Like I really like Charlie XCX, Chappell Roan, Billie Eilish. Like,
you like Charlie, Sean? You like Charlie, darling?
Like what was that?
All right, this is Will and D after a night out, but I have something to say.
What is that, Will? Night out.
Penn State fans after the playoffs, all they've been saying is that they're going to be better than Notre Dame. Notre Dame's not a better program than Penn State. This is what they've been saying all offseason. You got cooked by Nico Amialava all day. You got cooked. He cooked you. The guy that got all that money and then started 0-4. He cooked your team. He cooked your program. You lost to 0-4 UCLA at home. This is worse than Northern Illinois and Marshall. Not combined, because we have 2 bad losses. But this is worse. This is the worst loss a program has taken to a power program since USC lost to Stanford in 2007. The worst.
I saw this is the first time in 40 years that a top 10 team.
And that doesn't even count because this was BYU after 1984. This is their season after 1984. BYU lost to UTEP after that.
Will is
after
late.
that. So they're not as talented as a program as this Penn State team is. That doesn't count.
He sounds like me right now. He's cooking.
That doesn't count. This is worse than that. You see, Penn State, you're pathetic. You're a pathetic program right now. That's what you are right
pathetic.
now.
Well, Indiana is better.
Indiana will beat Penn State in Happy Valley. I'm
conversion.
telling you, Indiana will beat Penn State. Indiana will go to the playoff. Penn State, they're going to be sat at home. They're going to be sat at home, and they're going to be like,
And Notre
they're
Dame
gonna be like that. They're gonna be
playoffs,
like,
right, Will? Notre Dame will make the playoffs, right?
I hope so. I hope so.
They're going to go to the like the Motor City Bowl or something and win by
Quick Lane Bowl in Ford Field against a MAC team.
And they'll lose because they won't show up.
Yeah. Like they'll have 20 players sitting out. They'll still win, and then their fans will clam up.
Yay! Yay! We had a great year. Yay! We're Penn State. Yay!
This is the Nittany Lions, man.
Gosh, those Penn State fans were annoying this summer. Man, they were chatting their ish. They were chatting their ish this summer.
I said this on a couple
After
of shows
losing in the playoffs.
last week. I'm like, how annoying of an experience must it be to be a Penn State fan? You just lose all these big games all the time. Well, it can always get worse. Right?
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, this might not even. It's hard to be much of a bottom than this because I legitimately thought UCLA was going to go on 12 this year.
Me too.
After they lost, I'm like, they have an outside shot of being Northwestern last week. After that, no realistic winning opportunity.
How do you lose to Northwestern but beat Penn State? This is why you can't take this crap seriously. Auburn, Mexico State, and then the next week at Alabama to a 4th and 31 and lost, but they should have won. Really can't take this seriously, man. Like, I picked Penn State to win by 40. And people are about, you know what he's talking about. I get games right all the time. I got most of these games right today, but I got that one wrong. It happens. No one saw this coming.
Well, just try to find someone on the internet. Like, put out like $100 reward if you can find a tweet before 3:30 Eastern time today that predicted UCLA to win this game. Like you know what?
That would be an insane
if
endeavor.
you can find me one person that doesn't have like a Bruin as their avatar, as their profile picture, saying UCLA was going to win today, I will give you $100 right now. Do it.
I have to say this.
I bet you would. I bet you would not find one person who legitimately, like, unbiasedly picked UCLA to win this game.
I have to say this though. Fair play to the Bruins fans that stay till the end. Like, you are a true fan of your program. Like, your program is a joke, and you stayed, and you actually showed up to that game. I'm happy for those 150 people that showed up. That they showed at the end of the game.
They probably got them as like a compensation for it. They probably got them at a car wash. Like,
I just put a tweet out, Sean. I just put a tweet out. I'm like, did anybody pick UCLA? Show proof. We'll see if anybody screenshot anything. We'll see.
Yes.
Bro, this is a horrible look for Jeffrey's old friend Tino Sunseri. He got fired before this game, and then
I told him, not literally told him because I didn't talk to him personally, but I told him. But when he made that move, I'm like, bad mistake, buddy. I know you want that position upgrade, but that's a bad mistake to leave what Signetti's got going on in Bloomington, Indiana right now. To take that little petty job increase. They were even willing to give you a pay raise. It was basically going to be the same, but he left, and now he's fired. And now Indiana filled the position, so you don't have a job. That was a bad move. Anybody with a brain could have saw that was a bad move. I'm sorry. Leaving IU for that, who cares? I see people saying all the time, like Lincoln Riley, oh, he left Oklahoma for LA. Who cares? It don't matter. Especially not when it comes to UCLA. If it's USC, maybe, but not UCLA.
gosh, I mean, if USC,
why did he leave? That was so dumb.
My prediction. This is my hot take. USC is going to go 6-6. They'll beat UCLA. Maybe they'll win one. Maybe they'll beat UCLA and go.
You need USC to do better, Will. Like
I know. I have a bad feeling they're going to fall apart again. I just have a horrible feeling about them that they're going to fall apart like they did last.
You need them to go 11-1. That Michigan game is looking incredibly winnable.
Michigan looked horrible today, so maybe they win that.
Yeah, USC has to go 10-2. They can't go 11-1 because going 11-1 would mean beating Notre Dame. So wait.
Oh yeah, that's right. They already did lose to Illinois.
I think they're screwed because I don't think they're beating Oregon. I think the best they'll go is 9-3, which will help Notre Dame. But
if they go 9-3 and they're at least ranked, you can use that. Hey, Notre Dame's got a ranked win. So
it's
trolls coming in at 1 a.m. Wow. I've never seen a football field, guys. I've just never seen one in my life. That is insane. I don't know what a yard is. I don't know what a is, a goalpost.
We have an angry Penn State fan. Maybe are you an angry Penn State fan? Like, who are you?
Well, if you're an angry Penn State fan, your team sucks. So there you go. I mean, like, my goodness. I love comments like that. I mean, most people would ignore them.
I want to know what you are, Sid Dolphus.
I'm not a blocker, so I pull it up, and I'm just like, okay, bold words, but we all know what a football field is. I'm sure all of us have been to a game. I've been to several, so we know what a football field is.
I think he was getting at the fact that maybe none of us played. I did play. I played for
I've never played. I've never played in my life, so I can't.
I mean, I played Thanksgiving football with the family, with the cousins. I played that, but
yeah, I've played football with family before.
I played all the way through high school.
He's a Bama fan. He's okay. We're Bama fans. Well, I am. They're not Sean and Bill. Sean's Ohio State. Yeah. They're still great though. But I'm a Bama fan, so we're good. But I have almost touched the football field. I've never been on one, so yeah.
You've never been on a field?
No, actually could have because I was at a Coastal Carolina game one year and they stormed the field. I could have stormed the field.
I have stormed the field at Notre Dame Stadium before.
I should have stormed the field. I just didn't storm the field. It was crazy. People were going crazy. Now Coastal sucks. So I went when they were good with McCall and Chadwick.
Coastal got absolutely wrecked by Old Dominion today, right?
Old Dominion, who Indiana beat, good win. Looking good.
That is a good win. Old Dominion's a legitimate opponent here.
God,
I like this version of Will.
Yeah, drunk.
Yeah,
like
Will after dark. Will
like drunk Will.
After.
All right.
All right. We'll come on the After Dark program tomorrow night on the Talking Quack.
I'll probably come next Sunday because it's not a school night.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Look forward to it.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if anybody knows this. The new After Dark is not a part of the Voice of College Football Network anymore. It's on Talking Quack with Ben and Spaz.
Oh, yeah.
And usually it's we have it on it's usually tomorrow night about 10:30ish. Typically normal, so new network, same shenanigans.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, they're always having a great time over there. So that's awesome on that. Yeah, I would love to be on a lot of late shows. Like, I haven't called into Mark in a while. Haven't been on After Dark, none of that stuff. I gotta get sleep, you know? Like, I just gotta get some sleep waking up early all the time. So it's all good. But, yeah, it's just I would love to be on more late shows again because it's so much fun. Like, being on here tonight, just going live and the shenanigans ensue. Like, that's the thing. A lot of people get mad when stuff goes crazy and chaos. As long as it don't break the YouTube rules, I don't really care. You know, it's just we're having fun here. You know, it's all good.
Awesome. God. Yeah, Jeffrey. Haven't talked about the Buckeyes at all tonight. You take anything? What'd you say?
You played Minnesota? Did you? Was it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Minnesota, 42-3.
Oh yeah, that's about expected.
Just a systemic destruction. But you know, like this, I was going to mention this earlier. We were talking about like, you know, coach going through like seeing, you know, underperforming programs that chronically underperform, like leave you frustrated and wanting more. That's one of the really nice things about Ohio State is they generally take care of business.
Yeah.
When they're not,
I mean,
when they're not playing Michigan, it's even rare that you like leave the game feeling like, oh, they really played poorly. Under Ryan Day, they don't have a lot of these games where, oh my God, we've got problems, we got issues. It's like,
yeah, the worst game last year was that Nebraska game. That was bad. That was terrible. They won, so it's like, you know, if they had a loss, it would have been a really bad look if they had a loss because like Indiana destroyed them and Ohio State lost. But then they played each other and Ohio State beat Indiana by 3 scores, so it's like whatever. I mean, again, clearly who's the better team? It's Ohio State. It's like Clemson. North Carolina had a better record coming into the game, but Clemson's still 5 times better than them, 10 times better than them. So Nebraska could have beat Ohio State last year, and Ohio State's still 10 times, 15 times better than them. So
yeah. We watched Ohio State play Texas week 1, and we say Ohio State won. They were the better team, but maybe not by that much. And, you know, Texas might become a better team as the season goes along. And every game since then from Texas has been kind of like you can't be that satisfied as a Texas fan. And then they end up losing today. Whereas with Ohio State, every game since then, you're kind of pleased with. Like you're kind of,
they look better and better. It's like that year Georgia barely beat Clemson in week 1, 10-3, and then every subsequent from then on, Georgia looked better and better until they won a national championship. So that's why week 1 results don't really matter. It's how you progress as a football team. I mean, Saban's on schedule.
The tiebreaker should be week 1. Like if you're depending, like a team should get into the playoff that won in week 1 or lost.
That's why I said that Alabama should have been ranked ahead of Texas in the playoffs that year in 2023 because Texas beat Alabama in week 2 and Alabama beat Georgia in the SEC championship game at the end of the season. And Texas lost to Oklahoma later on in the year. And Texas also played like crap against TCU and several other teams, whereas Alabama was dominating down the stretch, aka except for Auburn, every other game they were. And it's like, yeah, I think that Alabama should be at a time, but head-to-head, no. It's like Florida State fans. Literally, Florida State fans had the gall to say to me this week, oh, we should be ranked ahead of Alabama because we beat y'all. What the heck? You lost to Virginia. We didn't. So that, to me, negates that. We got an infinitely better win than you do over Georgia. And I had Tennessee fans telling me, we're a broken program. This morning, while game day was going on, Alabama, you're a broken program, Jeffrey from Only Talk Sports. You're a broken program. You're trash. And it was from a Tennessee fan. And you know what's so funny about that? Alabama's so happy 5 spots ahead of Tennessee, which now it's going to be even further because we won again. And we beat Georgia and you didn't. And you lost to them at home. So what are you talking about?
Tennessee fans just aren't very smart.
Like you legit, like they say Alabama fans are dumb. And yeah, I understand they're probably very low IQ Alabama fans, just like there are from like every fan base. But it's the South, it's dumb. Okay, well, I'm not like completely stupid or you like some people think all Alabama fans are. I'm not a genius, but I'm certainly not stupid as heck to be able to point out that easy of just a comeback. I completely destroyed that guy, and yet he comes back with, I'm scared. Yeah, I'm so scared. We beat the crap out of Vandy. We beat the crap out of Georgia. We're fine. How are you doing? So, yeah, I'm not scared at all. Plus,
Vandy's definitely better than last year, though.
Alabama can lose every single game the rest of the way, and I would not be scared because my life does not completely dictate on whether Alabama.
If Pavia didn't throw that pick, do you think Vandy could have won? That was a bad one.
I mean, they would have had a better shot, but.
Well, I mean, like I thought that targeting call at the end of the first half was pretty weak. That kind of helped Bama along. Or did they actually get wiped out? I can't remember. There were so many.
They took it away. It didn't count.
That's right. And now I remember. Like I remember watching. I'm like, that's not targeting. What the hell? Man.
Hey, Steven, I'm still celebrating the Georgia win more, but the Vandy win is just icing. It just adds more icing to the cupcake. We got Lucas Hill from South Carolina, the voice of college football, coming on here late. How are you doing tonight, Lucas?
Jeff. What's happening, fellas? How y'all doing tonight?
Doing great. I mean, we've been amped up tonight. It's been great.
I can tell you're what, 2.5 hours into this. It's 12:30 my time, and you are freaking just going off. But I mean, this is nothing new. Just knowing you at this point. But I was wrong about Texas A&M in the preseason, bro. I don't know if you remember whenever I put my preseason rankings out. I had A&M going, I think, either 7-5 or 8-4 this year. I thought the stench of Jimbo Fisher and Kevin Sumlin was still in College Station. Now, after today, after you go into the blackout, after I predicted Mississippi State, I really thought that they were going to be able to throw the football against the secondary that had struggled against Notre Dame, that has struggled against UTSA, that has struggled against Utah State. I thought that Mississippi State was going to take advantage of it and chuck the football down the field, find the little short intermediate routes, and let their athletes do it. Do exactly like they did last week against Tennessee. But again, it was the same story for Mississippi State. They shot themselves in the foot. They couldn't move the football down the field, and that's a big credit to Mike Elko and company.
Mm-hmm.
That's a culture that is going to continue to change for the better. A&M is a legitimate top 5 team at this point. It would not surprise me if they move up and replace the top 5 team whenever we get to tomorrow's rankings. Now, I will say my top 5 right now, Miami's number 1. There's no question about it. Ohio State, I have it 2. Oregon at 3. Ole Miss at 4. A&M at 5.
Yeah, it's not a top 5. I think a lot of people would have Ohio State 1 just because it's Ohio State. It's mostly
because you have one good win against a Texas team that is now sitting at where offensively you're so inconsistent.
I think Miami because you've got
Miami
Notre
just
Dame
can't
win.
trust Cristobal and
You've got the Notre Dame win. But Notre Dame has got 2 losses too. So
Miami's got the better body of work. It's not even close.
Miami's got the most complete roster in college football.
So no, they don't. Ohio State, no, okay. That's. I don't agree with that at all. But
what does Ohio State have offensively other than Jeremiah Smith? Their quarterback's not that good. Julian Sand can't play in the SEC.
Here we go.
You're insane, Lucas.
He can't. He
can't. He has over an 80% completion percentage for the year. Over 80%.
Okay, and you're still putting up what? Dog water numbers. You're throwing an intermediate routes.
We had like 500 yards of offense tonight and scored 42 points.
Against freaking Minnesota, who just lost their defensive coordinator last year.
What can you do? You can only play you can play. But Miami should be number 1 for sure. Miami should be Miami's third best win just beat Ohio State's best win. So it's that should be number one if you're just going off of resume build. But I mean, like Ohio
That's
State.
what I'm going off of, though, Sean. It's resume and it's how you look, not just on paper. It's how you look roster wise. And right now, Miami has the both of them.
Ohio State has probably about 12 guys that will go in the first or second round in the draft playing for them right now. They are littered with it. Ohio State has depth that Miami just can't touch.
Okay, so does Texas, but they're sitting at 3-2.
Yeah. I mean, Texas is underperforming for sure.
Don't you think Ohio State is too offensively?
I mean,
Once you get to actual
throw for 326, but I
once you get to actual competition, then we'll evaluate it further. I can just go off of what you played. You played one good defense, and that's Texas.
I mean, look at Ohio State. I got to see the rest of their schedule real quick.
Yeah,
because I mean, Penn State's not. Who do they got on the schedule? They're legitimately their toughest game might be at Illinois or at Michigan. What do they got?
So Illinois legitimately, I think, has a good defense, and so I think, but they're not going to get tested really though. But they gave up. I mean, so Penn State's legitimately probably a top 10 defense in the country, but they also had today, which is just unthinkable. Like it's the hardest thing to do when we deal with just these incredibly small sample sizes.
Okay.
To say,
I'm sorry. I had to interject a little bit here. So, like, look, Miami looks good, okay? But, like, let's be realistic. Like, they beat a Notre Dame team that has underachieved, who have played well. They beat Florida. They beat Florida, right? They beat. Who has Miami beat? You're saying Ohio State hasn't beat anybody. It's not like Miami's beat, like.
Y'all beat Texas. That's 3-2 right now. Y'all lost to Florida. They lost to Florida. And Florida got humiliated. They couldn't do anything offensively last week.
I think
they were 0 for 13 on third down. And Texas allowed them to go 50% on their third down conversions.
Literally every single one of Miami's wins had at least 2 losses.
That's what I'm saying. All of Miami's wins have been diminished too, because you've got Notre Dame with 2 losses, you've got Florida with 3 losses, and you got Florida State with 2 losses. That's all.
So, I mean, we can diminish all them, but we can't diminish Ohio State's.
Jeffrey,
no. You were the one that
saying is that I think that the reason Ohio State is ranked ahead of Miami is because Ohio State is a proven program that just won a national title, and Miami hasn't done jack crap until the last 2 years. That's why.
But we're not worried about what happened last year. We're worried about what we got for this year.
But that's why they're ranked number 1.
Ohio State's been more dominant. Ohio State's been more dominant. Washington's a good team. Washington had not lost a home game in 21 games, and Ohio State went out there and let them score 6 freaking points. Ohio State has allowed 25 points through 5 games. Do you realize how good that is? Nobody is scoring on Ohio State's defense.
Really?
You can say what you want about, Texas isn't any good.
I didn't say anything about their damn defense. I didn't say their defense was bad. I'm talking offensively. I'm talking offensively.
Did they look good tonight? They scored 42 points.
Offensively, great. I didn't say that they were bad offensively today. I said that they were underperforming what they did majority of the season. Congratulations. You beat freaking Minnesota. Can you continue the same success? That's going to be your number one question that you got to ask.
By over 15 points. The spread was 20.
Robert Mayfield is calling all of us children. Are you a child, Sean?
Well, I am under 40, so I don't know if that makes me a child.
I mean, it could. It depends on the perspective. That's a big key, is perspective and opinion. A lot of people have different perspective and opinion. And for Lucas, Miami's better than Ohio State. And for Sean, Hummus, and reluctantly me as of right now, it's Ohio State. So, I mean, that's just kind of the way.
No, I'm not even saying.
I think Ohio State is better right now, proven-wise. Miami, they're doing great, but we'll see if it holds. If it holds and they go out and win a championship, or, go really far in the playoffs, then we can really reevaluate. But I still got Miami in my kind of like how you had A&M with the stench of Kevin Sumlin and you have the stench of Jimbo Fisher. That's kind of the way I feel about Miami and how every year they choke, including last year. So I kind of want to see Miami do it all season before I believe this is the best team in college football. I don't know about Sean Hummus, but that's how I feel about Miami.
Yeah, that's where you're at. That's where you should be at right now for all of college football.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not even saying that Ohio State is better than Miami. Miami's looked really good. Their defensive line looks really good. I'm not even saying that. What I was taking issue with is saying that, like, oh, Miami's played this, like, incredibly more difficult schedule than Ohio State when they haven't. They haven't. Ohio State's played Texas. Ohio State's played Washington. Like, it's not that different. Miami just beat Florida State. And I know Florida State, they somehow beat Alabama at the beginning of the year, but let's be realistic about Florida State. Their defense is terrible. They just got beat by Virginia. Like, Florida State is not a great program. They went 1-11 last year. Like, you're acting like, oh, Miami just accomplished something amazing by beating Florida State. They didn't.
I ask you guys a question. Does Alabama have the best one in college football right now?
Yeah,
no, that just belonged to UCLA at this point.
No. Penn State is not a better win, even though UCLA.
That's funny.
No.
I kind of feel like Miami and Texas A&M might share that honor, honestly, right now.
It's hard to say at this point in the season. It's hard to say with so many things at this point in the season because we're not even halfway through. So later.
But it's right now. Right now, objectively, does Alabama have the best win in college football? I understand Oregon.
There's no way to say it
right now. This very second.
Yes.
It's all subjective, so I don't know.
Subjective, objective, something objective. I think that's correct. Yes. For Alabama, the best win right now. I would have said Oregon over Penn State last week until Penn State just did what they did. So now, kind of like how we're talking about how all these wins get diminished when these teams win and lose, that makes Alabama's win over Georgia the best win because Georgia still has a crap bet again like all these other teams that have lost 2 games already.
So I would give it to Miami and Texas A&M, I say share this because Notre Dame is legitimately like 5 plays away from being the number 2 team in the country right now.
Do you think Notre Dame is better than Georgia?
I do. I think it's close.
Yeah. That's fair.
I just like if you asked me to pick it, I would like shit my pants. You know, it's like I don't really know. I don't have that good of an idea. Who's better than?
I think they're probably comparable. I mean, I thought Notre Dame was going to be really good, but like it's been shown now at this point that once again we're valuing A&M based on a win over Notre Dame largely. Yeah. So like this is why college football is so tricky because you look at the NFL, there's only 32 teams or whatever. So like it's a lot easier to make sense of things. You know, when there's this many teams and it's this early in the season, and everybody's schedules aren't equalized and all this stuff, it's just really hard to determine. After we get more and more data points, we'll know with at least a little bit more certainty on how good these wins are and eventually how good the teams are. But it's why it's still such a tricky thing when they go to like the CFP process because like a lot of the time, even within a conference, it's not very equal. You know, that's like the arguments last year with like Indiana and SMU and some of these teams because it's just really hard to determine.
Isn't this what most people Steven?
Sorry. And like at this point in the season, pretty much almost every team has played like exactly 5 games. Now, most teams have had a bye week at some point. So they've played 5 teams and pretty much all of them, at least 2 of those games are against like complete garbage, like crap, just inferior competition. So everyone's played kind of like 2 or 3 legitimate games. Reasonable data points for evaluation. So it's even though like it's even less significant that everyone's played 5 of their 12 games. so far because two or three of the games just don't really matter as far as evaluation.
Sean, when you see Stephen Cherry's comment here about watch Alabama lose to Missouri, then spin the narrative that Missouri is a great program. Okay, doesn't most?
I'm not going to spend. I'm not going to spin the narrative. I think Missouri is a really good team, is a quality team, and if you beat Missouri, that's a quality win. I'll say that from the outside.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, Ohio State loses a game to Michigan, and it's like, do some Ohio State fans at least say, well, hey, Michigan's a good team. It's not a bad loss. I'm just saying most fan bases do this, I think. Maybe not Ohio State. All of them just maybe 90% of ones want to win.
Well, you have to ask that about anybody other than Michigan because Ohio State.
Well, the problem is that Ohio State fans look at every other team except Michigan as trash in the Big Ten, so they should beat every other team in the Big Ten every single year. So it's like if they lose, then they're going to assume it's crap. Well, but throw Ohio State out. Any other team, a good team, like if Georgia lost to Tennessee, well, Tennessee's a good football team. So, yeah, I don't know. I think most big programs do this. I think more Alabama fans just be pissed they lost to Missouri versus that. But
most Alabama fans will be pissed to lose to any SEC program at this point.
Yeah, no, loss to Michigan's the worst trash loss that you could ever have. That's like,
Of course, this is coming from Ohio State fans.
Yeah. I mean, like we'd rather lose to Youngstown State than lose to Michigan.
I mean, I just don't know if you can believe that, Sean. I mean, Youngstown State would be a complete and utter embarrassment. I don't know. I mean, literally, y'all lost to Michigan, won the title, and it was all forgiven. I mean, literally, the playoffs,
I don't know
everything because before the playoffs, Day would have been, oh my gosh, he went 10-2, he missed the playoffs, lost to Michigan. It's whatever, like it's rough, all that kind of stuff. Well, it's like, guess what? Literally, the playoffs, win the national title, and it's all good.
And
so
let me.
I think it's funny. The playoffs have changed it where that game, Ohio State can lose, and they can still have an outcome where they win a title that, to me, overrides the loss.
Weren't Ohio State fans calling for Ryan Day's head before the playoffs even started last year?
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
And
we talked about spinning the narrative. That's a big one there. That's a great example of what that comment was about, how the media spins the narrative about certain teams. They spun the narrative about they're going to spin the narrative about James Franklin this week. They did it last year with Ryan Day. They're going to do it every single time when you see a top 5 program lose to another top 25 program. This is going to be the same narrative that we're going to see for the rest of the season. It's not going to change.
I think it's realistic about James Franklin, though, at this point.
Well, I mean, they just lost to nothing. I mean, they lost.
And it's just consistent. Like, not only does he lose every big game, but now he's losing to bad teams. So, like, I don't know. If I was a Penn State fan, I would.
But are you ready to pull the $56 million plug on him?
If I was a Penn State fan, I'd rather never be proposed to than be left at the altar perpetually, if that makes sense, that analogy. I would be sick and tired.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh, for sure.
If you had the money, realistically, I would. But right now, I don't see you pulling the plug at the end of this year. I don't even know if you do it at the end of next year. Something drastically bad would have to happen. You would have to lose the rest of the season for you to officially pull the plug.
Oh, they could legitimately lose 5 games this year.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they're going to pull the plug on James.
They've got Ohio State, Indiana, and if you can lose to UCLA, you can probably lose to anybody.
It's so funny that we're talking about Indiana. It's like it's a surefire loss. What a great world we live in.
I don't know if it's. I definitely wouldn't say it's a surefire.
I know
loss,
it's not, Sean. I just think it's great. I do. I think it's great.
How many mock drafts had Drew Aller as a top 5 quarterback?
Well, he's gone.
If anybody still even has him as a top 5 quarterback, even before this game, even before the season started, if you had him as a top 5 quarterback, I don't care about his height and his weight and all of his measurements. That's was what we call combine drafting. Look, there's great examples of such. Anthony Richardson is one. We're seeing what happened last year with Shador. I mean,
Okay.
good.
Okay, but Josh Allen is one too. Josh Allen did nothing in college.
No,
Josh
but
Allen.
Yes, he did. I don't care if it was against G6 talent, dude. Josh Allen had an unbelievable arm at Wyoming and had a great coordinator with him as well. And look how that translated into. He translated into a great career, and he's an MVP.
Yeah, but he did not. But he was a complete project. He was a gamble. He was a gamble that worked out.
His bowl game and his
Josh Allen and Anthony Richardson,
and he was missing wide open guys.
Okay, go watch his college film then, and go talk to me about it.
I guarantee you, I watched more of Josh Allen in college than you did.
Well, you've got like 10 years on me, brother.
I didn't watch him, but I know that he had pretty lackluster stats overall.
I watched his bowl performance in his final game, Hummus, and he did not look
pretty good. Yeah,
he was okay. But the hype that he was getting, he was not deserved. But it was all about the height, weight, the attributes that could develop. And he did develop. Yeah. He's a rare one, though.
You can see it, but my thing with Aller is I've been watching him because I'm an Ohio State fan, so I watch Penn State quite often, and I've never seen it with Aller. I said it immediately last year after Aller was injured and Prabula played the one game that Prabula was the better quarterback, at least as a college player, and I've been saying it all offseason that Penn State got rid of the wrong quarterback. And I think that if Penn State had they might be unbeaten right now. Honestly, he's the better college quarterback.
Could be definitely true. But Drew Aller was not the problem today. That was like let's be clear about that. He played.
Yeah, I agree with that. He wasn't the problem, but he also wasn't the answer. You know what I mean? Like if he was really great on that final drive and didn't take that sack and could figure something out, I don't know. I mean, you have to look at the all 22 film to know what was exactly going on there. But it seems like it's more than just a coincidence that at all times it seems in these games he always ends up like making a poor decision. It seems at the end of the game. Like last year against Oregon, against Oregon this year again against Notre Dame. Like how many times on the final drive has he thrown an interception? Like he seems to consistently make poor decisions.
Yeah, I remember I on one space I was in a while back talking to some guy, and they were talking about when he was at Medina, and he went to a high school around the Cleveland area. And he played in like some playoff game. He was absolutely coming unglued on the sidelines, and he was getting in his teammates' face and stuff, and they just completely. I think they were playing like one of these really power programs like St. Ed's or St. Ignatius or something like that, and like they could just tell, mentally, like he just sort of had like this tension to him, and I don't know that definitely seemed true like 2 years ago. The two games he played against like Michigan and Ohio State, I watched. I'm like, that guy looks like he's playing for his entire life. That guy just does not have. He doesn't have the temperament for this position.
Yeah. He's like the complete opposite of like a Joe Burrow, where it's just like ice water in the veins. You know what I mean?
Right.
I gotta ask you guys. Stephen Cherry says Ty Simpson is average with a bunch of talent around him. Can't that also be said about most quarterbacks on great teams like Stetson Bennett and Jake Fromm and Mac Jones, even though Mac Jones actually finally did something in the NFL, but Mac Jones. And then you look at Ohio State with Dwayne Haskins and Justin Fields and Cardell, Jones and JT Barrett, and it can be on and on and on and on. And like literally, you could say that about all these quarterbacks on great teams with great talent that they're propped up by the talent. I don't understand why that is the case, but how do you guys feel about that?
I think Ty Simpson looks pretty impressive. He throws a nice ball. I've seen that. Throws a nice ball. Seems to have good mechanics. I don't know.
He seems significantly above average to me, if I'm just looking at Ty Simpson. But yeah, in college football, the team around the quarterback matters more than the quarterback itself. It's different than the NFL. Where in the NFL, if you don't have an elite quarterback, you're not going to win. In college football, I mean, if you put in an elite quarterback on Northwestern, they're going to go 7. They're going to win 7 games.
Like Jay Daniels at LSU that year where they went 8-5, even though he was incredible, or Lamar Louisville. So I absolutely agree. I got another one for you guys, though. Movies here, just movies. Appreciate you being here, movies. He says, top 5 quarterbacks in the preseason. Arch, Klubnik, Aller, Lagway, and Sellers. Top 5 now, Moore, Simpson, Mendoza, Beck, Javi. I know y'all
Julian Sand not getting it. Julian Sand not getting it. So I just want to say, like, what would Julian Sand need to enter that conversation? Like, literally, what more would he have to do?
A primetime win.
The only like for saying would be Pavia, because the other 4, Mendoza, Simpson, Moore, and Beck have to be there.
Mendoza's playing like a freaking Heisman Trophy winner right now. Man, he's just lighting the damn field up at this point. And his accuracy is through the roof. Now, I understand it's for Indiana, but I mean, still.
Well,
but like,
we're
talking about who they've played. Like
that great in the last game, but he played really good against Illinois. Who'd they play last week? He didn't look as good. He looked
Iowa. He still threw 2 touchdowns. He had his
look
first
terrible,
pick,
but he didn't.
But he had a couple of NFL throws in the game. But I know what you mean. He wasn't.
Mendoza looks good. I thought Mendoza was good at Cal. I mean, I don't know. Once again, it's hard to judge everything.
And he's a 2-star quarterback who had 1 Power 4 offers. It's very impressive what he's doing.
I mean, that's when you get into it with Julian Sand, I guess it really does kind of go into the last discussion that we were with before, because obviously he has the best wide receiver talent that you could ever find in the college game. I mean, he's literally throwing to. You put Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith on most NFL teams, they're going to be adequate, and they're going to be probably, better than a lot of wide receiver 1 and 2 that you'll find in the NFL. It's just the truth. So, like, it's a little bit harder to gauge, but, like, I mean, his completion percentage is ridiculous. Like, Sand's leading the nation in completion percentage. So, like, by most metrics, he's definitely in that top 5 if you look at it right now. So, I mean, Julian Sand had 4 incompletions tonight and 3 touchdowns. So, like, I mean, he literally had, and it's not like he threw the ball 15 times either. He threw like 26 times.
And he averaged, like he was averaging close to 20 yards of completion too tonight. So
and once again, you go with eye test. Like I said with Ty Simpson, like he looks good. He has good mechanics. Throws a nice ball. Same thing can be said about Sam. So it's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, obviously Dante Moore looks really impressive just because, once again, you get into like the physical traits. Like he seems really athletic, has a strong arm, is like pretty sturdy looking. So like he looks like an NFL quarterback, but I don't know. If I had to choose right now, I'd probably choose Dante Moore. Like if I could pick any quarterback.
I think Dante Moore's up there, number 1 as your Heisman contender. It's going to be very, very hard to compare him. It's going to be tight between him and Mendoza, but right now,
honestly,
with
if
what
Mendoza
Moore did last week,
if Mendoza outperforms Moore next week, that's the only really way he can get past right now.
That game right there is going to be determining who's in the driver's seat for the Heisman Trophy.
There's so much more left to be played, though. Like, there's so much more of the season.
It's for now. Again, for now. If Mendoza outperforms Dante Moore and Indiana somehow wins next week, then he's in the driver's seat.
Oh, 100%. Whoever wins next week in general, as long as the quarterback doesn't look bad in the win, which is unlikely, that quarterback will be in pole position for the Heisman, I would say.
There's still a lot of time left, obviously, like you said, Sean. I mean, God forbid any of them could get hurt, you know?
I mean, we're talking about we're talking about Mendoza being in this, second or third position in the Heisman race, and like I'm not. This is not in any way to disparage what his performance so far, but you had a non-conference schedule which was like 3 high school teams.
Old Dominion's good.
Yeah, that whatever. Who cares? Old Dominion. Okay. Yeah.
The other two are trash. The other two are trash. Trust me. The other two are bad. But Old Dominion something. They're decent.
Okay. But let's okay, so he played 3 games that more or less who cares. And then he had an amazing game against a good team. And then had a so-so performance against a decent team.
That's why he's not the favorite. He actually was the favorite after the Illinois game. But he's fallen.
It's basically one game, legitimately one game that we're building this off of for Mendoza, and the fact that he
also the lack of other quarterbacks really stepping up either. Dante Moore, which is why he's the favorite currently. I mean, saying if he plays well all season, the reason why Mendoza's in the conversation is because Indiana's undefeated in the top 10. He's got 16 touchdowns to 1 pick. I mean, it's there. Like, he's got to be in the conversation for all of those things. I agree with you, Sean. I don't think Mendoza is the favorite. I don't think Mendoza is as good as some of these other guys. But I also think that he's got to be there because Trinidad Chambliss is in the Heisman conversation, and dude wasn't even the freaking starter at the beginning of the season. That kind of shows you that the Heisman race is kind of crap right now. It kind of is. It just isn't great. No one's really stepped up. The perceived favorites fell. So now you got a bunch of dudes that no one thought was going to be any good, except me and with Fernando Mendoza. I said he was going to be good preseason when everybody thought I was insane. But other than that, no one thought anybody was going to be good, and they're all doing well. So it's kind of just, like you said, it's going to take time to figure this out. Sayin could move up. Sayin could end up moving up and be right there. But yeah, Jeremiah Smith hurts. Yes, Jeremiah Smith hurts Sayin probably because he's so good. And he is getting a lot of the stats, not all of the stats. That's why I thought it was going to hurt Bama that year with Smith, because you had Devontae Smith and Mac Jones, all that, that stuff then, but Smith won. So, it's just like, we'll see. Jeremiah Smith's like above Sayin right now in the Heisman odds. So that's the issue. Sayin is being hurt by Smith. Jeremiah right now is your Heisman guy. He's in the race.
Yeah, tonight was a good game for Sayin because Carnell Tate, who's not going to win the Heisman, obviously, he got the bulk of the targets and yardage tonight. So,
yeah, that definitely helps. Julian Sayin. You need more performance. If you want Julian Sayin to win the Heisman, you need more performances like that, where Jeremiah doesn't dominate and have 150, 200 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. If he keeps racking up games like that, he will have more votes than Sayin at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was almost comical the lengths to which Minnesota was trying to take Jeremiah Smith out of the game, and Smith still had a decent night, but it just, I mean, Tate was one-on-one the entire night with defenders that just were not up to the task of defending him. So as a consequence, and that never gets recognized by the Heisman. Like they don't, I mean, Jeremiah Smith basically got Carnell Tate 180 yards and 2 touchdowns tonight. So.
Absolutely. I mean, Ohio had tons of great receivers. Like when Jackson Smith and Jigba was like the third guy there, that back then. It was like balling out. This is how it works. I mean, they got so many great players. They come in every year, and then they replace the ones that they have. Tate's going to be the guy after Smith's gone. It's just the way it is. Bama replaces talent. It's always going to be someone else. I mean, that's why they're always good. That's why when people ask me, is Ryan Day an elite coach? I don't know. He's got elite talent. I don't know. I can't say. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like they've
But
had too much.
He's got great players. Like, he's going to win.
Yeah, it is like it. When I talk about Ryan Day, it's kind of the same situation I said about like Julian Sands. Like, what more does he have to do to show that he is elite?
Again, I'm not saying he's a bad coach, but with what he has, what he's doing is supposed to happen. It's expected.
He's recruiting and hitting the transfer portal at an elite level. That's what translates to on-field success.
Yeah.
I mean, I just feel like Ohio State has so much NIL, and they do well that it's hard for. That is my argument. I'm not saying Ryan Day's bad.
Sean, I'm going to just tell you right now, that's bullshit.
They're not throwing around the bags like Texas Tech and Miami are right now.
Yeah, that's BS, dude. They're still, you know how Johnny Manziel was talking about how they have a bag men that transport money back and forth. Yeah, that's still going on. Don't be devious and think that. Don't be devious and think that that's not going to happen.
No, well, what's going on right now though is that some programs are actually like people around Columbus are like really upset with the AD with Ross Bjork because like he's actually like adhering supposedly to the House settlement like agreement, and like a lot of schools just simply aren't. So like, and that's why they say if you look at our recruiting class this year, you would expect Ohio State to be like absolutely up there because they just won a national title, and obviously the universities, the amount of resources that Ohio State can have exceeds anybody but perhaps Texas, because in a major city, tons of actual businesses, tons of big money donors, all the things, massive university, but like Ohio State right now is 10th in the recruiting rankings. So what does that tell you? And they're losing guys to Texas Tech. They just lost a guy to Texas Tech, Brewster. So, like, what does that tell you? Like, apparently,
we're losing. Yeah, we're losing in-state guys to USC right now. So it's
not. Ohio State's not. Ohio State still does have more money, but right now they're just not. Once again, they're not like. I don't know why, and people are pissed about it. They want us to, and I don't. Honestly, I'm kind of on the fence about it because it's like, yeah, well. You probably shouldn't just like you should probably go with the rules, like, but the rules are kind of loosely established at this point, so I can kind of see both arguments, But like clearly,
well, it goes to show you that if you spend the most, you're gonna win. If your coaching is not crap either, if you're
developing realistically,
you got the best players, you're gonna win. If you got the best players, you got bad coaches, you'll find ways to lose somewhere. Again, I'm not saying Ryan Day is bad. I'm not saying that. People misconstrue that. I'm saying that Ryan Day has so many things going for him that it's kind of hard to suck, and he's doing what he's supposed to do. That's what I'm saying. So that
I think you're understating how difficult it is to be as consistent as they have been. I mean, no other program outside of Bama the last 15 years has been able to duplicate Ohio State's just continued excellence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and lots of programs have lots of resources and have lots of advantages. Texas has mostly been mediocre over the past 20 years. Outside
Yeah, I agree. Part of it is the culture thing, and when you talk about culture, that kind of ties into coaching, because like to Jeffrey's point, like part of it is, I kind of agree because part of it is harder to. One of the reasons why it's harder to fail at Ohio State is because of the top-notch coaches that are under Ryan Day. Then what do a lot of these guys have in common? They're from Ohio State. James Laurinaitis, Brian Hartline, Tim Walton. These are Ohio State guys. You know, you can keep going back in time. Luke Fickell, Marcus Freeman, all these guys. You know, they all grew up in this culture, and you know, so like it is what it is. And a lot of these guys aren't motivated by an extra $500,000 or even $1 million or whatever. Like, do you think that do you think Brian Hartline's going to go be the wide receiver coach at some other school for an extra $1 million? No. Like maybe if he really likes the opportunity and they offer him a OC or a head coach job, maybe. But like the reality is that's a product of Ohio State's culture, and that makes it a lot harder to fail. And it ties into recruiting, it ties into everything. So like even if Texas Tech right now is throwing around these massive bags, because clearly these kids, if they're in their right mind, they're not looking at it and saying, I'm going to be developed and I'm going to have a better opportunity to get to the NFL by choosing Texas Tech over Ohio State, because that's foolish. You know what I mean? Or Alabama or whoever else you could point to that produces the most NFL players every year. So clearly something's amiss there, you know? Like it's not everybody's playing by the same rules right now. That's what you can see.
I can speak for this because I'm around that age of this new era of high school / transfer portal athlete. And me and Jeffrey are both 21. Nowadays, these kids care a lot about a bag, at least majority of them. That's why you see so many that are going to go to your Texas Techs, your Texases, your big money NIL funded programs instead of going to be developed because they want to get a quick bag. That's why you see the eligibility rule that's being extended, because dudes are going to get a bag. That's what it ultimately means at the end of the day for a good bit of these kids. Now, if they want to get a bag and develop to go to the NFL, they go to blue blood programs. They go to your Ohio States. They go to your Alabamas, your Georgias, you know, so on and so forth. And you develop at a high rate. But right now, that's why you see kids going to Colorado's, you see them going to Texas Techs, you see them going all across the country that have huge NIL funds, but they don't translate to on-field success at the next level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I
and
mean,
that's just what we're going to have to see, like going forward. I mean, it's what I've been saying for the longest time is we're just so new into this NIL program. There's not exactly a blueprint for how the programs have to handle it, not a blueprint for how like the families and the people associated with the athletes. But I mean, I would tell people like NIL should be like fourth or fifth on your list of priorities of what you're going to do, because that money will be gone really before you know it. The money that
because
you make.
you don't know the blueprint, because every family is different and every recruit is different.
Oh, absolutely, and you have no idea what. But eventually, like you're going to hear some bad stories about like I went to this program because they offered me $500,000 and everything there sucked. The program was terrible, and it kind of ruined me. I wish I would have gone here. You know, like you're going to hear enough of these stories, you know, where people chase like the superficial high of that extra money here, and then you know, a lot of this stuff will settle itself out over time. But you know, we're just, and I have a feeling like programs like Texas Tech and stuff like that, this thing could easily just be a flash in the pan.
Yeah, like Miami basketball.
Yeah. You know, so
Jeffrey, what is going on with Stephen Cherry in the comments? I've been getting called out by him like 5 or 6 different times. What the hell?
Stephen Cherry is a hilarious Ohio State fan. He's been years since the beginning. We go back and forth a lot. It's a lot of fun, so I wouldn't take it personal.
Jeffrey, do you know what my squad is? I have no idea what does he mean by my squad?
I think he means the team you root for.
Oh, I don't have a team I root for. I'm from Louisiana, and I was a big LSU guy up until high school, and then I just stopped rooting for them. I'm
Really?
I'm neutral in
After
this.
Joe Burrow, it just all died, huh?
I would say really, pretty much. I mean, sure, it was fun watching Jaden for a little bit, but I mean,
But yeah, back to the conversation about like the rules that are in place and how like they actually have established rules. It's just that there's no enforcement.
you know,
There's no enforcement. So like the reality is that like people are supposed to be doing things a certain way. Like the idea of just paying players by a collective is supposed to be over with. You know what I mean? Like that's how Texas A&M got that ridiculous class that was like the greatest of all time because it was literally just straight up pay to play. And after the House settlement, it ironed out a way to prevent this. So it's NIL right now is supposed to be the way that players are supposed to be making money right now is through revenue sharing and actual NIL, which would be like an actual
Yeah.
endorsement deal.
You know what
But
makes me laugh? The
nobody's
comment
abiding.
that was made about the money being like fleeting and all that, like you get it and it's gonna run out. You know, I hear people say all the time, theoretically, as much money as some of these players are making, they should have money for life. If they actually knew how to invest it or, not blow it all or not live anywhere above their means, man. I mean, you can make it on not a lot of money if you're just resourceful. But like it's because they get the money and then they blow the money and then they don't have any money. That's why they're trying to do so many programs
I
on
don't.
how to be economical with their money.
I don't know if I know for sure about that. I mean, the dollar doesn't go as far now as it used to.
Oh
So
no, it doesn't. But I mean, if you've got
no.
$1 million, you should be able to make that stretch pretty daggum far. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and
You just
especially
won't
if you
blow it.
have especially if you have decent financial investors, like you especially. I mean, you can grow that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I would absolutely tell these. If I had any advice to these players, I would say, tell them live like a fucking broke college kid. Don't touch any of this NIL money you're getting right now. Put this in some sort of mutual fund. Have it diversified. Maybe you have a little bit in crypto. Maybe you have a few assets in different buckets.
Yeah.
It within like the 3-4 years, it's almost guaranteed to that you're in college. It's almost guaranteed to multiply way more than if we just gave you a check.
Yeah, and these
So
are
I mean,
being taught in the classroom too.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
They should, like, if you're getting a ton of NIL, you should have no excuse for why you're broke after college. Even if you don't make it in the NFL, like if you have to get a job like a normal person, like keep that money like that you got in the back, and then it's like maybe you can retire at 40 instead of 60. It's like it's amazing. You'll have that forever, but you just blow it buying Lambos and crap. It's stupid. It's insane. They're not all doing it, but some are, and it's dumb. And I mean, this comment from Robert Mayfield saying pay to play. If you're paying a player more money than another program to get a player, and that player's number one priority is NIL, that's not a good coaching job to get that player.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I'm not saying Joey McGuire is Kurt Signetti, because he's not. Landing Jalen Brewster, 5-star player in the 2027 class, means absolutely zilch to me. It's like, oh my gosh, Joey McGuire is a great recruiter. No.
That's
It's
the
like
same thing with Fran
doing
Brown
it.
and Calvin Russell.
we talked about like that 2022 A&M recruiting class. How many of those guys are still at A&M right now,
None.
or even
Zero.
or even finished at A&M?
One of those guys went to IU.
Yeah, I think
He ain't there anymore.
3/4 of that 22 roster ended up in the portal, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were gone quick too. But I mean,
Again, I'm not saying McGuire's a bad coach. I'm just saying that if he is paying Brewster and that guy they got, that offensive tackle, Felix, Joe, whatever his name was, that was between Ohio State, Texas Tech, guys like that you're landing over those other programs, and if you are paying them more than those other programs, that is not a recruiting win. It's not. I'm sorry. You cannot say that that is a recruiting win when you literally paid more money than the other program to land the guy when his number one priority had to have been NIL, or otherwise why in the world would he have chosen the program? Like Ohio State versus Tech. Who are you going to go to?
Because he
Bryce
just
Underwood
loves
is a great example.
Bryce Underwood
because he
wanted to
just
go to
loves-
LSU. He literally said, I want to go to LSU. I want
Yes.
my favorite team, and he did not go to LSU because Michigan paid him more. But, it's a great recruiting win for Michigan. No, it's not.
Well, actually, honestly,
It's a good job of reaching into your pockets and getting donor support and giving over $15 million to get this
Can't
kid
anybody do
in
that?
Ann Arbor.
Like,
It's
if you got a
ridiculous
program
that
that can do
Bryce
that,
Underwood
Michigan
comes
can,
on
then
our
how's that impressive?
You're rarely ever gonna hear me defend Michigan on anything, but honestly, I think Underwood did want to go to Michigan. I think that what was going on was that LSU initially offered him more money, and then Michigan came back and said, "Okay, we'll give you more." Because I mean,
I
let's be
still
realistic.
think that
That's
he
also
wanted
them
to.
reach.
He was
That
in
goes back to the point
Louisiana.
of them reaching into their pockets and giving him the amount of money that was counterintuitive to what
There's no
LSU is
defending
offering.
Michigan in that instance, I don't think, Hummus, because he literally is a guy who grew up in the state of Louisiana. He literally for LSU.
Underwood went to Bellevue. That's in
Underwood's
Michigan.
from Michigan.
But I know what you're trying to say.
He was
He
in
went on.
Louisiana.
He visited LSU like 14 times during the summer and during the season last year.
Underwood literally went to high school 20 minutes from the campus of U of L.
Yeah,
I thought he was from Louisiana. If I'm wrong on that, sorry.
No.
He visited LSU like 10, 15 times.
Yeah.
He's from Michigan. He's from right outside.
Okay, I did not know that. I don't really care actually either, by the way. Not just saying that because I got that wrong. I literally thought he was from Louisiana.
No, that's cool. That's
read that
that's
somewhere.
why I was defending.
I don't care. The principle of the thing is that Michigan got him because they paid him more. That's just facts. And that's what the SEC used to do in the under the table days. That's what they used to do. I get a million comments from people, your favorite Bama Crimson Tide paid players. I don't care. We know that. Get over it. You're doing it now. So guess what? It's the same thing. It's the same sin. You're still doing it. So why is it okay when you do it, but it was wrong when we did it? Because it was under the table and now it's okay? You're breaking the rules now. It's like, what's wrong with you? It's like these people have just a block syndrome. It's like it's wrong when Alabama and Georgia and these others were under the table, but these guys are getting millions and millions and millions, not even following the NIL rules, but it's okay because it's legal. That's the response.
No,
I do think it's crazy that we're giving 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old kids seven-figure contracts before they step out onto a college
They've done
campus.
nothing. They haven't earned it.
They haven't learned the playbook in college. They haven't done anything. Jaden Rashada's on his third or fourth school at this point. I think he's at Georgia still.
No, he's a backup at a Division II school or something.
Yeah, I mean, what all is he going to be doing? But
Malachi
Nelson's starting at UTEP.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of failed because of this crap. Jaden Rashad is the number one. That was just, I mean, even more than Nico probably. Jaden
Rashada is the poster boy of failed NIL contracts and him complaining about it.
NIL ruined his career. And that's
someone said. I think that's a cop. Someone like that would have he would have ruined his career probably in some way, shape, or form. Anyway.
But still, it just finished it easier. But you look at this, get the bat now, get him in the transfer. The problem with that statement, I agree with Troy because he's correct. But if you get the money now, and then you don't try as hard because you got the money now, that could already have psychologically ruined your trajectory to be good.
For sure. I mean,
I just don't completely agree with it. You're on a trajectory from birth, whatever you do in life, the growth that you have year by year by year, you're being pushed. If you just get the money, it's like, I could just sit back and jack crap and I'm good for 2 years. And then you enter the portal and you go to this program and you're like, oh crap, I'm way behind. And they might never catch up. Maybe they will. But they might never catch up because they're now 2-3 years behind because they were complacent and doing whatever for 2-3 years. I don't know. I mean, Shade Sharp literally sat at Kentucky basketball for a year driving Porsche around Lexington, didn't do jack crap, didn't even play on the freaking team. It's like that couldn't have helped. Couldn't have helped. All of these examples are showing you how scummy all this is, but no one cares because, like, oh, well, the players are making money. This is great. It is great. And you're like, well, you're jealous, Jeffrey, because you're not getting. I don't care. I'm happy for them. But when it's ruining their lives and careers, it's a problem. When it is. And there are examples of this over and over of how all this crap being handled the way that it is ruining their careers.
Yeah, it needs to be standardized, but the problem is that it's such a tricky thing to do because we like college football the way that it is with having, all these teams and all these conferences, and in order to actually do something about it, we need like a cohesive governing body, and that'll never happen when the universities themselves are so unequal.
That's why the NCAA needs to be abolished.
Well, it does, but I'm just saying, like in general, you're never gonna create an equal playing field between University of Michigan and Iowa State.
No,
it's not gonna happen because
Or
one is a massive university with a huge alumni base and $30 billion endowment or whatever it is, and one's a little school in Ames, Iowa. Like it's never gonna happen. But the reality is, we like college football the way that it is. So like. In order to create some level of like stability, like the truth of the matter is that there needs to be a split. There needs to be a split where the schools that can all, and nobody wants to hear this because it'll just end up like the NFL. It'll end up like the NFL, and then it'll end up like another Division II. You know what I mean? That's what'll end up happening. Because the Miamis and the Texases and the Ohio States and the Alabamas, they can all compete with each other. They can all come to terms and say, we'll do this, we'll do it this way. But it won't include Kansas State. You know what I mean? It won't include Utah. It won't include some of these schools. So, I don't know.
That's why Tech's on a whole other level right now, and even though they haven't done anything yet.
And then you're
discrepancy that they're winning by is large.
Then you run the risk of basically ruining college athletics as we know it, because
basically
eventually, all these these football programs, if they're all independently financed, there might not necessarily be any interest in funding the other sports in the program. So, these sports that don't earn any money, but I would definitely argue provide a lot of value to the university and to society as a whole. What's the future of all of them? This is why I think we need something like the NCAA.
Shout out South Carolina's equestrian team, number 10 in the nation. Go Gamecocks. Go ahead, Sean.
No, that's a very appropriate shout out. Go. So is equestrian even a sport in college, or were you?
Yeah, it's a sport in college. It's one of they're sanctioned by the NCAA.
Oh, awesome! I actually.
But that's one of the things that's going to be in jeopardy of being taken away is a lot of these different sports that aren't your big money makers, because of what you have right now, they're eventually going to fade out. And if we get to the point where we have the Super League like they were proposing sometime last year, which I do think will happen, we'll get about between 60 and 70 big market teams that are going to be in this league. And if you're outside of that budget that you have, you're going to be left out and trying to be fighting. Either your respective sport is going to get canceled out of that 70-team market, or you're going to have to drop down a division and try to get your way back up. But
Indiana's going to get in, right?
Indiana should get in, but hey, I mean, donor money.
It wouldn't have been 3 years ago. 3 years ago, they wouldn't.
Donor money is starting to get poured into that freaking program, so they absolutely deserve it. Jeffrey, I'm heading out of here, bro. It's 1:30 Central Time.
Hey, it's 2:30 where I'm at.
Okay, well, I'm going to bed, bro. I got church in the morning. I got to go spend some
time
with the Lord. Y'all have a blessed night. Y'all stay safe. Y'all don't drink or get high too much.
Absolutely. You have a great night, Lucas. Appreciate you for coming on. We'll definitely be right back. This has been a banger of a show. Appreciate everybody for being on here. Definitely want to point out Troy V's comment, though. Let's face it, the Big Ten never gets that TV deal without the Buckeyes and Michigan to a lesser extent. The rest of the league, not so much. All night through in Michigan to a lesser extent. The rest of the league, not so much. How do you guys feel about that as Ohio State fans?
Well, they're definitely not wrong. I mean, you can see there's a reason why Big Noon today was Michigan against a dead-ass garbage Wisconsin team.
Yeah, they're dead.
It's Penn State, too, though. It's Penn State. We can rag on them all we want, but, like, that's a dedicated fan. They draw a lot of eyeballs. It's a huge alumni base.
Like, I live in North Carolina, and I see Penn State hats. So they're kind of national. You know.
Well,
I see Buckeyes everywhere. I see Buckeyes everywhere. I see Michigan everywhere. Alabama everywhere. I've even saw Indiana once. Ooh.
there are national brands, and I mean,
Penn State kind of is. So
Penn State's up there. It's a top 10. It's a top 10 fan base, definitely. It might be even top 5. I don't know.
And then when you include, I mean, part of the reasons that they expanded in the places they did, Maryland, Rutgers, Los Angeles. Yeah, Maryland, New Jersey, Los Angeles, Portland,
it's just the cities having the big TV markets. I mean, literally, like, they bragged about Rutgers. It's the biggest TV market. It's like, dude, no one freaking cares. You're in Piscataway, New Jersey. It's not even New York. But it's like, oh, they got the New York Rutgers. It's like, I can guarantee you that the New York people care a lot more about the Giants, Jets, Knicks than Rutgers.
They definitely do. But the way cable packages used to be, it was basically like, okay, if we can say we're in this many homes, like we can be a part of packages, like that'll jack up the advertising rates. Like,
you are right. Yeah. I just thought it was funny that they used that though. You are right, Sean.
It coincided with the Big Ten Network's creation. So literally they were trying to get Big Ten Network into those areas on those cable packages.
Yeah.
So
now cable like dead.
now it's not as relevant, but yeah, it was.
It was pretty much an obsolete factor about within like a year after they I don't think the Big Ten would have pursued Maryland. Definitely not Rutgers.
I mean, literally, you could be in Presque Isle, Maine, and if you got the streaming service, hey, you're a Big Ten market, baby. If you're an Ohio State fan in Presque Isle, Maine, it don't matter if you got Hulu or YouTube TV. I mean, that cable will kick it in.
You can be in Reykjavik, Iceland. You can be in Shanghai,
Oslo, Norway. I mean, it don't matter. It's funny to me because like you said, back when I remember I was 2014, I was 10. I mean, it was like Rutgers and Maryland are joining the league. The TV markets for the Big Ten, and it's just like 2 years later, it's like, well, cable's dying. It's like, why did you make these moves again? Oh, it's the birthplace of college football. That's good for the Big Ten. I'm like, wow. Maryland, Gary Williams beat Indiana. It's like no one cares, dude.
I'll tell you this. I was happy that Maryland was a part of the Big Ten because, a couple years ago, it actually got me to go visit D.C., which I hadn't done yet. So that was a cool experience.
That's cool.
I don't think Maryland's a valueless program. I mean, you got to remember they're a solid basketball program too. So
there was something. Maryland's like third in the conference and conference championships in all sports since it joined. Or something. I heard this.
Maryland's a good school, but I don't know. Obviously, they're not like when with the realignment talk that we see now. Would the Big Ten be prioritizing them? No, they won't. They just as soon as go after Georgia Tech or somebody like that as they would of Maryland. So, but times change.
For sure. I kind of think like if we get another round, if we get it up to 20, the two schools I would want are Georgia Tech and North Carolina.
Academic.
Yeah.
Well,
Those-
other than Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Notre Dame makes so much sense for the Big Ten, and then you got to remember that they're Notre Dame, and it's like no, but I mean it makes so much sense for the Big Ten. It's I know why they not, but I mean
Yeah. It's kind of funny, you know. I live closer to Notre Dame than I live to any Big Ten school. So
that's funny.
yeah. Yeah.
When I was
All
a
right,
kid,
Jeff.
I thought Notre Dame was in the Big Ten just because of geography.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I didn't even know. Like I didn't know. I'm like all these teams are like Notre Dame's. They're right next to Ohio State and Michigan. They're both in the Big Ten, and then I find out they're nothing, and they're in the ACC and basketball and crap. Like, okay, and then I don't know. It's funny. I don't know.
If you look at the original Big Ten with like the 10 schools that we think of when they took the name the Big Ten, like Notre Dame would be like completely central to the conference. Like,
yeah,
I mean, think about
like literally,
it.
they're about as
within
Big
range of
Ten as you can
everybody.
get without being Big Ten in any way because they're Notre Dame. I mean, like you said, the original Big Ten was the Midwest. That is what the Big Ten. It was a Midwest conference.
Ohio State would be the furthest school east, and Minnesota would be the furthest school west.
Well,
in
I
the league.
mean, like, what is that? Like that Midwest? I mean, people think like Midwest. I don't know. That is the Midwest, right? Like that whole area, like Ohio, Indiana. That's the Midwest.
There's no I don't think formal definition of what Midwest is. Like everyone has their own. But I generally definitely consider Ohio the Midwest. I definitely consider basically everything that
Like
all of those 10 schools to be
I
part of the
think
Midwest.
Kansas and Nebraska and Missouri all get considered the Midwest also, and I think even
I think that's like the central like plains of something.
they get that's why it's a weird definition, but that does also.
I think like Iowa ends the Midwest to me. Iowa ends the Midwest.
I mean, like the Minnesota and Ohio don't have a whole lot in common, really. It's like
a better kind of description once you hear this thrown around not as often is the Great Lakes region. So like the reality is the Big Ten was mainly the Great Lakes region, like the states that all border the Great Lakes.
Great Lakes, Midwest-ish. That was the core of the Big Ten.
Yeah. You have the plains. You have the plains, and you have the Great Lakes. Yeah, like that's a better working definition. The Midwest is just way too broad. It's way too
it is.
vague.
It just works for my 10-year-old brain thinking about the Big Ten until they completely screwed it up.
It's like when people say the South, and generally, like you're talking about
Kentucky is the South.
Yeah. You're talking about Kentucky and you're talking about Florida. Okay, what do Kentucky and Florida have in common? Legitimately name me one thing.
Their hatred for Tennessee.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. West Virginia and Virginia are part of the South. Okay?
Yeah, the thing is, Virginia is so far removed from their South days. Like when you think of the South, Virginia does not operate like really much of a Southern state anymore.
Well, that's because there's so much influence from the DC area.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that it's not like what it was perceived to be like in the 90s and earlier. So North Carolina, to an extent, people are like, oh, it's not. North Carolina is a lot more still of a Southern state than Virginia. Trust me, it is. You got the triangle, like Research Triangle, whatever, Charlotte and all that. That's not super Southerny, but the rest of the state.
Anywhere on the coast, though. I mean, reality is once you go inland far enough in Virginia, you end up with like more Southern culture.
Blacksburg and Roanoke are a lot different than Virginia Beach.
Yeah,
and Norfolk and all that.
And it's the same way
or Arlington, especially. I mean, they're different. I agree, but I'm just saying, like North Carolina, to me, like nationally, has retained more of its southernness as a state than Virginia has perceptionally.
In some ways, yes, and in some ways, maybe not. I definitely think that the majority, but the metro areas, I think, are becoming a lot more integrated. And
It's because of just the influx in general. Because North Carolina's population's, I believe, the fastest growing of any state. So, like,
It's
the reality is most of the people that are there are transplants. That's not like all homegrown people. You know what I mean? That's people coming in for business opportunities. So a lot of it, but that cultural identity can remain. You know what I mean? Like people could move to an area and adopt the cultural identity. It doesn't mean that they're going to initially there'll be an adjustment period, but like I don't know. I think that what Jeffrey's saying is they've maintained their cultural identity maybe more than Virginia has on a whole. I don't know.
yeah, probably. I mean,
It's
Hey
because
man,
they're a little bit further south. Like we said, like when you think of the South, you don't necessarily think of Virginia. Like you don't.
No, not anymore. No. And again, in the past, yes, but it just
well,
isn't.
I mean, if you've ever been in like the Shenandoah Valley, you definitely feel like you're in the South. There,
That's
right?
what I'm saying. It's a
When you
small
go
fraction
inland,
of the
it
state. Like
is.
North Carolina's got the mountain region that's like the Shenandoah Valley, and then you also got the East Coast, Piedmont, that's like dead. It's like North Carolina as a whole is a lot of areas that are still like even outskirts of Raleigh can still feel like Virginia's different. Virginia is different than North Carolina today. It just is. It still has a lot of southern state areas healing.
Yeah.
But it's not perceptionally nationally at what it was.
It's the outgrowth.
North Carolina still kind of is more so than Virginia.
Yeah.
But
like,
I would argue that Georgia's lost a lot of it too because of the Atlanta area, but still the rest of the state is southern as it gets. It's just Atlanta has changed that, but it's like it's certain sections. It's just Virginia. A lot of it is different now.
That's
where do y'all?
What we consider the deep South, because you go to a place. Well, the reality is even though the people in Florida that are like the true Southern people are like as Southern as it gets. Like my grandparents lived in Florida, so I spent a lot of time there, and like the actual Florida natives, they're like straight Southern. Like no, you can't get any more Southern. But
yeah,
like
and then you've got retirees from up north that moved down there that are completely different. Because there's an area in South Carolina near the Myrtle Beach area that is like all northern people, and you've got like New York pizza places down there. You've got bagel places down. It is so far removed from like there's a stretch between like Conway and Myrtle Beach that's just like all northern people. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, but they've all moved down. It's like this massive golf course area. I've been down there, and it's just it doesn't feel like a southern state anymore. It just feels like you're in New York, but it's small town. But but then you go out into actual Conway, and then you're back in the middle of nowhere, small town, southern atmosphere, fried fish, chicken, all that kind of crap. It just changes. Where I live, you've got a mix. It still has a lot of southern feel, but you got some northern. It's just there's nothing wrong with it. It's just when that happens, though, it changes the perception of area of the state.
Yeah, a lot of that's like we're saying, like due to like our migration, like as a nation, and also immigrants too. But there's actual states that have always been like this. Like you got even Ohio's like this. Ohio and Indiana. I think we were talking about this before on a different show. But like Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, like these are states that have some cultural influence, always have, that's southern.
Southern Indiana is just as southern as Kentucky.
I'll tell you this. I think where my family's from is really close to where hummus is, especially if that Buckeye on his logo is the part that's right in that part of the state where I'm from, that Dayton area, Southwest Ohio.
No, I'm from Columbus. Actually, I live in the northern Columbus suburbs right now, but. Yeah,
hey, where do y'all rank the Penn State upset all time? Huh?
Hold on. Let me finish this. But I just want to say about that last comment. I had a buddy. My uncle went to Eastern Michigan for college, and when he went up there, said people asked him if he was from like Alabama or Tennessee because the accent from that southwest part of the state was so strong. So
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I mean,
especially southeastern Ohio. I don't know if you spent any time in southeastern Ohio, but it's like, because I mean that's once again we talk about like micro regions and things, how we define things. Like southeastern Ohio's Appalachia, so like
it's very
it's its
rural.
own deal. You know, it's like southeastern, crazy as this sounds, but southeastern Ohio shares some cultural similarities with northern Alabama. Like it just does. So
Well, I mean, ethnically for sure, it's a lot of Scots.
Yep.
Stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay, Ben, what were we talking about?
Yeah, where y'all rank the Penn State upset all time?
It's pretty crazy. It's the first time in 40 years that a top 10 team has lost to a team that was 0-4 or worse.
40 years, I was talking to Mark about this, and we both agreed, and you guys might not agree with this, but we both agreed. I think it's worse than App State.
Oh no,
for sure. That's not even close.
No way. Come on now.
What, you don't think so?
I think it's worse because App State, Michigan wasn't like predicted to win the Natty that year. We didn't bring back like a ridiculous roster. On top of that, App State. On top of that, App State.
There we go again. 4 hours in almost.
Okay. Chad Henne, Mike Hart, Jake Long. It was a big deal.
They were good, but they weren't talked about as this champion, like Natty or bust roster.
All right.
They
So
absolutely
were.
And App State was actually in App State. I know they were an FCS school at the time, but they were the champions of the FCS at the time. This UCLA team is worse than that App State team was.
No, okay. So look, I agree with the perception wise that this seems really, really terrible. But I don't know if Mark really looks into this stuff because he's less of a recruiting and I think he's a little bit less on this kind of stuff. But the reality,
I don't think App State had a player in Nico Iamaleava.
No, that's what I'm saying. So like, this is the reality.
I don't value recruiting when the team is trash, bro. I could care less about that.
Ben. I get it. I get what you're saying perceptionally, but I mean, App State. I don't know.
App State was a better football team during those years than UCLA is this year.
What if
I don't even think there's an argument.
Actually goes 5-7 this year though?
My point
if they change, but what if they go 2-10?
I mean, if they do,
you know what I'm saying?
Can I finish my point? The reason why I'm saying that perceptionally is the reality is if you look at the team talent composite right now, guess where UCLA is? They're in the top 30.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me. You can have a top 30 class, but if your team is just trash, the talent means nothing. It means literally nothing. They got blown out by New Mexico State, bro.
Hold on a second.
They got blown out by New Mexico State.
Why do you value an upset?
When I value an upset, I base it off how that team is doing that year. So recruiting at that point goes out the window. If that team in that particular year, such as UCLA, is just trash and they're losing to teams that would be at an App State level, they literally were getting blown out by teams that would be at an App State level. They got blown out by New Mexico. They got blown out by, I think, another Group of 5 or FCS school. So at the end of the day, the recruiting rankings go out the window when you have on-field results. They don't mean anything.
That might be true, but that's not the reason why typically people are in awe of an upset and why it's captivating. The reason why is because it's an underdog. And
they were not. Yeah.
My point is that App State is a much greater underdog in terms of physical capability, in terms of the program itself. The average player on the field, the difference between their recruiting does matter. And the reality is that you can say
it doesn't matter, bro.
You can say UCLA's trash and they're not coached well and all this stuff, but like if you look at them on the field with Penn State, they don't look that much different.
If UCLA had not fired Deshaun Foster, they don't win the game.
Yeah. So again, I'm gonna keep going back to this, bro. none of that recruiting stuff matters when the on-field results are now the determination. It doesn't mean anything. They were playing group of 5 schools and getting their doors blown out. Teams that would be at the App State level. I could care less what they were ranked in high school at that point. When on the field, they're playing at an FCS group of 5 level. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, they lost to Utah by 40.
Go ahead.
And also, when you say things like, well, they were this big of an underdog in the point spread, that's also a surface level take. If you actually look at the teams and you actually look at how good App State was, even at their level, and you look at how bad UCLA is, even versus teams that would be at App State level, I could care less what the spread is. To me, when I'm actually evaluating the teams themselves, it's at bare minimum on the same level, and there's an argument it's worse.
So,
I would say something about the.
You do realize that App State Michigan game didn't have a spread, right?
That's how.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't.
It didn't even have a spread.
And this spread
back then the spreads that I saw, like unofficial spreads that they had in like offshore books, were like 27 points or something like that. It was big, but it wasn't like,
it was 3 points. It was a 3-point difference from what Penn State was favored by today.
Which 3 points can be the difference between the home and away, so it's roughly the same.
So it was like
that perception.
Penn State was like a 30-point favorite today.
No, they were only
24.
like 24. The reality is the spread. Yeah, the spread for Penn State against UCLA was not very much different than Ohio State and Minnesota. If Minnesota would have beat Ohio State, would you have said it was one of the biggest upsets of all time? Hell no.
Minnesota. Hold on. Minnesota is nowhere near as bad of a team as UCLA is, so that's a dumb take. No offense.
It's not a dumb take because
it's a terrible take, bro. It's a terrible take. Minnesota was 3-1. Minnesota was 3-1 going into this game. UCLA was 0-4, and they were losing to Group of 5 at FCS schools. That's a terrible take.
That might be true, but the Vegas odds makers know more.
You just proved to me why using just Vegas odds to evaluate an upset is not a good take. You just proved that.
No, I'm not. But you're throwing everything out the window, and once again, you're using a very term that is well defined, an upset. You're using an upset. This is objective. And the reality is that the App State was a much bigger upset than UCLA.
Okay, first of all, it's not objective. Well, hold on. First of all, it's not objective. No, it's not actually. No, that's a subjective standard. That's not an objective standard at all. No, it's not objective. What does objective mean?
And there's a reason why we use it.
Hold on, Hummus. What does objective mean?
It's a defined term, and that's why we.
No, objective means mind independent, meaning it's true.
I know what objective means.
Okay, then you would know that when you're valuing an upset, it's not objective because there's multiple factors, such as it all comes down to your personal opinion. So at the end of the day, I would consider this a bigger upset despite a lesser spread because of the fact that they were 0-4. And they were arguably the worst Power 4 team in the country. They were worse than Group of 5 teams.
That's why I'm saying it's your perception of the team. The reality is the players on the field weren't that different. They were dramatically underperformed.
App State was an FCS program, and when they won,
hold on. You say they're not that different purely based off their recruiting, not based off how they were playing. If you base it off of how they were playing, they were vastly different. Vastly different.
Let me ask you a question, Ben. So your argument here is because you're saying that UCLA beating Penn State is a bigger upset than Michigan losing to App State. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and let me give the reasons why. One, Michigan was not seen at the same level going into the season as Penn State was this year. That's one. Two, App State. Hold on. Two, App State had just won the FCS championship. They were actually a good team. UCLA up to this game was arguably not. I don't even think there was an argument. They were the worst Power 4 team in the country. I don't think there was another team you can even say was worse besides maybe Oklahoma State. But other than that, there was no argument. They were losing to teams that were in the group of 5 and FCS level. Those were losses on their schedule, and they weren't just losses; they were getting blown out by these teams. They got blown out by 30 to New Mexico.
Let me ask you a question, Ben. How in your mind is because again, I'm not trying to say that everything that you're saying is wrong because I'm not saying that. But how in the world is a conference loss? A conference loss. This is a conference game. UCLA is a Power 4 program. How is that a big loss and an upset than App State and FCS team?
Because those labels have nothing to do.
Michigan.
Because those labels have nothing to do with how good or bad the team is. UCLA being a Big Ten team doesn't mean they're any better or less than they actually were. And what they were was a team that would lose in the MAC, would lose in a group of 5
conference. You realize, Ben, that UCLA gotten better after Deshaun Foster was fired, right? You do realize.
I don't know. That's to be. Hold on. Look. They could literally go on, and this could be their only win for the whole season. I'm not even playing. They could go on, and this could be their only win for the whole season.
I think it will be. I legitimately think that's going to happen.
So they could end the season 1-11 and be one of the worst teams I've ever seen. But their one highlight was they beat Penn State.
Okay, and here, Ben, I do want to say I'm the only one here who agrees with you on your take. I think that this is I'm going to say I'm more surprised by this than I was surprised by the App State Penn Michigan.
Honestly, I was 3 years old in 2007, but I think that's bigger because App State was an irrelevant nothing to the FBS at the time. They weren't even in the FBS yet. UCLA is a Big Ten program. It's not as big of a loss. It's not.
That's what
Especially if Penn State turns out to be
those are all just labels, though, Jeffrey. When you say it's a conference loss, what does that have to do with how good or bad the team is? It has nothing to do with it. You could be in a conference and be a terrible team.
Bad because Deshaun Foster.
Okay, I'll tell you this right now. New Mexico, right now, 100% guarantee would not win the FCS national championship this year. There's no way, no chance. They were not going to beat.
So let me ask you a question, Sean. So you're saying that the Michigan loss to App State is less bad than this one?
By far, it's not. I don't think it's close. I
don't know about that. I don't know. What do you think, Thomas?
Look, there's a.
I did want to correct. He said Michigan was not perceived in the way that Penn State. That's just dead wrong. Michigan
I don't agree with that. Yes,
it was
Michigan in 2000. Michigan in 2007 was the preseason pick by the media and by the coaches to win the Big Ten. They were a top 5 team nationally, and a bunch of their players, like I said, Jake Long, Mike Hart, Chad Henne, Mario Manningham, I think Sean Grable. They had a bunch of players return with the intention of winning a national championship right after losing to Ohio State in the game the year before. So there actually are a lot of parallels between that Michigan team and this Penn State team.
Yeah. So look, two things here. One thing is because you guys all kind of said the same thing. So if I could just interject here for a second, is it a bigger shocker? Is it as much of a shocker? Perhaps. But that's why I'm saying you need to use concise terminology. When you talk about an upset, this is a defined thing. And the reality is all the things that I said do matter. And the other ironic thing about
your only criteria was the spread, bro. That was it.
That was one thing that I said. You cited a bunch of things that recruiting, none of this stuff matters.
Yeah, recruiting doesn't matter once you see the team on the field. It means nothing.
You're saying
but it also means that you're still capable of playing well. Look at Florida. Florida's been dog crap, and they still beat Texas. And I know people
saying that's what I'm saying.
But Florida is still capable.
Yeah, but I didn't think Texas was very good though.
But you're missing the point, Ben.
That's kind of not.
I agree with you. I just said that. I understand that Texas.
I mean, they were struggling with UTEP. I don't think
what I'm saying is that Florida is still capable of winning a big game if they want to.
Yeah. So the argument I would use against that, though, Jeffrey, is even though Florida I don't think is a good team, they were still competitive. For example, like LSU. They were still competitive in those games. They weren't getting blown out by a team like New Mexico, a team by FCS and Group of 5 competition. they're not a good team in terms of the Power Four, but they're not UCLA. They're not even close to UCLA. And
We know if Deshaun Foster was not there.
And by the way, Texas was only favored by 6 points today. So Texas, I don't think Texas is that much, and it's not just the spread, but I don't even think Texas. And this going into it, I just don't think Texas is that good of a team. I just don't.
They're not. That wasn't a shocker at all. But that's what
it's not a shock. I'm just saying that UCLA has a few okay players. They should not be this bad.
Yeah, no, they have more.
Got rid of their coach, and now they're playing better. So we'll see how they do the rest of the year. They might go 1-11, but maybe they do a little better, and then that kind of negates this point. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
The point, Ben's point is that UCLA has looked so crap up to this point that they are worse than App State 07, and that is a worse loss. We do not know how UCLA is going to perform the rest of the season. Indiana killed UCLA last year, and UCLA still ended up actually doing all right by the end of the year. So we don't know.
That's what I'm saying. And
but UCLA didn't start the season 0-4 versus. Real quick, I think we kind of being a dead horse at this point. I wanted to.
Because you drug me into it. I agree with a little bit of what you said, Ben, but I still think that, to me, that App State beating Michigan.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm sorry, but it just is.
No, that's fine.
I just want to say one last thing on this. I think the novelty of that makes the novelty of both them being a lower level team, Division 1 at 1AA FCS, whatever it was called back then, going into just an iconic building like the Big House, taking on a massive brand.
Are we going to be talking about this 20 years from now?
Let me finish my point here. So just the imagery, the narrative that they could build around that, and how new it was. Like, we had never seen a Division 1AA go and beat a top. I don't even know if a 1AA team had ever beaten a top 25 team before then, let alone a top 5 team, a program like the University of Michigan. It was just such a good story. Like, it sold so much. Now this is just like, oh, it's a huge upset, but it's UCLA Penn State. Like, UCLA should beat Penn State some of the time. Like, that's
again, not to my point, to feed off your point, Sean, is that are we going to be talking about Penn State UCLA 20 years from now?
No.
That State Michigan game happened in 2007, and we're still talking.
No, because also.
So I think it is a bigger upset. It
Penn
is.
State's
And it still will always be, because that game set the standard for App State's future. It set the stage for future upsets, including App State doing it again. We've had multiple FCS teams beat Power 4 and 5 teams since 2007. But prior to that, to Sean's point, and again, sorry I interrupted, but to prior to your point, it was not a common occurrence, especially for a team like that, like Michigan, who was ranked 5th. In that environment, that crap don't happen. It does now sometimes, but it didn't happen before.
Yeah, and
beating Penn State today is not going to be remembered 20 years from now.
Yeah, and speaking of 07, just to kind of jump point. Last year,
Yes.
last year I thought yeah, that's a good one too. Last year I thought was the weakest in terms of I thought last year had the weakest field since 07. I think this year might top it. I'm not gonna lie. This year is anybody really scary this year? Like, is anybody really like
Ohio State, Oregon right now? That's it. Like,
it's Oregon though.
Miami.
I mean,
it's it.
I don't look at it. Even Ohio State, right? Look, I think they got the best defense in the country, 100%. But this Ohio State team is less scary than I think the last, except for 2023, obviously, than I think 2021, 2022, and 2024. I thought those Ohio State teams were more scary than this one is. And
this year's defense is so much better than the 21 and 22.
Well, I just said they had the best. Yeah, the defense is the best. But when I watch this Ohio State, and this is like all teams really, I think that Ohio State's the best of the field right now. I'm not saying they're not, but I don't watch them and go, man, that's a scary team. They're winning big, but it's like pull-aways. Like they're pulling away later in games. It's not like today was probably their most dominant win in terms of a blowout.
I think it was their
But
best
they're
game.
not like blowing teams out early and just like taking the foot off the gas.
Wait,
A lot.
Ben, weren't you the guy who was talking about how historic it was that Michigan's defense, when you guys won the Natty, was like doing this and that? You realize that Ohio State has allowed 25 points in 5 games. Do you know?
Yeah, I just said they have the best defense in the country. I'm not even disputing that.
So far, they have one of the best defenses we've seen in the past 50 years.
Yeah. Right now, I would agree. I'm not even disagreeing. But for example, that
impressive. How's that not scary?
Two reasons it's not. One, at this point, Ohio State hasn't played anybody. They haven't played anybody. That's one. Two.
Played anybody. They played a Washington team.
They played a Washington team that was down 20-3 in the fourth quarter. Who, they came back, but they were down 23 in the fourth quarter to Maryland. They played Texas. Who is not a good team. So yeah. Look, they have the best defense in the country, but the reason they're not scary to me is because you brought up 2023 Michigan. 2023 Michigan wasn't just scary because of their defense. They were scary because they were the first team since I think the early 1900s to have a 30-something point point margin in their first 10 games, I think it was. They were also doing things on offense.
You want to talk about not playing anybody? Look at the first 9 weeks of that 2023 Michigan schedule.
That's ironic.
I agree. No, look, I agree. But in those first 9 weeks, that Michigan team was much more dominant than this Ohio State team is. It's not even disputable.
What's Ohio State's point differential through 5 games right now? Do you know?
Nowhere near what Michigan's was.
Why don't you look it up?
Well, we could just go through the games. So Texas, it was 14-7. Ohio, it was a 37-9, I think.
37-9.
37-9, and that game was really a game for 3 quarters.
We're talking.
No.
When I say a game, I'm talking about the score was close.
You cited numbers.
Indiana only.
Yeah, I'm giving you the scores. And then obviously today, 42-3, and then Grambling's a high school team. I'm not even taking that seriously.
Basically, a 30-point differential in every game if you add it up cumulatively.
But hold on.
They're allowing 5 points a game, and they're scoring about 35 points a game. They're doing.
Yeah, but okay. If you evaluate each game, they're not dominating in the way Michigan was. Michigan was getting up 40 points. Michigan was getting up 40 points in the first half. Michigan was getting up 40 points in the first half, and they were subbing in third stringers. They were getting up like 40 points in the first half, and they were playing third and second stringers for the next 2 quarters.
Michigan didn't play Texas and Washington.
Texas isn't good. Washington isn't good.
Texas. Who did Michigan play that year? Do you remember?
Yeah, but we're both agreeing that they didn't play any. Hold on, we're both agreeing that they didn't play anybody. We're both agreeing they didn't play anybody. Michigan was just more dominant that year. There's no debate about that.
But Ohio,
I think there's plenty of debate.
There's no debate about that. Michigan.
There's a difference in playing Texas and playing whoever Michigan played in their first game that year. I'm sorry,
Carolina.
I'm not okay. Yeah. I'm not just. First of all we have with the Ohio State game is what we have up to this point, right? We have the full season sample size of Michigan, so you can go the rest of the season and then improve and get to a point where Michigan was where they were literally subbing players in the second and third quarter, all the way down the line after blowing teams out by 40. You could get to that point. Y'all just ain't at that point yet. You're not even close to that. You're literally in 1 to 2 score games in the third quarter, and then you're pulling away in the fourth. It's not nowhere near what Michigan was doing.
Yeah, they did that against Washington and Texas, though. That's what I'm telling you.
Teams that aren't good. That's not a good argument.
They did that tonight against Minnesota.
Hey Ben, can I ask you a question, Ben? How is your opinion on Michigan this year?
I think they're mid. I think they're mid.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're. When I say mid, like I think there's like how would you put this? There's levels of teams. There's like that I would put in groups. There's like a top, just for the Big Ten, for example. Let's go with that. There's a top level, which I would say now the Penn State. I would say it's just two teams at the top: Ohio State and Oregon. And then I think you got a huge chunk in the middle, and I think Michigan's kind of towards the top of the middle pack. Of that. Or actually, you could maybe put Indiana with Oregon and Ohio State. You might be able to do that. So let's put Indiana.
I would put Indiana in a tier of its own, like between.
Okay, yeah, maybe you could do that. Michigan's in the tier below that. I would put I personally would put Indiana in the tier with Oregon and Ohio State right now. That's just me. But even if I say that maybe they're in a tier by themselves, Michigan's in like that middle of the pack tier, and they're towards the top of that tier, but they're in that middle of the pack tier to me.
And I think maybe the two best teams in that tier are Michigan and USC, and they play next week.
And if you can't tell by my profile picture, you can see how I feel about the head coach. So,
is that Rich or Brady Hoke?
Yeah. Yeah, look. Here's the thing about Michigan, man. We could talk about Michigan. They're a talented. Look, they have a bunch of talent, but the coaching just isn't there. The coaching is just not there.
I agree. I don't think that the coaching is all that good. I've said that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. The coaching is not there. They have all the talent. Now, wide receiver obviously ain't the best. I think Andrew March showed a lot today. But Bryce Underwood, unfortunately, is getting absolutely hosed by his receivers. I mean, we have 15 drops already through the season, which I think leads the country. If you look at his adjusted completion percentage,
Bryce though,
they're not. No. You in college, dog. It hits you in the chest. Catch the fucking ball. Catch the ball, bro. They're literally hitting you in the face mask. Like today, for example, right? His adjusted completion percentage for today would be 80%. He'd have over 300 yards passing if they just catch the fucking ball. Oh no, fudging. My bad. I probably can't cuss on here. Fudging ball. Literally 80%. You had the RPO, right, with Samaj Morgan. Probably gets 30 yards on that. He's wide open. Hits him right on the face mask. Doesn't catch it. I mean, we could go through all the passes. He rolls out, right? Beautiful play. It's a little high, but it's a perfectly catchable ball. Kendrick Bell doesn't catch the ball. I mean, we could go down the list of Bredesen. It's a third down. Hits him right on the face mask. I'm literally perfect accuracy. Hits him right on the face mask. Hits him in the hands. Doesn't catch the ball. This is just 3 examples from today, bro. Just from one game, and I think there's more. There was more than that today too. It is what it is. Like.
Well, we'll know more next week about. Once again, we argue a lot about, and I will agree with you that we'll wait and see if Ohio State's defense is as dominant as Michigan was that year, and if the team starts. But my point with that was just simply that they did start off with tougher competition in their first 4 games than Michigan did in 2023. Like, it's objectively true, I think, at this point.
Well, if you're talking about the first 4 games, yeah, I agree. I brought up the first 10 games, but yeah.
Yeah, so
Ohio State's played 5 games so far.
No, we don't know. We don't have the.
Well, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. There's not going to be a team on Ohio State's schedule that has the offense that Washington had that year. Washington's offense that year was one of the best offenses, period. They were one of the scariest offenses with their 3-headed monster wide receiver and Penix Jr. I was terrified going into that national championship game. I was like, I know our defense is really good, but I was like, I don't know if they can even stop this offense, because this offense, that offense was ridiculous, bro. That offense was reminding me of like some of the C.J. Stroud offenses. I don't think you're going to play a team like that. What Michigan did to that offense that year was one of the best performances I've ever seen by a defense. But who knows? You know.
God, I hate to say this. Penix played fucking awful in that game. He was dealing with.
Bro, did you see do you see how much he was getting pressure, bro?
Did you see
that dude was getting harassed, bro? He could barely make it out of the stadium.
He played great before.
He wasn't
He
getting
played
pressured like that. The only time he got pressured all year like that was the Michigan game. That was one. By the way, that was the Joe Moore winning offensive line that year. That offensive line was amazing.
I didn't mean to turn the conversation back to this. What I was actually originally going to say was that we'll after next week, because we have 3 big matchups in the Big Ten, we'll have more of an understanding of what kind of tiers these teams fit into.
Wait, which matchups are you talking about?
Well, we got Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State, Illinois, and USC and Michigan.
That Illinois game ain't gonna tell you nothing, bro.
Well, it won't, but it'll tell us more about Illinois. Like, can Illinois hang in and look like a decent team? We'll see. If the same,
it would make Indiana look a lot better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the same result happens to Illinois against Ohio State that happened against Indiana, then we can firmly say Illinois is terrible. They're not good. Their rankings completely illegitimate. So you can put them in the 3rd tier. You can stick them down with Iowa and whoever else. And then with Michigan and USC, I think that we'll be able to see, okay, is this team maybe going to borderline be a CFP contender? Whoever wins, probably you could put in that category. And then with Indiana, once again, because right now we kind of we want to put them in the top tier, but it's Indiana, so can we really do that? And, so we'll see. If they play Oregon even really, really tight, then we could maybe say, okay, they're really legit,
I wouldn't be surprised if USC wins the game, though. That's just my opinion.
I wouldn't be surprised to whoever wins. I think
USC's not good though. USC's defense.
Yeah, but Michigan's offense under Sharon Moore is garbage.
We'll see. It'll be a good.
The problem with Sharon, bro, is he tries to be Jim Harbaugh, and he's just not that guy, bro. Like he doesn't. My biggest issue with him is if you look at him on the sideline, he doesn't inject the juice into the team. Like the team feels like dead, bro. That's just my opinion. But yeah, I could see them going to that game, right? Here's how I can see this playing out. I can see USC getting a jump on Michigan, and then Michigan, and then Sharon Moore coaching like a scared little girl, and we get behind and we just never get back in the game.
I'll be interested to see. I don't think Michigan has. I think their secondary is kind of a weakness on Michigan's team. I think if they don't get pressure, they're vulnerable to give up lots and lots of yards through the air. And I think USC is capable of protecting Mayava. So, he could go off for a bunch of yards in that game, and that's.
Yeah, USC has some legit receivers, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that's weird about Michigan's secondary is they've rotated so many guys. It's like I don't know who really is the starting secondary at this point in the season because they've just rotated so many guys. Many guys. Like versus Nebraska, they played 3 true freshmen in the secondary, and then now they're playing Zeke Berry, and then you got Rod Moore back now, and then they rotate the corners nonstop. It's like, guys, who you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, that's part of the problem. That's probably why they're not that great. And then today you're playing against. They played a quarterback who was an FCS transfer with 3 career starts. You're never going to play a worse passing offense in the Big Ten than Wisconsin. So that didn't.
Yeah, look, here's Michigan's defense has gotten a lot better since they moved Barham to edge, and they put Rolder and Sullivan at that linebacker spot. Having Rod Moore back there is huge. The kid his instincts are ridiculous. But there's spots they got to shore up. Today they gave up that opening drive, but then they pretty much shut down their offense the rest of the game. But we'll see, man. Next week's going to say a lot about Michigan and whether they're just a true middle of the pack, or if they're like a fringe top end of the middle of the pack. So we'll see.
They could definitely contend for a playoff spot, and their schedule the rest of the way is so weak. I could definitely see them winning out until Ohio State. It's Very possible.
I don't think it's that. I mean, bro, like I think Washington's a dangerous game. USC's a dangerous game, obviously. And I don't even think. And by the way, I'm saying that not thinking Washington's that good. I just think Michigan has issues and they could get got.
Washington at home.
That's a good question.
Washington's a completely different team on the road.
No, it's at home. It's at home.
It's in the big house.
It's in the big house.
That's probably a win.
I think they play Maryland in
with this coaching staff, bro. Nothing's probably a win in my opinion because they just do stupid shit.
I mean, Washington's good, but my point is
you're not gonna lose to Northwestern. I mean, you're not gonna.
Well,
lose
of course not. But teams like Washington, when teams like Washington could take advantage of a team that just does stupid stuff, is what I'm saying.
And like I said, I mean, the secondary hasn't really been tested by a really capable, potent passing offense yet. I don't even know if I count Oklahoma as that. It's iffy. But you got a couple of pretty good ones coming up in USC.
I would argue. Now I don't think they're potent, but I would argue. Now their O line's trash, but I would argue Raiola is not the easiest to defend.
No, he's. I mean, he's a good quarterback when he's not walking into sacks or like trying to do dumb stuff.
No, he's not. They're not USC though. So USC always has an offense, so that's going to be a test, bro.
Yep. No, it'll be interesting. I'll definitely be tuned into that.
And I'm rooting for Indiana, by the way, because at this point I just want upsets, bro. If we're gonna have upset, if this is going to be like upset season like that, let's just go. I'm just going to go for Indiana to beat Oregon. Why not?
I appreciate it, man.
Ohio, you want to talk about? Yeah, for sure. You want to talk about easy schedules, man? Ohio State is going to coast the rest of the regular season, bro.
Yeah.
Like they got who they got? They got Indiana. I think they got Illinois. Then they got Wisconsin. Then they got I think they got UCLA still. Don't they play UCLA?
They play
UCLA's at home. UCLA and Purdue. You got the
yeah, bro. Coasting, dog. Y'all should be coasting the rest of the way.
Well, I mean, like Penn State. I definitely think Ohio State's going to win, but Penn State's much better team than they show today.
Penn State will show up when they come to Columbus.
Yeah, like
you know what's crazy? This Penn State team is worse than last year, and that's crazy to say.
It's because of Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren added a dimension to their offense that was hard to defend.
Their run game's worse too, though. They can't run the ball, bro. Bro, if you can't run, listen. I'll put this in perspective for y'all. If you can't run the ball against UCLA, and New Mexico can run for like 200 plus yards against UCLA, you got issues, bro. You got issues.
Oh yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Penn State is very overrated.
UCLA played a lot more inspired today than they have before.
Oh, let's see how the Ohio State fans feel. Oh, let's see how. And this is the other reason why I thought Ohio State's not as scary this year. I think you guys have a below average run game. I think it's below average. And anytime you could play a team with a below average run game, if you have a good run defense, now unfortunately you guys have freak wide receivers, but that kind of helps to stay in a game. So that's why they're not scared of me. And I was gonna ask if you guys agree with this. I'd be surprised if you don't. Justice Haynes is the best running back in the country.
It's possible.
Who's better?
I don't know enough about the rest of them, but he's been pretty damn.
He's
honestly, running backs have not stood out this year.
Yeah. I mean,
bro, you don't think Justice Haynes has stood out, bro? You crazy, bro?
I mean,
I'm not saying that he hasn't. I'm just saying that nationally,
first player since Denard Robinson to have over 100 rushing yards in his first 5 games.
I mean,
since where?
Since Denard Robinson.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean,
I think he's like second or third in the country, and he's averaging like 8 yards a carry. The dude's cooking.
I mean, I saw him at Alabama last year, and I thought he was a good running back. I thought he was like
They didn't use them, bro. They're stupid. If you actually look at it, if you actually look at their bro, he averaged I think like 5 or 6 yards a carry at Bama, and they just never used him.
Well,
And Miller had a big day today.
here's like something I would say about him too is I want to see it like a lot of his production has come on these really long runs, and I don't know necessarily if that's sustainable. Like, I mean, today he did not have a great day out of like one. Today and against Oklahoma, he was pretty. He had a pretty pedestrian day outside of one carry in both of those games. So, I mean, like, can he keep getting those huge plays? I don't know.
Yeah, but that's what the great ones do, bro. The great ones bust big ones every game, and that's what he does. And when you talk about like when you talk about, and this is that to me, what you just said is a more of an O line issue, not really a running back issue. When you're for example today against Wisconsin, go back and watch the game. Look at how many times Andrew Sprague, the right tackle, didn't even get hands on the defensive end. Literally got juked out his shoes, and the guy's already in the backfield. I don't care what running back you are, bro. If the linemen if you don't even get hands on the defensive line and they're already back there, good luck.
But that's the whole like chicken and an egg argument here because every single running back in the country, all their production is heavily dependent on their O-line play. So
yeah, but when you factor in how mediocre and this might sound harsh as a Michigan fan, when you factor in how mediocre or middle of the pack Michigan's offensive line is, and he's rushing for over 100 yards every single game and breaking off long runs and getting tough yardage, to me that just adds to the fact. If we had a great offensive line, right? Like for example, Donovan Edwards. Donovan Edwards was behind great offensive. Your example is actually a perfect description of how I would describe Donovan Edwards, right? Donovan Edwards needed the biggest hole in the world to do anything, and he was behind a great offensive line, and he would still only get a couple yards, even when the holes were there. It's the opposite for Haynes. Haynes is just it'll be the smallest hole, bro. He's gone. He's gone, or he's getting like extra yardage he probably shouldn't be getting.
No, I think he is a really good player.
Yeah,
I'm not going to despite that.
What I've seen, he looks as good as anybody. But I haven't watched a complete Michigan game. I don't think at all. I've watched parts of their games. I haven't like sat there and watched a whole game. So, but from what I've seen, I mean, he looks as good as anybody. I agree with that. But I can't say like unequivocally he's the best running back right now because I just haven't seen enough. But
here's what I will say, and is Arvell Reese is he up for the draft this year?
He's a junior, yeah.
You think he'll go?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Because that kid's a freak, bro.
But
he's going to be a top half of the first round kind of pick for almost guaranteed. So,
like, honestly, bro, like I don't know why he didn't play last year. I'm gonna be honest with you.
He did play.
I'm talking when I say play, I'm talking about play though. I'm not talking about coming in for snaps here and there.
I mean, he played over 400 snaps last year.
He played a lot, but he
did
for the full season.
Yeah, but he had a completely different role. He came in on like rundowns, so he was basically like we basically play two linebackers in our base defense, but when teams bring in like 12 personnel and stuff, we'll substitute in a third linebacker. And he was that third linebacker, so he was in there a lot, but it was more in like running situations. And he had a more like he had a narrow role on the team last year. So
and you could see it with him last year, but he's improved a lot. Like he made like a big leap this year, so that's part.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, the kids.
He looks different physically too. I mean, he's probably put on 15 pounds, and just
he's a beast. But what you were saying about Ohio State's run game, I wouldn't say that they've been below average. I said that I would definitely agree that they've looked very average. But I think that that's okay. I think that with the ability, the potential of the passing game can end up by the end of the year of being that CJ Stroud level. Like with what we've seen out of Julian saying, if he continues to improve enough, and with the wide receivers and the tight ends that they have, I think the passing game has the potential to be extremely elite. And if you remember back to those years with Stroud, the running game wasn't that great.
No,
Like it was
not
never
good.
like extremely impressive. It was average. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
no, I mean, I agree with that, but I even think those years were better though. And I don't even think the running game those years was that great either. I still think it was better than this year's though. I mean, you still had Travion Henderson those years. You still had I know some Ohio State fans didn't like him. I personally did not like going against him. What was his fucking name? He was hard to
Miami.
bring down, bro. He was hard to bring down. He was a
Mayan.
mauler.
Yeah, he was good, but what happened with Mayan later on in his career is he had all kinds of nagging injuries. So he just, because of his running style, I think he kind of wore a lot of the tread off of the tires, so to speak. And he
Yeah,
started to
so
become
the thing was with those, you still had home run hitters and guys that were, you
Oh,
you
I
would still
think
be
Bo
like, man,
Jackson's good though. I think Bo Jackson's really good. You can see it. You can see how hard
he's better than the other two. He's nothing special though, bro. I mean, I know there's a Michigan fan saying that, but I have not seen anything that makes me go, wow, that guy's special.
He's a true freshman. These are his first games. He's a
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm
I
just
mean,
saying, like maybe he becomes that, but I haven't seen it. Like for example, when Travion Henderson first came on the scene, I was like, man, that dude's gonna be something. Like that right away, I saw that. I think he played as a true freshman.
Yeah,
Didn't
he
he
did.
play as a true freshman?
He did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
I saw it right away, bro. I was like, bro, that dude's gonna be something.
If
I
you
don't
look
see
at
that with Bo Jackson.
if you look at Bo Jackson's numbers right now, they're great. Like through his first 4 games that he's played, he's averaging like 90 yards a game and like 7.5 yards per carry. Like Bo
Yeah, no,
Jackson.
and this was the same trend we saw in those years you mentioned, right? When you guys would go against like the subpar defenses, the game would be great. But then when you would go against teams that had good run defenses, you'd be like, man, that running game's suspect. I think this running game is suspect even against some of the subpar defenses. I definitely think it's going to be suspect versus the actual good run
The
defense.
thing is, the three Power Four teams that Ohio State's played this year all have really good run defenses. Even Washington. Washington.
Bruh.
You know what Minnesota's was allowing coming into this game on the ground average? 68 yards or something like that.
I'm gonna show you why I don't take that serious. Wisconsin had the number 1 rush defense coming into the day, and Michigan ran for 175 yards. I'm not taking anything out of that, bro. I think that's an overrated rush defense.
Well, it is, but I'm just saying that once again, this is why you look at things opponent adjusted averages. So like Minnesota's, you could go the opposite direction and say who have they played, but that's why you go by adjusted to the opponent. Ohio State ran for like 40% more than the average team that Minnesota's played has against them. So that shows you that they're.
Yeah, but you could do that with Wisconsin too. And again, I'm not taking anything out of that.
Michigan has a good rushing attack. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
I think Wisconsin's rush defense is. Oh, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe the season plays out and their rush defense is that good, but I don't think it is. That's just I have a hard time believing that. I just don't think it's that good.
Oh, it's probably not. But what I'm saying is that Michigan, it works both ways. Like they built part of their statistical basis by playing teams that didn't have good rushing attacks, and then they play somebody who does, so it looks dramatically worse. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, though. I watched
early in the season than it does later.
Yeah, and here's the thing: like, I don't think Ohio State's really going to get. The only time they're going to get tested, and maybe this isn't. Let me think. When are they going to get tested defensively? Let me think. Is Penn State really the only? I guess you could say Michigan. Michigan's not. Who's the best rush defense you guys got left? You think
Best running defense we have.
it's probably
left?
Michigan, but it probably is Michigan. But besides that, let's just take that out of the equation. Outside of Michigan, what's the best rush defense you guys think?
Illinois probably. Illinois has got a solid.
Well, once again, on paper, ironically, probably the team you're talking about just before this, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Still, but we know that's probably not.
Yeah, it's too gazy, man. I ain't gonna lie. Penn State's. I don't even know what to make of their defense, bro. I have no idea what to make of their defense. Because they was getting cooked versus Oregon too.
They just need to be average. They can't be fully one dimensional, but they just need to have enough of a rushing attack. You know,
I'll tell you the one thing. I'll tell you the one thing about Ohio State's offense that's annoyed me more than the rushing attack. It's the secondary receivers, Ennis and Max Clare.
Oh yeah, Ennis is Ennis a disappointment for y'all because coming in the season they were saying that he was going to be.
I've never really seen it with Ennis, honestly. Like I've been saying this since last year, whenever he got in there, which he was the fourth guy last year, but I don't know. I think that some of the other younger guys have more potential. Like Mylan Graham's really, really fast. Quincy Porter's another like big lanky guy that is going to be probably really good.
I saw a stat that Julian's saying targets Tate and Smith like 70% of the time.
Oh, for sure.
Something crazy like that.
That makes total sense to me.
I think Claire. I think part of it with Claire is he's adjusting to the offense. If you notice, Claire played really well tonight. He had like 7 or 8 grabs. Like Claire did well. So like that would be a big thing.
He didn't have anything really dynamic or game breaking, but he's figuring out his role, or the coordinators are figuring out his role in the.
I think he's going to be that.
I mean, one thing is, I don't think Ohio State, Ennis included, I don't think we really have a true slot receiver on this.
Yeah, you don't have a Mecca and a Mecca Ibuka type guy.
Or a JSN. You know, we don't have that guy that can just operate from the space that can, you know, win those two-way goes and stuff, go inside or outside.
Well, when you look at
kind of stuff. Ennis is not that kind of guy. Ennis is more of he's kind of an undersized outside receiver. He's a good
He's always covered too, though. He doesn't get open, bro.
Right. And a slot.
He just doesn't get open.
Yeah, it's a separation position, right? You know,
he's shifty, but he's just simply not. I don't know. He just doesn't have the burst, and he doesn't have the separation.
Yeah.
I don't know. He has good hands. He's strong. He has good lower body strength. There's things that are good about him, but he almost kind of seems like a running back, honestly.
Yeah. It's like I think he is miscast. Like we wouldn't have these same. I don't think definitely don't think he's as good as Carno Tate, but we wouldn't have. I don't think the same kind of discussions about him if he was playing as a Z or as an outside receiver. And I mean, there could be an issue that maybe we want to start moving Tate inside because I think he's got probably a little bit better slot skills and have Ennis work out a little bit more. But right now with Ennis taking 90% of his snaps in the slot.
Thankfully, and because I don't know if you guys heard me on Mark's show at all, but I'm kind of already at the point where I don't think Michigan's going to make it 5 in a row this year. I just can't see it. But thankfully, Caleb Downs and
they have a better chance this year than they did last year. So
yeah, but that to me that was a miracle, bro. I'm gonna be honest, that was a miracle. That was a miracle last year, bro. But thankfully, to me, the next 2 years, I think Michigan in several areas is going to be a lot better. Now, the thing is, coaching is still going to be a problem, but at least in some key areas, I think Michigan is going to be a lot better. And Arvell Reese and Caleb Downs won't be there. And I think that's going to be huge in the next couple years. But this year, I'm already ready to punt this year, bro. I ain't gonna cap.
Yeah, I mean there won't be any Arvell. I highly doubt it.
Well, Caleb Downs is huge too. Him leaving, that's
Oh,
huge. Those are players you don't get like all the
Caleb's
time,
gone.
bro.
Caleb's gone.
Well, I am super high on Riley Pettijohn.
Pettijohn looks good.
Yeah, but Caleb Downs is 101, dog. Caleb Downs is like in the same category in terms of being one of like as like a Aiden Hutchinson or a Mason Graham kind of person. Like you just don't get those. Those are players you just don't get very often, bro.
Pettijohn would be a linebacker. He'll be taking Arvell's.
Oh, you talking about Arvell Reese?
Yeah.
Arvell Reese is another guy though, bro. Arvell Reese, bro. I've watched linebacker is one of my favorite positions to watch. You don't see a lot of Arvell Reeses either, dog. Like the Arvell Reese is like I think he's better than. Well, he's like what linebacker would I compare him to if I had to compare him? He's like a Reuben Foster. He's like a Reuben Foster or like a one of those or Nolan Smith kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like type of linebackers that are just freaks that you just don't see very often.
Yeah.
I mean he could play, he could be defensive end. Like initially that's what they thought he was going to be. And he's like 6'5". He's big. So, I don't know. Yeah, he's definitely a freak.
The way they have him QB spine, bro, too, like because they're gonna do that for Michigan, bro. I got no doubt. They're just gonna have him QB spy the whole game. I have no doubt about that.
That's the beauty of our setup right now. If you've got Styles and you've got Reese and they're both in coverage, the QB is not running on you. I mean, they're not going to.
Well, they seem to, their game plan this year seems to be when they go up against QBs that can run, they don't even put Arvell Reese in coverage. He's purely a QB spy. He doesn't even do coverage. Like they just have him as a QB spy, and I think it works, bro, because that allows him to see where the quarterback's going. But he also if you get outside the pocket, he just blitzes you at that point. So.
But yeah, you're definitely right though. Because everybody looked at it last year and they were like, "Oh, they lost so much off of the defense. They're losing so much off of and they did. Don't get me wrong, but the reality is the people that were still there waiting to get their chance were as good, and in some cases, like Arvell Reese, like considerably better. So next year, you're probably right. Like they're going to lose Sonny Styles, Lorenzo Styles, who's played really well in the secondary at nickel. They're going to lose both Styles. They're going to lose Caden Curry. He's played awesome. They're going to lose, most likely they're going to lose the defensive tackle, Caden McDonald. And then obviously Downs and most likely Reese. So like it's going to be another reload on defense, and this time I don't know if it will be as good. I mean, there's some.
What year is Jermaine Matthews?
He's a junior too, so they could lose him.
He's a true junior. He'll have.
So yeah, they could lose him too.
But the secondary is about the least. The area I'm least.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of good backup talent. Yeah, the thing is like, and this is just football in general. It's really about the D line and the linebackers for me, bro. Like you could have not below average. Like you could have an average to a little above average secondary, but if that front seven is just that good, you're gonna dominate. Like it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I think the concerning thing next year will be the defensive line, and I'm not saying they won't be good, but I don't know. I mean, how many years in a row can you consistently lose talent and not maybe? Because that's the one thing that people have been picking at and saying that the recruiting hasn't been as high in that specific area as it has been on basically like every position group on the team. Maybe offensive line also, but for somehow I don't know. Everybody hated on what was the guy's name, Sean, that just left, the old offensive Justin Fry.
Justin Fry.
Everybody hated on him and saying he was missing on all these recruits and all this stuff, and like it really looks like he just had a good eye for talent. And once again, like he didn't care as much about how the guy was rated, but he chose good guys, and it just so happened that there was a lot of talent coming out of Ohio also, which made it a lot easier. Like four of the starters right now on Ohio State's offensive line are Ohio guys.
Yeah, and really only among them, only Tigra Shabola, only he was a highly rated recruit, and he's probably the one that's
the worst one. Yeah, he's the worst one too.
Yeah, and then Carson Hinsman, he was like a 3-star out of Wisconsin. Was the other guy. So I mean, it is.
The line looks like it's in great shape moving forward. Like the backups look like there's very little drop off. So you have to.
That was that was my favorite drive of the entire night when we got the backups in, and we just, still against Minnesota's starters, and just ran it right at them. Just complete domination from the second team O-line against Minnesota's front line defensive line.
I think they kind of gave up at that point too, though.
That's fair, but it was still really encouraging to see. I mean,
I'm not saying they literally were like laying down out there on the field, but you know how it is. Like their mentality was defeated. Their mentality was defeated at that point. So, like whether they think they're trying as hard as they can or not, like. I don't know, but yeah, it was encouraging to see it. And they've been saying that all along, that there's like the 2 deep on the offensive line right now is like as good as it's been in years. You know, it might not mean that we have like the guy like we had like with Paris Johnson or something like that, where it's like this guy's a surefire like NFL starter. But like, there's a lot of guys that are.
Man, you had 2 of those guys those years, bro.
Oh, DeJuan Jones too. Yeah.
Yeah, and had some good guys. Donovan Jackson last year as well. He came in. That was a highly rated guy that worked out.
The problem with Michigan is, they're like a year or 2 behind because they, at least with Sharon, he's recruited really well at offensive line, but we had those 2 years where we just recruited like shit on the offensive line. Like the 22 and 23, maybe even 21, 22 and 23, the offensive line recruiting was so bad. It was so bad.
Yeah, I know, and that was the thing when I talked with the Michigan guys on last year when I used to call into their program very regularly. I think that's every area on the offense. I said was an area of concern last year, and I like the offensive line. I didn't think you could just turn it over, and I feel vindicated on that now. I mean, this is not this was a bad offensive line last year, and it's far from a dominant one this year in Michigan. So,
yeah, well, hopefully those 2 5-star offensive tackles start next year. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep, absolutely. And I was bummed for Babalolo when I found out he was
gonna start, bro. I think he was gonna start. I really believe that.
Well, I mean,
they was talking like he was gonna start, bro.
Well,
I know he's a true freshman, but.
The tackles at Michigan are just so underwhelming. I absolutely think at some point he would have started.
I think he was going to start right away. I'm not even. They were talking in camp that he was cooking, and then he got hurt.
Yeah.
And then you have the other guy, but the Haywood. I think is it Ty Haywood? Yeah, Ty Haywood. He's a 5-star too, but like most true freshmen, he probably was a year away.
Was he rated that highly? Haywood?
Yeah, we got 2 5-star offensive tackles last year in the same class.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. The next couple of years should be good. I mean, it's just the coaching. You're always going to be worrying about the coach because I just don't think Sharon Moore is it, dude.
You would think that with Sharon Moore being the head coach, offensive line would always be good.
Well, that's the thing, though. And a lot of people say stuff like this. When you're a head coach, bro, it's like I think Grant Newsom's the problem because when you're a head coach, you're not able to really dedicate as much as you were when you were the actual position coach. And Grant Newsom, I just don't think is a good offensive line coach.
Yeah, I guess.
Now I say that. Now the thing is, I say that, and maybe this is just why Jim Harbaugh is just a one-on-one kind of guy. He was the head coach, but he was able to always has his offensive lines in order. Jim Harbaugh always has them in order.
Harbaugh wasn't an offensive line coach ever.
No, he wasn't. But if you look at every team he's ever coached, the staple of his teams has always been offensive lines. The offensive line play. It's always good. I don't know what it is, but because he's not even an offensive line person, but in terms of like he's never played the position, or I don't think he's ever coached it in terms of position coach. But they're always good under him. I don't know what it is.
Well,
even in the NFL right now, look at the NFL right now. I mean, like,
yeah, I don't know. So I mean, quarterbacks, even when you're playing, you have to be able to see the whole field and know. I mean, there's a reason why it's talk about like the cerebral quarterback because you have to know what's going on and be observing everybody. So I mean, it's not really strange if you think about it like that. He always had to know what the offensive line was doing. I mean,
yeah.
Hey, Jim Harbaugh, if you listen, man, come back, dog. Come back, man. I know it's gonna be 10 years probably till you can, but fuck.
He's gonna be so old by that time. I mean, I don't know. Well, I guess look at Belichick or Pete Carroll. You never know.
Shit, Belichick doing it. He ain't gonna be there.
How much longer?
That's a disaster.
Do you think Belichick's there past this year?
I think Belichick's learning that it was always Tom Brady.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, I really have to go.
Yeah, me too, man. Go Blue. I would love to make it 5 in a row. But I'm realistic, guys. Maybe another miracle happens. Maybe we get another one, but
nah, you guys are gonna lose. Go Buckeyes.
Yeah. Well, it's been a good decade so far, but nothing lasts forever, right? Nothing lasts forever.
Did Jeffrey just disappear?
I'm still here.
He probably.
I'm just letting you guys talk, waiting for you guys to be done. I mean, I could have ended the show while y'all were talking like 30 minutes ago and just went to bed, but I was just like, you know what? I'll just let you guys continue. The whole world needs to hear this conversation. It's that good. So,
well, we actually,
you guys, in all seriousness, appreciate you guys for coming on. It was a blast tonight. It was great. A lot of great discussions.
I'm pulling for Indiana to win the Natty,
but a lot of it was great. So I appreciate it.
I'm pulling for Indiana to win the Natty, man. Fuck it.
Thank you, Ben. Even though I disagreed a lot with what you said tonight, I don't disagree with that. Let's go. Hopefully, IU or Bama, either or. But man, if IU wins, that'd be amazing. They're not, but if they did, it'd be amazing.
No, I need him to win it. I need him to win it so that Michigan can hire Chris Ignetti.
Dude, okay, now I don't agree anymore. No. So,
yeah, dude's the best coach in America, dog. Outside of non-championship winning coach, I should say.
I don't disagree. I think what he's done is than anybody else of what he's done in a program like Indiana. It's crazy, but
hey, Larry Ellison, man, hit him up. Larry Ellison, hit him up. Tell him you'll pay him like $20 million a year. All right, peace out. Go Blue.
All right, you guys have a great night. Appreciate it, Ben. Appreciate it, Hummus. Appreciate it, Sean. I hope you all have a great night. Appreciate everybody for being here. Like the stream down below. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Share the stream on social media. I cannot promise there will be 5-hour streams in the future or not, but I'll be back soon this week, hopefully with Will and D, to go over our college football predictions for next week. And then next Saturday night, be back for another recap of college football It's going to be a blast. Always because of you guys. You guys are amazing. Appreciate it. I hope you guys have a great night. What a week of college football.